Good morning, everyone. It's Friday, June 19th here at Breaking Points, and we have an amazing show, as always, don't we, folks?
Happy
That
Juneteenth.
is the plan. Yeah,
Oh.
a lot of breaking developments right as we're coming on air this morning too.
That's right. We've got Crystal, Emily, Ryan, and I am so happy to be back. I was gone for 2 weeks. I was out east coaching a team to a championship.
Later today, that if Israel continues apace with this behavior, they're going to start attacking Israel without warning. They're not going to do this whole, okay, we're mad, we're going to launch a demonstrative strike to show that we are angry. They're just going to start hitting them. And so we had a overnight here in the East Coast, during early morning, throughout the day, series of negotiations between Hezbollah, Iran, the United States, Israel, brokered by Qatar, and they announced a renewed ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah that was to take effect at 4 p.m. local time, which is, as we're recording this, that would be a little bit more than an hour ago. So as we speak, they are in a renewed ceasefire. So by the time you guys are watching this, you can check to see whether or not hostilities have actually halted. But Israel is claiming that it does not require them to withdraw from the territory that they're occupying, and that it still allows them to what they call confront threats. And it still also, according to Israel, allows them to continue destroying civilian infrastructure throughout southern Lebanon. They're trying to effectively make southern Lebanon uninhabitable so that when the hundreds of thousands of people who have been displaced return, and they are actually returning like now, like once the ceasefire was reached, they started coming back, trying to make it so there are no homes to return to. And they claim that they can continue to do that under the terms of this ceasefire. I highly doubt that Hezbollah considers either of those provisions to be consistent with what they understand a ceasefire to be. So what Iran's reaction to that is going to be remains to be seen. They're supposed to have talks in Geneva right now. Those aren't happening, and it appears that it's because of this. The U.S. said it was logistical difficulties. I don't know, booking the room. I guess they thought it was, Jared thought it was Witkoff's job to book the room. Witkoff thought Jared was supposed to book the conference room.
Credit card declined.
And there's like a European dental conference there, and so they got it instead. So now there's, I guess, scouting for new locations. The Pakistanis were claiming that the Iranians couldn't make it for some religious reasons. Completely seems made up as well.
Well, it's kind of interesting, though, isn't it, that rather than just saying this is a problem
Right.
and we're not going forward, they're both trying to come up with some excuses and cover for the
It shows
fact
they
that
all still want
negotiations
the
aren't
things to
starting
go forward. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
That's Yeah, no, good point.
Well, I mean, to state what is abundantly obvious, this just underscores how fragile and tenuous this entire situation is and how easily Israel could destroy the whole thing. And we're going to play some of the comments from J.D. Vance, where he was quite critical of Israel. On the very same day, though, Trump gets asked, if Iran attacked Israel, would you defend them? And he said, of course. So, we've got tough rhetoric, genuinely, in public from Trump and J.D. Vance, tough rhetoric vis-a-vis the Israelis. Is it going to be matched with actions of reining them in? Because otherwise, this is never going to work. And that is exactly what Iran has been testing this whole time. That has been one of the big questions in their heads as well. Will the Trump administration actually do what it takes to restrain Israel? Because otherwise, there's no possibility of a deal going forward. So needless to say, it is an ominous development that before they could even make it to the locale of the first of day one of negotiations, the thing is already, falling apart.
A couple things also. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just add one other thing that it doesn't get discussed much, but there are Iranian politics at play here. We had a story yesterday over at Dropsite, which I recommend people read, from Maz and Reza Sai, who's reporting from Tehran, about, and if you're just listening to this headline, internal debate rages in Tehran over deal with Trump. There is a huge faction inside of Iran who does not trust the United States, thinks that this is a giant kind of round of theater that is just aimed at allowing the U.S. and Israel to kind of restock and rearm, get some oil into the global economy, and then restart the war on them. And so that faction inside Iran is going to be looking for any opportunity that presents itself from the U.S.-Israeli side to say, see, we told you, forget about this. We never should have agreed to this. This is always fake. What we need to do is inflict more pain on them. So that's in the background of and shows, I think, why kind of Aragchi and Ghalibaf have to be a little bit delicate in how they can't just show up in Geneva with these insults being carried out in front of them. Otherwise, it empowers the others. And Mojtaba Khamenei put out this very interesting statement yesterday, which is in that story, saying that he doesn't agree with the ceasefire, the MOU. That he personally doesn't like it, but he has deep respect for his civilian leadership, Pezeshkian, Aragchi, Ghalibaf, and he's going to allow their judgment to override his. And then he says they have complete responsibility for this. So he's holding on to...
That's their JD Vance, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. He absolutely was like, wait, he saw Trump do that. He's like, oh, you can do that? He's like, okay, I'm doing that.
Yeah,
if this
great
works,
idea.
I'm good with it. If not, it's on these three guys.
Meanwhile, Netanyahu doesn't have a JD Vance and
Right.
is getting. You're seeing the ratcheting up of the rhetoric from the Ben Gavirs and the like as Israeli elections coming up as well. And just to Crystal's point, this is kind of a question for everybody. Looking at the Gaza ceasefire deal, I have a sort of soft theory that I think it's probably not going to sound ridiculous, but it's basically that Trump likes to do these almost like ribbon cutting style signing ceremonies, and he'll say he ended 8 wars, he was trying to get the Nobel Peace Prize, and then he understands media enough to understand that something goes to the back burner, and it's burned into the public's mind as a ceasefire deal. It's burned into the public's mind as the end of a conflict, and then he's really angling for the public relations element of the war being over and him being the person to bring us, even though he was also the person that started the war, but him being the person to have ended it. And so it is interesting to compare it with what happened in Gaza, because that has essentially been meaningless after the first, 5 days, maybe not even 5 days. So it's a question because I haven't followed that as closely as you guys have, but it seems entirely plausible to me. It'll be harder to do with Iran, but it seems entirely plausible to me that what he thinks he can do is set this on the back burner, essentially.
Well, perhaps we can find some answers with our friend JD Vance, who has been on a book tour for his new book, Communion, but also some harsh language for the Israelis. Let's start with this clip right here.
And this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the president of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the president of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the president of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in.
Emily, what do you make of that? Are they going to wake up and smell the reality?
Well, it's been framed as the Tucker Carlsification of J.D. Vance in the last 24 hours, which is really amusing, by the way, because J.D. Vance has had foreign policy opinions like this basically since after he came back from the war. He started shifting on these types of things, and it's been known to everybody. This is why J.D. Vance and Tucker Carlson got along. So that is just a particularly, I think, cynical and weird way to belittle J.D. Vance, who's expressing what a lot of younger conservatives definitely believe in is going to be the position of the Republican Party in 10, let alone 20 years, as younger people start to take over more and more control in the party. So just to watch the backlash to that, we are in, what month is that? I don't even know. June? We're in June right now, and he's talking like this now. That is mild. That is mild. And to see the Mark Levin freak out has been, I guess, amusing, but it's also really annoying because they have no idea what they're talking about. And they're being so cynical and they're so obsessed with their own pet projects.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, it is head spinning to see
Go ahead quickly, yeah.
It is head spinning to see the immediate 180 shift in rhetoric from Trump. J.D. Vance has just kind of kept quiet throughout the Iran war, let Marco Rubio take the lead. He's much more comfortable selling the war and much more comfortable ideologically with it. But, J.D. Vance told Trump, okay, I've got my issues with it, but I'm going to support you. And he has done that. So it is head spinning to see the abrupt shift, especially given that this is the administration that has, criminalized even to a greater extent than the Biden administration did, pro-Palestine protest, and has had a complete crackdown on, anyone expressing very similar sentiments to what the Vice President of the United States is now expressing. So I have to put that out there. The other thing, and Ryan, I'm curious for your take on this, that's interesting, is he's actually lying because there has been a total freedom. We're going to have an Israeli journalist on actually shortly who can give us some more insights into the political dynamics within Israel. There has been a total meltdown. There is no doubt about it. There are a lot of strong things being said about Donald Trump. The public, Israeli public, who loved him 5 seconds ago, is now turned on him. His approval rating has fallen off a cliff. But actually, no one in Netanyahu's cabinet, to my knowledge, has said anything personally detracting Donald Trump. To me, Ryan, it seems like J.D. Vance is trying to give Trump that impression that there are personal insults coming at him from the Netanyahu government to try to stiffen his resolve to have a harder line with them. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, even Ben Gavir, and I can put up his post that Emily was referencing, is doing the So this is one of his more genocidal remarks. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. And then he says, with all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. And then, to obliterate, to crush the terror. And then Arachi says this is not a rant by a random lunatic. It's a public post by the national security minister of the Israeli regime. The genocidal death cult headquartered in Tel Aviv is a threat to all of humanity. So even in his genocidal death cult phase, Ben-Gvir is saying, with all due respect to the Americans. Mm-hmm. And yes, you're exactly right. They're trying to kind of put it on Vance. They call it the Vance MOU. It's the same thing that a lot of Republicans have done throughout the last decade when they've been upset with Trump. They'll say it's his advisors. And it's an ancient thing. The king is never wrong. It's his advisors. From my watching, I'm curious how, Crystal, if you're seeing the same thing. It's kind of, on the one hand, it's like always delightful to see this kind of thing unfold. At the same time, I feel like I'm watching in real time the Republican Party that was anti-war in 2024, won election, launched a bunch of wars, reclaiming the anti-war mantle again. And it's like, I don't want them to stop their anti-war rhetoric. I don't want them to stop with this restraint. I want the J.D. Vance wing to prevail in their intramural contest. But also I'm like, you guys already did this whole thing.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you were elected, you launched a war of choice against Iran. And have not really restrained Israel and Gaza or much in Lebanon. I hope they do. I'd like to see it, escalate, see their rhetoric escalate to actually stop this. But it's a little frustrating. It's like, really, we're going to do this again? Like at some point, you lose some credibility on your ability to
your whole anti-war.
At the same time, just music to my ears. So, I'm a sucker for it.
I mean, I'm just skeptical of, I think we all should have a lot of skepticism that this is all going to go off without a hitch, that we're going to get through 60 days of flawless negotiations, that some new red lines aren't going to be inserted. Because, I mean, how many times are we going to be loosey with the football with this idea that Trump is going to be anti-war and he's going to stick to literally any principle that he has ever articulated? So, yeah, of course, I share that skepticism. And I also share, a little bit of, I'm enjoying the Shapiro, the Levin tears. I'm consuming that as much as anyone. I loved what you guys did, putting sad music with the tears the other day. But I also, in the back of my head, are but they at the end of the day are probably going to win. They're probably going to get the last laugh.
And
at least in this administration is very likely.
Yeah, I agree. And before the guest jumps in, I just want to say, that's actually what's so insane about the people who rallied around Trump for the last 4 months is that they were saying, trust the president, the president knows best. And they were the ones who, anytime you're projecting an ideological idea onto Donald Trump, you're going to end up with egg on your face every single time because the man is not ideological. His view is pragmatic. Now, we can disagree on whether it's actually pragmatic, but it's what he believes is pragmatic at any given moment. It's like first term, he was going to do a deal with Nancy Pelosi on DACA. You always end up with egg on your face. So for the last 4 months, for the people who have been agitating for a war with Iran, literally for decades, to bear hug Donald Trump so flamboyantly, and then to turn around, they were saying, don't criticize Trump, you're ruining the coalition. But first of all, hilarious. Second of all, it's so funny because they were the ones that made the mistake of acting like it wasn't just that Trump had pragmatically sided with them, but he had given them a decisive ideological victory. And now they're left holding the bag with egg on their faces and trying to pin it very desperately on J.D. Vance. So it's just anytime you're trying to project an ideological victory, if you're seeing the mirror image of your ideology on Donald Trump, it will change. And not learning that lesson 10 years in is just unbelievable.
And the reason why J.D. Vance is allowed to pick up the anti-war football and make these statements in a sense, or why it's still wide open for him, is because on the other side, the Democratic leadership has completely abdicated any kind of ground here. I mean, their concerns are process concerns at the head of Democratic leadership, that they just didn't do this the right way. But they were very happy to have this war. And, with Joe Biden over the last 2 years of his presidency, gave them everything they wanted short of this war. And now the Israelis are kind of like a dog that has caught the car and don't know what to do about it with Trump. So that is also why J.D. Vance is allowed to make statements that you could never see Chuck Schumer or any other part of the Democratic leadership say on these issues. So until they start saying that stuff, the lane is wide open for J.D. Vance to be the anti-war candidate in 2028. And I think that leads us nicely.
That reckoning is definitely unfolding in the Democratic Party as we speak, though, right now. I saw the establishment Democrats notched another loss up in Maine now that they've done their ranked choice tallying in one of the congressional districts there. And you see the ascent of the Graham Plattners, the Abdul al-Sayed, and a new poll came out that shows him leading their chosen candidate, Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, really falling off a cliff after she attacked Hassan and positioned herself on that side of the party. So that is definitely unfolding right now as we speak.
Yeah, McMorrow's at like 0% with people under 44. That's like not a cliff. That is I don't know, some sort of chasm that she's at the bottom of. But
Incredible.
Ryan, we do have a guest that we're going to let in right now. Why don't you introduce our guest for us?
All right, so to get a little bit more of the perspective from the Israeli political and media class, we're joined now by Noga Tarnopolsky, joining us from Jerusalem. Thanks, Noga, for being here.
My pleasure.
All right, so we earlier we played a clip of J.D. Vance saying, look, President Donald Trump is the last world leader who has any affection whatsoever for Israel. So I would suggest to the Israeli cabinet and Netanyahu's ministers that maybe they don't trash the last guy who likes them. He had even more pointed remarks, if you can believe that, on the Ross Douthat podcast with the New York Times. I want to play this and get your reaction to how the kind of Israeli classes, political class, is responding to this. Here's J.D. Vance.
Yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have.
Pretty sharp and direct comments. Starting to sound like me almost. So Noga, what has the response been among kind of either the government and also the media class there?
Well, it's a complicated question, actually. And I think that J.D. Vance's comments are more sophisticated than they may appear at first glance. He's using every possible tool to provoke and to put down, these really outrageous figures that Prime Minister Netanyahu appointed to top ministries in a desperate effort to shore up his hold on power. In case you think I'm exaggerating, Ben-Gvir, the guy we're talking about now, and Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, no less, and a few others, were defined by the former head of the Mossad, Tamir Pardo, as, quote, like the KKK. So we have to keep that in mind. And what J.D. Vance is doing by even putting down, the real number of the Israeli population, saying you can't just murder everyone, is telling these KKK guys, basically, your time's up. You can't just keep saying whatever you want, as they have for the last almost 3.5 years. While Joe Biden was president, this didn't seem to bother the Republican Party very much. But now that it's Donald Trump who's getting under the skin of the extremists, they don't like it very much back in D.C. And what we're hearing, I think, is that the Israeli political class, it won't surprise anyone to hear, has basically been mute. They have nothing to say in response. And when I say they, I'm really saying he. The Prime Minister of Israel, in this crucial and critical time, hasn't shown his face in public in days. Hasn't even put out, one of his favorite pre-taped videos. I think he doesn't know what to do. And the Israeli media class, I have to say, across the board, from Netanyahu fans who are in absolute apoplectic and sort of profane shock right now, all the way across the board to Netanyahu's opposition, they also seem in shock. It appears that everybody in Israel in power bought Netanyahu's line that he was, Donald Trump's bestie, somehow his unique bestie. Donald Trump, was going to be the one to treat Benjamin Netanyahu differently somehow. And I think what we're seeing is a real moment of almost numb shock. And among the Israeli population, there really is a lot of fear and confusion. I think most Israelis are not particularly knowledgeable about the stakes. They're not particularly knowledgeable about the English language. They hear this stuff. I think they feel frightened by the security situation, very confused by the diplomatic kerfuffle.
Noga, I'm curious for you to help us understand where the largest political fissures lie in Israel, because we have talked a lot on our show about Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. We put up his insanely genocidal comments about how for every Israeli soldier who's killed, 1,000 Lebanese mothers should weep, and all of this, and how Lebanon should burn. But I'm curious how much their ideas have purchased throughout society, because, for example, in a poll that was published by Haaretz, they found that 82% of Jewish Israelis support the forceful expulsion of Palestinians from Gaza. 56% actually support expelling Palestinian citizens from within Israel. I know there have been protests against Netanyahu in Israel, but they tend more to focus around tactics versus the brutality or the morality of what is being done to Palestinians or on Netanyahu's own corruption. So where do you see the most significant political fissures lying right now between the Netanyahu government and, a public that you described as sort of scared and confused?
Well, first of all, those are pretty shocking figures that you just quoted. And in order to be able to respond to them, I'd have to know a little bit more about which poll you're quoting, because Haaretz has published all manner of different polls put in the field by different institutions with different intentions, and I'm just not sure what I'm referring to there.
I've got one poll here for you.
It's from Penn State. It's from Penn State University. This particular one, and understanding that you haven't had it. I didn't send this to you in advance to have a chance to take a look at.
Yeah, there's also this poll right here from N12 News. This is a poll on Trump after the MOU with Iran. 71% of Israelis do not trust Trump to preserve Israel's interest in a final deal with Iran. Just 13% still believe in Trump. So where's that distinction for you?
Well, I have a lot to say, but first of all, I want to address Crystal's questions about the fissures in the Israeli polity, just as a general question without addressing the polls specifically. That's okay, and then I'll come back to the polls. Israeli society right now is really falling apart. And so it's very hard for me to respond in any kind of scientific precision to what the fissures are, because what you're seeing in Israel is a country that was a fairly confident, very prosperous, fairly successful, small country in a difficult neighborhood that had really prospered over the last 10 or so years leading up to October 7th. And that social fabric has simply collapsed in a way that I think has happened much faster than...
Fact, fantasy, and history have come together. Imagination.
Yo. Hey, what up? How's it going? What's up, Dune? Nice to see you. What's up, Present? I'm glad you're here. What's up, Louie? Nice to see you. Katamalama, nice to see you. Jaeger? Dropping a Jaeger bomb. 4 months at tier 3. Let's go. Thanks, dog. What's up? Welcome in. Glad everybody's here. It's going to be a big night. Andriticus, how's it going? Katamalama, glad you're here. Yeah, no, I'm fucking wide awake. I figure I've been trying to start earlier and then there's nobody here, but there's more people later. So the later I go, the more people who are here. So I figure instead of doing earlier, I would do later. Does that make sense? We'll see how it goes. I don't know. Yeah, dude, I had a work call today with the Slingshot guys and realizing that this stuff is going to present some problems for our new travel business. So gotta nip this in the butt here. This lady, who's this fucking clown lady though? Is she wearing clown makeup intentionally? Look at her. Did you see the thing with the Israelis that got fucking chased by the foxes? The fucking pack of foxes chased them down on the beach. They were trying to steal some beaches and the fox showed up and we're like, no, absolutely not. No, this is our beach. King of the beach. I wasn't going to watch the rest of this, but now I'm intrigued by this lady's get up.
Most people could imagine possible, and has had so many shocking aspects that it really is difficult to address. But the first thing that happened before
Crystal
the war
good.
is that on January 4th, 2023, Prime Minister Netanyahu announced a coup d'etat, flat out, Latin America style.
Oh, yeah, you're one of those?
His justice minister announced a live press conference, which wasn't a press conference, and simply said, I'm announcing the first phase of a reform in the administration of the state. And really, it didn't remind me of anything more than, some Argentinian colonel in the 1980s. And that simply tore open Israeli society. When you talk about the protests, the massive protests, hundreds of thousands of people on the streets in a country of 10 million, that was during that period in which Netanyahu...
It's only like fucking 1/25th the size of the U.S., so it's more like if it was 25 bajillion people on the street,
Netanyahu simply made explicit his efforts to really take control of all of the levers of power in the state. And since then,
up,
for
Booty?
Netanyahu, things
What's
have
going
just
on?
gone downhill in the sense
Dude,
that,
huge dub today.
you know,
Dude.
October 7th was a repudiation of what was even
Turkey
called the
just
Netanyahu
lost.
doctrine, right?
Fucking look, we beat Paraguay, and then fucking Paraguay beat Turkey. So, you know, yeah, like Constantine and shit. Yeah, it's like it's a weird type of disappointing too, because they look really good in most phases of the game. Just when they get in front of the goal, they fucking shit the bed. You know,
his theory of how to stave off any grappling with the
Paraguay got
Palestinian issue.
lucky, but
Everything blew up in Israelis' faces. And what you have now is simply a fractured society in which a coup d'etat launched by the government has been, I would say, somewhere over 50% successful. The former Chief Justice of Israel, Aaron Barak, he says that Israel can no longer be considered a democracy, that there is now one-man rule in Israel. And Israelis are not adapting happily to one-man rule, and they're not adapting happily to forever wars. And the polling, to go back to that, has been, I would say...
She sounds like the libs who were like, oh, if Kamala was president, we would never have done this.
Particularly unreliable and, I don't know, infelicitous, however we want to put it. Because, first of all, I have no idea about any Penn State poll. I don't know who they have working for them in Israel. By and large, the quality of polling in Israel, public polling, is very, very low. And the only way to really know what's happening, I think, with any clarity is to see trends. Like, if you look at polling over a period of 2 years, public polling, you...
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't know who she is. I walked in and she was already talking. Hold on. Noga Tarnopolsky. Like, I don't want to beat up on her too hard because it's like, I'm sure it's very difficult to be an anti-Zionist there with those psychos. If that is in fact what she's saying. But she seems to be like a fucking liberal Zionist. 4,000 dead civilians in Lebanon, which has a population of 6 million, if scaled to the US, that's 240,000 dead Americans. Yeah. Dude. Thanks, Plank. There you go. Yeah, we need to get fucking JD Vance to start saying that. Dude, that's what he should do. When he goes on his next interview, his shit-eating interviews, when they're like, oh, fucking, JD Vance, like, you said that they can't fight, but then they killed 4 Israeli soldiers, blah, blah, blah. And he should do one of those things. I saw them doing that today. I saw that motherfucker who was quote tweeting him, who was like, oh, there's 4 dead Israelis. It's like fucking 4,000 dead Americans or something. That's not how it works. Like, if Americans are killed in a country that they're trying to invade and steal and take over, then it serves them right. And you're not going to get fucking too many people saying otherwise, right? Like, it's the most deserving military deaths in a while. It's like, you got caught trying to steal somebody's house and they killed you. Like, how am I supposed to feel sorry for that?
Oh. You can see where the trends are going.
Yeah. Also, too, this lady and what she's saying about the trends, they've been consistently going in this direction. So you could say, perhaps I would say maybe a little bit if I was you, I would say the fucking Netanyahu controls the media and he's fucking brainwashed everybody and he's convinced them that this is the only way to think or whatever. But the polling has been very consistent with this topics, right? About, they don't do that scaling for the number of Israeli pedophiles though. Yeah, it would be like the whole country would be fucking pedophiles at that rate. I mean, who's to say?
Polling on this war, both if you think of this war as the 2-year, 8-month war since October 7th, or if this latest bit of war since the 28th of February is particularly fraught because Israelis were asked, in a way, something that I consider trick questions by and large. For example, they were asked in most polls, do you support fighting to keep the northern border safe? And then that was translated in much of the media, including much of the foreign media, as, 98% of Israelis support war. It's not actually true because when you asked Israelis, as other more internal polls did,
that's not what she's asking.
How do you feel about Israeli strategy in the war in Lebanon? Those numbers were not even half. And so what you actually see when you try and go in depth in Israel is a very confused population. When you talk to people here, when you talk to people in the north, whoever's still left there, what you get is rage and confusion. And I want to just underscore what I just said. One of the reasons that this
rage at the
polling is to a
incompetence
great
of the
extent crap.
military.
When residents of the Israeli North are being polled, at least half of them are no longer residents of the Israeli North. The most important, the largest Israeli city on the very northern border, Kiryat Shmona, a city, I don't want to say and make a mistake, but I think it was a city of about 20,000 people before the war, has less than half of its population right now. And the reason you're not hearing about it in the media is a successful effort by the Israeli government to basically cover it up, cover their failure not to provide security for the northern border up. So they allowed no formal evacuations, no compensation, and basically it's a situation in which anyone wealthy enough or with enough family has escaped the north.
She's right about
that. It's unlivable
that,
there. There are drones hitting every day. There are images of kids, of those families who don't have where to flee, kids throwing themselves on the sidewalk trying to get to school while air raid sirens sound. It's like scenes out of World War II movies. But very few people are getting killed, in part because so many have fled, and in other part because the population is well trained, and they either are staying at home, not working, keeping their kids at home, falling into poverty, or they have bomb shelters nearby.
It's just the dead people are not dead people in the northern Israeli settlements. They're dead people in Lebanon. That's why people are upset. So when you poll somebody and you ask if that's okay, and they say, yeah, that's great, I love that actually. It's not like there's no gray area there, you know?
Donald Trump, hearing that there was a double drone attack in northern Israel, says, it's nothing. Why is Netanyahu overreacting? Like it was just a little tiny attack. It doesn't count.
Fucking the Iranians certainly do, though, right?
What he's saying isn't completely ridiculous, right? Because no one was killed. But the fact that no one was killed covers up
still thinks he's
the
dead.
primary fact, which is that life is unlivable on the Israeli North.
Can I ask how the upcoming elections, in a way that America...
If they stopped attacking people, they would stop. They would not have to deal with being attacked. It's simple equation. There was a deal on the table several times where all they had to do was pack their shit up and go home and stop trying to kill civilians, and then they would be safe as can be, right? Then they would have had a genuine excuse to resume fighting if they were targeted. They don't. They've not been able to comply for even a single day. Not once. Not a single time.
Americans might not fully understand could be influencing the reactions of Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, also Netanyahu himself, and people who are anti-Likud in Israel. Could you break down some of the dynamics surrounding the MOU, but within the context of electoral politics, Noga?
Yes, I can, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time, but I want to take a step back before I respond to you, because Israel is really, really in like a critical life support type situation in which, to my knowledge, all of the leaders of the opposition, certainly former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who gets intel briefings on the level of the Prime Minister, former Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman.
What do you mean wouldn't be there? We're not there. What are you talking about? Right? No, I'm not talking about like it would have been that simple. I'm not talking about in 1947. I'm talking about fucking today, yesterday. It was that simple. Yes, it seriously was that simple. What do you mean? No. Again, this is not a trick question. We're not having one of these fucking conversations about what they should have done after World War II. This is about what they should have done today, in the past 24 hours, when they've been screaming and crying about fucking, oh, you can't control me, blah, 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 I do what I want. Like fucking petulant children. No other way to describe it. Trump, blah, blah, blah. Man, what? What? Look, I'm very fair.
All of these are right-wing guys. Nothing radical about them. Kind of the old school solid right wing. They have said that they have information that the Likud, Prime Minister Netanyahu's party, is attempting to either postpone or cancel or manipulate the upcoming elections. And so when I answer your question, what you have to know in the background is that there's immense anxiety in Israel relating to these elections or what the hell is going to happen. I hope I can speak this way. So, for example, under Israeli law, which this government explicitly and overtly tramples on, but under Israeli law, elections have to be held by October 27th. In other words, the government does nothing. That is the date set for elections. The government is doing nothing, despite really significant efforts by many of Netanyahu's coalition partners to try and bring the elections up, not to have this kind of horrific October 27th date with all of its terrible echoes for this government. Netanyahu is just pushing and pushing and pushing the election away. And there are real fears about what kind of manipulation or worse he may be attempting. In this context, what you have right now is Netanyahu as Israelis have never before seen him, right? He's really the most dominant figure, I think it's fair to say, in
I like how he doesn't
Israeli
even do
political
interviews
history.
on Israeli
He's
TV.
never been a beloved politician in Israel,
No.
ever.
That's why
He has been feared.
I do feel for them in that regard, the same way that we do, right? Where they fucking severely restrict. It is a client state, you know. It's just like any other client state where they force through the candidates that they want. You know, like they would not permit. Not to say that that has happened, but they would not permit anybody to take that office who wasn't on the same page as the neocon agenda, right? So yeah, I do feel for them on that, but like this other shit is, you know, that's on you.
He has been respected. He's been ignored for a lot of the time that he was prime minister, in part thanks to him and in great part not. Israel was doing well enough that people could ignore their leaders. And if he had made, like antics internationally or embarrassed Israel at the UN, even people who never voted for him, never liked him, were happy to ignore it for a long period of time. That's become impossible. And today, everything he does and everything he doesn't do is seen in the prism of what does this mean for elections and will we have elections?
Really?
Now, what I'm saying to
think
you, I think other Israeli analysts who you might speak to would say, I'm exaggerating, right? Of course, there will be elections. And it may well be that there will be elections as there must be. However, I know for sure that he is trying for there not to be regular elections. So that's one of the dichotomies here. Prime Minister Netanyahu domestically, politically inside Israel is simply trapped in a spider web, a sticky spider web of his own making, and I don't see what his way out will be. So he has this reputation of being a magician, right? But what he has done is promise Israelis, let's say in the last year, two things. One is he's Mr. Security. He's back to presenting himself as the only guy who can guarantee Israeli security, border security, national security, and he has adopted this pose despite having been prime minister on the day of the worst security catastrophe in Israeli history. And I think it's fair to say one of the worst terror attacks in known history, in modern history, since we have this concept of terror, right? 1,200 people killed in Israel.
What about the
in
insider
It's
trading,
an
lady?
astonishing failure.
Wait a minute. What about the fucking 6-hour delay before they sent any troops to respond? You that's not suspicious to you at all? Because, I mean, it was certainly a lie hop situation at the very least, if not a, more aggressive involvement.
Nonetheless, he has promoted himself this way, and this is because he assumed that he was going to get a victory shot, right? He kept touting what he called total victory. He even had it emblazoned on like Trump-like hats. He took one as a gift to Donald Trump. Total victory. And when you look at what's happening now, there is total non-victory on the southern border with Gaza. Hamas is resurgent. There is absolutely no victory. There's something very close to defeat on the northern border with Hezbollah. Where
if Hitler was targeting Zionists, it'd be a different story. He wasn't, I don't think you can make that statement.
4 soldiers, these are drafted soldiers. So basically 18-year-old kids got killed today in a tank that was blown up by Hezbollah, where people can't live normal lives. What? And then now this catastrophe with Iran.
Again,
and that dovetails with his second.
In southern Lebanon, where people can't live normal lives. God damn it.
Promise to Israelis, which is, I've got Trump in my back pocket. I'm Trump's best friend. It doesn't matter that the rest of the world hates us because I have Donald Trump. I bring you Donald Trump. And I just heard today, incidentally, that the Likud party has already filmed and put into some drawer an entire campaign, like a video campaign, electoral campaign, that harkens back to the 2019 Netanyahu campaign in which he had these massive banners that covered entire skyscrapers in Tel Aviv, showing him shaking hands with Donald Trump. And the logo at that time was, I'm in another league, right?
So, Noga, if there are elections, and now it seems like there are people to the right of Netanyahu in the Likud party, and then there are some more liberal people to the left of Netanyahu that say very similar things about the war, about Gaza. Is there a candidate that you see in Israel that would actually create a meaningful political difference if there are elections?
Yeah, no. Well, she sounds like a Kamala
I think any
voter.
other candidate right now leading a party, were he to win, unfortunately I say he because there are no women leading any parties in Israel right now, I think would make a significant difference, a difference that could be really astonishing, in fact. I don't know what exactly you mean when you say to the right of Netanyahu, because Netanyahu has very happily adapted himself to the most extremist, racial supremacist, theocratic narratives, threats. Netanyahu has not castigated any of his ministers for saying any of the outrageous things they've said. Netanyahu and his Likud party launched their first, what looked like a campaign video a week ago, and it is an overtly racist video. I mean, there's just nothing else you can say about it, that it's racist, fear-mongering. So I'm not sure that there are a lot of people to the right of Netanyahu right now. I think Netanyahu is either much more to the right than people thought.
What's that guy, the Iraqi, the Jewish Iraqi guy? We've seen him with Rania a couple times. That's a really good interview to know, like, the history there, because he really explains it in a great way. He talks about how, like, there was a coalition. There was, like, different groups of Europeans who supported Israel that, you know, from the Balfour Declaration on. You know, the European nationalists who wanted the Jews out of their countries, the fucking Jewish nationalists who wanted to be fucking chuds like the rest of the Europeans, and I forget who the third group was now. I'm sure, well, whatever. Yeah, no, there was a bunch of different European groups who were trying to get this shit together. It wasn't, you know, any one particular person's fault.
Thought, including myself, during many years in which he appeared to be a sort of standard issue right-wing prime minister. Or, like other people say, he's beholden to these extremes because he's on trial for corruption. His trial's not going well. He has basically cut off Israel's diplomatic ties, including, you know, to the EU, which is Israel's #1 trading partner. He now appears to have lost
China
Donald Trump.
No. She's lying. No. Maybe the #1 export partner, right? Because you fucking guilt trip them into buying your crap. China is your #1 trading partner who is essential for your continued operations, right? Like, all of their supplies for daily life come from China.
At least in the sense of public diplomatic support. I don't think that J.D. Vance would be speaking the way he is without an okay from the president. And so I consider Netanyahu the face of the ultra-right wing in Israel. And I do think that any other one of the candidates, including pretty significantly right-wing candidates who oppose him, would change the panorama in Israel completely, among other things, because everyone who is running against him, first of all, believes in rule of law. Netanyahu overtly no longer believes in rule of law. When we see him sort of unfettered on the diplomatic stage, you have to know that
the rest of the world, our problem with Netanyahu is not the fucking authoritarian rule in Israel. Like, our problem with Netanyahu is the fucking senseless slaughter of thousands of civilians on a fucking weekly basis. That's what normal people have a problem with. So it sucks that you were being a fucking, you know, your choices are limited or whatever, you know, feel for you. Like I already said, normal people's problem is that every single fucking authority figure in the country appears completely on board with mass slaughter of civilians.
Domestic Israeli stage, he is much more unbound and unleashed. His government openly disobeys Supreme Court rulings, openly uses racism as a tool, and I think that anybody else, whether we like them or not, or agree with them or not, would just be a major qualitative
change. She sounds like those people who were like, this Iran war wouldn't be happening if Kamala was president.
It is, maybe, you tell me if I'm wrong, probably his primary
Naftali Bennett
at this point. Worse. Can you walk us through what he meant? So this Jerusalem Post report, and I mean, he said this publicly, so it doesn't matter where it was reported. He said, quote, the clock for Iran regime change to start as soon as government in Israel changes. And the term of the Netanyahu government began with the civil war, continued with the massacre of the 7th of October, and ends with historic failure against Iran, said Bennett. So what does he mean? And what would a Bennett government mean for it? Like, what does he mean he's going to continue to do regime, or he's going to start regime change, you know, if he takes power? Does that mean the next prime minister is going to be trying to get us to go to war again with Iran? Or is he talking about kind of stoking internal unrest and doing some type of a coup in Iran? Like, and how in general would Israel look under him if he came back to power? So what, he had like 6 months in 2021 or something as prime minister?
He was prime minister for a year and a half, and he was surprisingly, I would say, middle of the road, standard issue, responsible prime minister, given what was known about him ahead of time. Before I answer your question, Ryan, if you forgive me, I just want to point out something in that Jerusalem Post headline that you showed, which is that this is an AI translated translation of a Hebrew language article, I believe from Ma'ariv, that's a fairly right-wing outlet that partners, you see, of the 7 in October.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
So the reason I'm bringing this up is look at the Jerusalem Post. The first tab it has are conferences, right? The Jerusalem Post used to be a real newspaper, English language newspaper in Israel. Right. Today, I don't think we can really consider it real media. It's sort of a right-wing conference organizing platform. So that's not a quote from Naftali Bennett? A media outlet. And the reason I want to point out the translation is I can tell you what I think Naftali Bennett said from my knowledge of him.
The sister of the old witch and weapon.
This is the kind of mistakes that often happen when foreign journalists try and cover Israel. And the only people they know are kind of Israeli techies who speak English, and they read what looks to be like English language media. And much of it is really problematic. And most Israelis are not that sophisticated and are much more provincial. So I just want to point that out because it's a nice hook, seeing that mistake there.
Yeah.
My guess of what Naftali Bennett was trying to say there.
I mean, there's quotation marks on the page. So is that not a quote from Naftali Bennett? Because it sounds like the kind of shit he says every time I see him in front of a microphone.
Quite different than the way it's interpreted, I think, in English. My guess is that he's speaking internally to Israelis who are terrified of Iran and want to see regime change in Iran. And what he is saying to them is, remember, I was a responsible prime minister. I don't think he's talking about either an internal, fomenting an internal coup in Iran or another war. Lady. I think what he's talking about is rebuilding Israeli diplomatic ties, trying to reestablish sanctions, which are now gone against Iran, trying to reassure Israelis that he will be able to create, again, circumstances in which the Iranian Islamist regime will appear weak and fragile, as opposed to powerful and victorious as it is appearing this week.
Come on.
So the one thing I've been asking people, Israelis on social media, and I haven't gotten an answer, a satisfying answer yet. So I'm curious if you could answer it.
Look like monsters.
There's been so much rage.
He's actually a sweet guy in reality.
And Griffin put up the poll.
Just like Mr.
Israeli public, who knows if the poll's right or not, but the Israeli public turning on Trump and feeling betrayed and feeling like, and you described the shock and the fear. My question has been, okay, but what? Like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, you don't want this agreement. I understand that the Republicans and Democrats here in the United States don't like the terms of the MOU. They don't like that sanctions are being lifted. I understand they don't like those things, but what is the alternative? Like, how did the Israeli public and the Israeli political class see this unfolding in a way that led to something different? Like, do they really want us to go back to war? Like, do they think that renewing the war effort was a smart thing to do and would actually lead to a better situation? We had reported a couple weeks ago at Drop Site that Israel's ballistic missile interceptor capacity was down to double digits, that they were extraordinarily reliant on the U.S. Navy ballistic missile interceptors, which themselves were significantly depleted, and that the Iranians retained a significant number of their hypersonic ballistic missiles, and that's just on that front. That's before you get to the drones, and that's before the Houthis kind of enter the fray and shut down Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So what do they like? So that's the question. Like, what alternative?
Yeah, no, I think she's definitely in
that has any
category.
Rationality to it would lead to a better outcome that they feel like Trump betrayed them by not going down.
Dude.
What am I missing here? Because I don't see any other path.
I'm not going to stand for this.
They tried the war. War didn't work. Like, why would it work again?
So, I mean, this is a question we could discuss for an hour, right? In part because we are, all of us, living in an era of, I think, irresolvable political paradoxes and also non-rationality. You're asking for a rational response.
Right.
And in this case, you really are like screaming up the right tree, because I have gone berserk in recent weeks. And I've even, something I never do, gotten into some like Twitter tiffs with Israeli right-wingers who are advancing this notion that, to me, was clearly a fantasy from the start, something cheap that they were trying to sell the Israeli public as they desperately cling to power, which was the U.S. is about to strike again. Israelis have been living in a bubble that is very cartoonish and that is not at all rational, in which I think certainly the what I call the Bibi bloc, right? I don't consider this particularly right-wing. I don't think that the Netanyahu government has any right-wing achievements that it can show in the last 3.5 years it's been in power.
So it's become kind of a cult of personality,
a little bit like the Republican Party.
Power.
And they sold Israel a fantasy. Now, it's entirely possible that Netanyahu himself was not lying. When I've observed Netanyahu, the few times I've managed to observe him up close, mostly those days that I've attended his trial, Netanyahu appears to me more and more a figure who genuinely has drunk his own Kool-Aid, who genuinely inhabits a kind of alternate reality. And so I think that's one of the things that may have made him quite persuasive, because he's not lying, because he's sharing his deep belief, right? So Israelis...
George Costanza style, yeah. It's not a lie if you believe it. Yeah.
That's right. But there's something to that. I think
no, it is when it comes to presenting your vision.
Answer Grimm's question.
So again, I'm trying to explain something to you without making excuses, because this really is a matter that has enraged me. And the reason I have been enraged as a journalist working in Israel is because I think that the politicians in the ruling class and really an astonishing swath of the Israeli media just have collapsed into jingoistic, superficial, tin pot narratives. Right? I think that the Israeli media, with significant exceptions of excellent journalists who have very bravely done a really good job, but the overriding narrative in Israel has been Donald Trump loves us and he's going to fly in like Superman and he is going to save our asses. And it doesn't matter. This is the Netanyahu line. Doesn't matter if Emmanuel Macron hates us, screw him. We've got Donald Trump. To say that this is an irresponsible line doesn't begin to explain it for a country whose catastrophic vulnerability was revealed on October 7th.
Oh my God.
I mean, think about it, right? The betrayal of Israeli national security by putting all Israeli interests just in the hands of Donald Trump, when he is known to be someone who betrays his closest allies, and he's known to be someone with very fickle opinions, even on matters of global import. It almost leaves you without words, right? So there have been all along extremely prominent Israeli voices saying from the start, there's no strategy to this war with Iran. There's no strategy to the war in Lebanon. And our national security is being endangered by this fantasy. And some of them include some opposition leaders. Yair Golan, a former deputy chief of staff of the Israeli army, who's head of the largest sort of mainstream center-left party, and others. Certainly people, former intel leaders, former IDF chiefs of staff, and the former prime ministers, not just Naftali Bennett, but Ehud Olmert, who really has gone out on a limb. So all along, there have been voices in Israel, important voices saying, this is ridiculous. There's no strategy. And those voices have been amplified more and more as the weeks went on. But again, Israel is stuck, I think, in a way that many Americans can relate to, because Donald Trump is in power in the White House, and he has for now a majority in both houses of Congress. So even if a majority of Americans disagree with him, or if some people feel
fucking different groups of ethnicities, like, after a couple generations, they fucking join the white group, right? And then they fucking move on to the next underclass, right? That's how it's been going here for a couple hundred years now. First the Germans, and the Irish, fucking Italians, and, Eastern Europeans, and the Jews. They're fucking white now, they will together gang up and use their resources to fucking torture some other group of people.
Kind of voters' remorse. At this moment, I know for many Americans, there's a feeling like there's nothing we can do. And that is something, first of all, real in Israel. Netanyahu still holds on to his tiny but powerful majority that he won back in November 2022. And he has stoked this narrative of inevitability, of my way is the only way, and anyone else is a traitor. And I mean this, using the word traitor against the media. He's called the media enemies of the state. He calls his opponents traitors. He can't stop talking about a candidate that you didn't mention yet, Ryan, Gadi Eisenkot. He's someone I would suggest keeping an eye on. He's less well known. He doesn't speak polished English. In a way, he's an anti-Netanyahu. He's a former chief of staff of the army. And he's one of these two guys, along Benny Gantz, who kind of decided to shoulder the burden. And they joined this emergency government on October 11th, 2023. But he was the first to leave it. And Gadi Eisenkot, sorry.
No, so yeah, I think we're going to have to probably leave that there for today. Maybe we can have you back on and talk more about the elections that we hopefully occur, that we hope occur in Israel soon. But thank you for how illuminating this was, Noga. Noga, where can people find your journalism?
Well, I appear very often on France 24 TV in English. I'm on Twitter at @Tarnopolsky. I'm on The World on NPR fairly often, and I write articles in different outlets.
Okay, we'll definitely link to that in the description. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we definitely hope to speak to you more in the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Noga.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
I mean,
what's happening in Lebanon, I mean, it's horrific. I was just in Dearborn, Michigan, which, as everyone knows, is a sort of center of Arab American life and civic culture. just outside Detroit.
Is like there's been so much work made to underclass, to put various other groups of people in the underclass, and there's been absolutely the opposite when it comes to Jewish people. I mean, maybe it's different in Europe, but like here, it's trending in the exact opposite direction. Like yeah.
And I gave a talk at a fundraiser for an independent media outlet called TMJ, which some young people are starting there. And I got to meet a lot of local.
I mean, I think they just stayed in Germany, though, right? I don't know why they would have to go anywhere. They were the Nazis' favorites, and then they like fucking hid when the Allies came through. And then as soon as the fucking, the violence was over, they were put back in power. It was just like in the Civil War in the South, right? They just fucking ducked out for a little bit, and then the fucking, their cousins in the North or their cousins in the UK and America made sure that they retained their grip on power. That, like they didn't have to leave. I'm sure some of them did.
The local Lebanese American population.
The whole thing, what's his name? The spider's web. What's that shit? What's that guy's name?
And what they would tell me was that there were memorials happening every day in Dearborn, or at least every week, for entire families that have been killed. 10 people killed in one strike, 12 people. A couple that was giving me a ride to the banquet hall or the event hall.
Yeah.
I mentioned this to them, and that I heard there were a lot of memorials, and the wife said
it's
to
like
me,
the
"Yeah, my cousin was just killed by Israel while he was farming his land."
It's like they killed black people in hoods at night, with cops under color of law, right? Like under the idea that they had legitimacy doing it. That doesn't happen in Europe, That's the distinction, and that's why Israel is trying to ride that line now, and they're not. It's like they're very, very few people are buying their bullshit about like, oh, we gotta fucking fight the terrorists. I mean, except for that lady, It's like I would say under 1% of Israel. The rest of them are like in Trump Netanyahu's camp. And very small percentage of them here too, right? It's like very unpopular worldview.
And they're just killing people, and no one is unscathed by Israel's campaign of
their
mass
Russian
murder
culture,
and ethnic cleansing in
Eastern
Lebanon,
European culture.
in that community. And what Israel's doing is actually attacking the people that are closest to the land, which means they're attacking farmers, they're attacking conservationists, they're killing, and they're spraying farms with glyphosate. This is Steve Sweeney, who's a reporter on the ground in southern Lebanon. Lebanon files UN Security Council complaint accusing Israel of violating the Chemical Weapons Convention in the south. Lab tests from Aita al-Shab, Nakura, and Dahaira confirmed catastrophic levels of glyphosate, a cancer-linked chemical produced by Monsanto, Roundup, in agricultural soil. Basically like spraying Agent Orange. Normal farming levels would show 0.5. Well, you get the point. Spraying, they were doing this in Gaza prior to October 7th, with all the farmers in the so-called buffer zone. Another horrible thing they've done, as I said, they're actually deliberately attacking conservationists. This is someone named Mona El Khalil, who's been protecting sea turtles at a conservation center she established called the Orange House, just south of Tyre. Here she is. And Israel last week, or a week and a half ago, bombed the Orange House. Deliberate strike. Badly burning Mona El Khalil. She's, last I heard, in a hospital in Beirut. And this is deliberate. They want the people off the land. I remember in northern Gaza, to prevent people from being able to feed themselves, Israel would deliberately assassinate small farmers who were trying to feed people during the genocide by teaching them to grow their own food. These are some of the baby sea turtles released by Mona Khalil in 2018 to crawl into the sea in southern Lebanon. And this is deliberate. There's no question about this. And it's not really, of course, being covered adequately by our media, which consistently reports that Israel has struck Hezbollah targets. BBC, New York Times, they refer to Hezbollah targets. CBS, of course. The Hezbollah targets are an entire community, specifically Lebanese Shias, who are being subjected to ethnic cleansing. And that's what's happening in Lebanon.
And in the West Bank, too, we got to mention, like, what has just happened recently, which everyone just continues to ignore because, you know, the Iran aspect just takes over everything else in Lebanon, too. But what happened in the West Bank, was it last week? I've lost track, but Israeli settlers set fire to a mostly Christian village town of Taibeh. Set it ablaze. And then when Palestinians tried to put the fire out, they shot at the firefighters. This is right. This is a major village, like a major Christian village in the West Bank. And, you know, these types of attacks on the land in the West Bank happen every single day in this partnership between Israeli settlers and the Israeli military, the occupying Israeli military.
Yeah. More double tap strikes, triple tap strikes on rescuers, firefighters. Also, while I was in Dearborn, I'll put up video of this later today or tomorrow. I visited the Wall of Tears, which is, I think, the first memorial in the United States for the children who were murdered by Israel during the Gaza genocide between October 7th and July 2025. And it's 4 long panels with just names, some photos of all the children that have been killed. It's really shocking to see it. It's a Holocaust memorial. And
it's at least 20,000 children, if I remember right. Like it's got to be
on
at least.
This list, it's 18,500, but the list has grown since July 2025. Yeah. I mean, Israel is violating the ceasefire in Gaza day after day after day with no pushback from this administration. The Board of Peace has done nothing except work to set up a joint U.S.-Israeli military base in Kiryat Gat near the frontiers of Gaza to administer the concentration camp. They're even building a giant tower overlooking Gaza, like the towers that overlooked concentration camps and various other, internment
it's not the local language that they've bastardized. It's a European language that they brought with them.
The MOU with Iran, I know it doesn't Arab include any provisions about Gaza.
It's the shit they spoke.
It says
on
nothing
the fucking,
about Gaza,
in
which
the
is
Pale
very unfortunate
in Russia.
Given how important Palestine is throughout the history of the Islamic Republic and to its base of support, which is partly why there are protests actually against the MOU in Iran, in Tehran, for the past several days.
Yeah, they were right
People
to protest
chanting against Araghchi,
yeah, they were
the
right.
foreign minister, and Mohammed Ghalibaf. And it's one reason is they feel Palestine has been left out, and another
They're
reason
mad that
is
Trump retweeted
they
him.
don't trust the United States, and why should they?
I mean, it's the language that they fucking brought so that they could speak it and the fucking locals couldn't understand them. It's a very much a language of exclusion, Also, they, some of them spoke Russian, some of them spoke fucking German, some of them spoke Polish. But they all had, like, some basic understanding. They all went to Hebrew school or whatever. Mm. Yeah. There we go.
The U.S. and Iran have signed a memorandum of understanding that includes major concessions from the Americans, among them unfreezing roughly billions of dollars in seized Iranian assets and committing to lifting sanctions on a future schedule as part of the final deal. The agreement also declares an immediate end to hostilities on all fronts including Lebanon, and opens a 60-day window to negotiate the unresolved issues. Chief among them, what happens with Iran's nuclear program and its stockpile of enriched uranium.
Who was it? Yahya Sinwar famously taught himself Hebrew in jail and then translated the autobiographies of the fucking Israeli founding fathers. Translated it into Arab so that his other fucking comrades could understand it. They could know their enemy, you know?
The deal doesn't grant Iran enriched uranium rights, but it does defer that question.
It's the stuff that they learned in Hebrew school.
Negotiations, which is a huge win for Iran. And it does. This deal also notably leaves Iran jointly with Oman in charge of deciding the Strait of Hormuz's future administration, including fees once the initial 60-day toll-free window ends. And then again, on Lebanon, there's already a dispute brewing. Iran says the ceasefire requires Israel to leave Lebanese territory, but U.S. officials say withdrawal isn't actually a condition of the deal, and Israel has said outright that it is not pulling out. So everyone is watching whether Israeli strikes on Lebanon continue, which they have. Today, Israel did kill 3 people, and whether that ends up unraveling the agreement entirely and what happens with the ongoing Israeli occupation of Lebanon. Joining us to discuss all of this is Naveed Zarinel, a Tehran-based journalist. Naveed, welcome to Breakthrough News Live.
Ronnie and Zoe, thank you so much for having me.
Was he doing a Trump
Well,
voice?
thank you for joining us from Iran, and we want to get your take from Iran on this memorandum, which includes a lot of ground given to Iran, as I described. And Trump basically admitted at the G7 that the calculus changed because of oil. He said the U.S. would run out of reserves in about 4 weeks without opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's not even entirely clear whether he meant U.S. reserves or global ones, but either way, it is a remarkable admission that the Strait was Iran's biggest point of leverage. Now that we've reached this point, I'm curious, what are your general thoughts on this memorandum of understanding?
Yes, so last night, I think it was around 8 p.m. Tehran time when I saw the memorandum of understanding from the American media. And at first I thought it was fake news because I'd seen it on some Telegram channels and it was circulating. But then when the US media published it, I understood that it's official. And I thought it was fake news because it is so favorable
that's
to
fake
Iran.
News, Rania.
In a way, you could
Rania,
say
that's
that
fake
it's
news.
the opposite of what Trump wanted, because he wanted total surrender, unconditional surrender by Iran. But in this case, based on the text of the memorandum, it is
I wanted you to surrender, but I decided to go ahead and surrender instead.
There are about 14 points. And out of those 14 points, the last 2, so points 13 and 14 are more procedural, but points 1 through 12, with the exception of points 9 and 10, the rest are heavily in Iran's favor. And they are getting things that they didn't have before the war, like you mentioned. So the freezing of Iranian assets, which are Iran's own money that were frozen in transit because of US bullying and US sanctions. But more importantly, I think the most important point is widespread sanctions relief. So oil sanctions are immediately being lifted, so Iran can sell its oil and derivatives of oil, so products that are derivatives of oil. And then after that, so after the 60 days, the text of the agreement says that the US would also lift the primary and secondary sanctions on Iran. And that would...
I mean, all the good content said, you know, the question is, will Trump lift a finger to make Israel comply with the agreement he negotiated without them? You know? That's what we said. That's what I said. I was like, you know, this is pretty surprising, but, you know, I'll believe it when I see it.
Be very important for Iran because the $300 billion investment fund that Iran is getting probably through U.S. regional allies.
I saw they were trying to make Japan pay for it.
Reconstruct and pay for the war damages. So in a way, it's the
war
reparations clause that is put in there through an investment fund. But then beyond that, the sanction relief would actually help Iran's economy thrive. But the problem here is that even though the text of the memorandum is heavily in Iran's favor, when it comes to the implementation, we are much more skeptical because the U.S. has a very bad record when it comes to dealing with Iran. So Trump withdrew from the JCPOA. Even during the last 2
It was the
years
worst
of
deal
the Obama
ever.
presidency,
They would have had a
he was
nuke and
not
they would
really
have used it.
implementing the deal, the Obama administration, minus some exceptions. And also Trump bombed Iran twice during negotiations. So some are saying that this is just to buy time and the US will not implement it. And even if it does implement it, the chances of widespread and wide sanctions relief
this guy definitely
are, I
bought
think,
his
pretty
team.
limited.
He did not earn
and
this
then there's
team.
also the problem of Israel, as you mentioned, that there is still attacking and bombing Lebanon. So most likely Israel will violate the first part of the first point of the memorandum, which is the ceasing of hostilities on all fronts, including Lebanon, and Lebanon is explicitly in the text
it's
of
said
the
like 4
agreement.
times in the fucking
Well, Naveed, I'm
text.
glad you mentioned that there is some skepticism regarding the deal and the implementation of it, because there have been reports saying that people inside Iran are unhappy with the deal and there's little trust with the U.S. What has been the general sentiment in the country for the last 24 hours since this text was released?
Fuck.
Yeah, so I think it was Sunday when they were talking about the memorandum coming out, even though we didn't have the text yet. But I went to the Foreign Ministry building, which is in central Tehran, near Imam Khomeini Square, and there were thousands of people there protesting, and they were protesting Ghalibaf and Araqchi, who are Iran's negotiation team representatives. And they were saying that we don't want a deal because the U.S. has attacked us. They have killed our leader. And they were worried because of the bad history and the lack of trust they have in the U.S. So they were protesting any deal with the U.S. Or rather, there were two currents, basically. So one current was protesting negotiations and a deal altogether. And the other current was saying that we don't want a bad deal. And then we also have to be very careful about dealing with the U.S. So I think in a way that was a way to put pressure on the officials not to come to a bad agreement with the U.S. So you have that, but you also have a lot of other people in the country who are very hopeful and happy about the deal because they understand that Iran's economy is impacted by prolonged fighting. A lot of the projects are put on hold. The internet was shut down for a long time, now it's back on. But because of the disruptions to life and to the economy, a lot of people are hopeful. And this time they think it's different because they think that Iran has the leverage. And if the US tries to cheat on the deal, Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz again. And they will, in a sense, force the US to abide by most of its commitments in the Memorandum of Understanding.
And, to that end, I wanted to expand on, some tension maybe inside the country because the reformists have generally pushed for compromise with the U.S., while the people referred to in U.S. media as hardliners, and I know you've challenged that term. I'm just using that as a placeholder, at least, because I'm not really sure how else to describe those who aren't the reformists. But regardless, the hardliners have basically run this war, right? And they did not capitulate, or their attitudes, ran this war. What does it mean for the reformists' future now that hard power, not concession, is what is producing these concessions from the Americans, including potential upcoming sanctions relief? And on that note, there's apparently also a tension inside the system right now between, again, I'm sorry for using this term, but between the hardliners and the sort of negotiating track. At least it's how it's being portrayed, with some street protests in Tehran chanting against even Araqchi and Ghalibaf by name, even though Ghalibaf himself is a former IRGC guy. And the IRGC's own institutional leadership did sign off on this through the Supreme National Security Council. But I guess my question with that is this, so what's going to happen with the reformists? And is this actually IRGC versus diplomats, or is it more a split between the people running the deal and an ideological faction that feels betrayed by it? Or is all of that too simplistic or not accurate?
Yes, I mean, even within the so-called hardliners that you could also call the pro-resistance camp or the pro-resistance camp, even within those people, you find someone like Ayatollah Mir Bagheri, who is considered one of the most hardline clerics in Iran. He was actually in support of the deal, and he tweeted saying that the negotiating team is different this time and everything is different this time, so just trust the negotiations. And also the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, is supervising the negotiations very closely. So you even have that kind of mentality within the hardliners or the pro-resistance camp. But as I mentioned earlier, the people were coming to the streets, and also some other officials, whether they're members of parliament or clerics that have influence within the masses, they're saying that, no, we don't want to negotiate whatsoever because of what the U.S. has done, initiating a war, cheating on negotiations several times, and we should just keep fighting.
Yeah, they fucked over their World Cup team too.
And as I said, so you do have this kind of diversity within the hardline
What
or
up, Rylan?
resistance camp. But what you also have is that the reformists are, for the most part, losing the foreign policy narrative, because for the longest time they were saying that, just let us give concessions to the West, and then we can live a normal, happy, comfortable life with no sanctions. But then the experience of the past 11 years shows that that proved to be wrong. So the reformists have, in a way, lost the foreign policy narrative, and the resistance camp definitely has the upper hand when it comes to both the foreign policy narrative and the foreign policy decisions. But I would say generally right now there is a unity between the different camps when it comes to this war, and basically defending Iran's interests and sovereignty against U.S. and Israeli aggression, and that has been reflected in the Memorandum of Understanding.
Well, I wanted to also get your take on the Lebanon angle here, because as was mentioned earlier, the Memorandum of Understanding declares in the first point an end to hostilities, including in Lebanon, and also protecting Lebanon's territorial integrity. But Israel has continued striking the south, and Israeli officials have repeated day after day that they refuse to withdraw. And of course, withdrawing troops from southern Lebanon would be like political suicide for Netanyahu or any Israeli official who would even get behind that. So they really have unless the U.S. comes down hard and basically, Trump uses actual real leverage to force this, the Israelis are going to keep violating it. So how do you think Iran responds if Israel keeps testing this, which we know they're going to keep testing this? I mean, just today they killed 3 people in southern Lebanon. Yesterday they killed 4. Could Iran actually walk away from the deal over continued strikes and occupation of Lebanon? Or do you think there's too much riding on the sanctions relief and other American concessions to Iran for that to be realistic?
Yeah, South Africa
No,
is
it's a
still
great
alive.
question. And yes, my worry is that if it is just Israel violating the
Hard-fought
first point of the memorandum, Iran might not walk away from the
Unlike
deal.
group winner
but if,
USA.
it is the several elements and several of the points being violated, such as U.S. Not offering proper and meaningful sanctions relief, then I think Iran would have an incentive to close the Strait of Hormuz again. And the worry here would be that Iran would lose some of the momentum, because for the past 100 days, the prices of oil had gone up, and the oil reserves were also running out. So they could have gone much higher than, I think they were about $90 to $95 before
What's
the
it at
memorandum.
now?
Now they are somewhere in the 70s. So they will lose some of that momentum, but I think they could regain it relatively quickly. But at the end of the day, yes, my worry is that Iran wouldn't just say retaliate against Israel or walk away from the deal if only the first point of the memorandum is violated, which is the ceasing of hostilities on all fronts. But what is important to note is that even if Iran does not walk away from the deal, they still support Lebanon and Hezbollah in other ways. And Iranian foreign policy is different than American foreign policy. So I think there's that famous American saying that's attributed to Henry Kissinger. I don't know if he actually said it, but you see it in American foreign policy mentality, which is, I think it is, it's fatal to be, it's dangerous to be an enemy of the U.S., but it's fatal to be a friend of the U.S., meaning that the U.S., depending on its realist interests, might betray its friends. But the Iranian foreign policy culture is different, because the idea is that if you have an allyship with someone, you have to really take care of them in hard times. And you see it even in the culture, even in Lebanon. If you go to someone's home and they're your good friend, then when they come to your home, there's that kind of reciprocity and there's that hospitality. And you see that hospitality, an extension of that hospitality from culture to politics. And in the foreign policy approach of Iran, they will take care of Lebanon and Hezbollah, even if they don't walk away from the deal.
Well, definitely not something that the U.S. foreign policy establishment is good at. And I think even with their European allies, they have shown not only will Europe take the mistreatment, but then they will line up to Trump to get whatever approval they want. But Naveed, pivoting a little bit to another international event, the World Cup. The Iranian team has gotten a lot of attention. It's been kind of dominating a lot of the news surrounding the World Cup. Some of it joking with memes saying that the Iranian team is so good looking that they got Trump to sign the deal. But on a more serious element, is how they've been treated logistically. And so we know that in the lead up to the World Cup, there were threats to even their participation. A U.S. official tried to say that Italy should take Iran's spot. And then Iran sort of negotiated to be able to have their home base in Mexico. But this has meant that they fly in and out on the same day for matches. So they can't stay over in the United States. And, several members of their technical team have even been denied visas. A member of the team, the coach, called Iran the most oppressed team in the World Cup. And the team captain described a 5-hour journey for one game. What's your read on the politics surrounding the team in this tournament? And what does the treatment of the team kind of say about the state of what's happening right now with these talks?
Yeah, so as you're correctly saying in the premise of your question, the treatment of the Iranian national team has been atrocious. And it's not just Iran. I think the U.S. immigration policies and visa policies have really oppressed fans from so many different countries, especially global South countries. There's a story of the goalkeeper of Cape Verde, and his mom was not able to get a visa, but after he went viral, I think they granted a visa to his mother, and so many other stories of fans and even the Somali referee, for example, not being able to enter the U.S. But I think the Iranian coach is correct that the Iranian team has been the most oppressed, and they're dealing with very difficult situation where they have to fly back on the same day that their match ends, so they don't have much recovery time. And I mean, I'm sure you both fly a lot because you're journalists, and you get so exhausted even if you want to do journalistic work after your jet lag.
I mean, it's going to be tarnished. Our victory will be tarnished now
coming from Asia to the Americas, they have to keep flying back and forth. So it's very difficult and it's very disgraceful. And also the double standards. I mean, FIFA is also guilty here because they're accommodating U.S. behavior.
Yeah.
And the very fact that they allowed U.S. to host the competition to begin with, because there's a major double standard here. They should be fucking
banned from international competition.
Ukraine, the next day they were kicked out of all international competitions. And this year too, they couldn't compete for the World Cup. But the U.S. started to fall more unjustified.
Dude, crude oil is fucking $76.54 a barrel. Wow, that's low. I guess it was Juneteenth, so the market was closed. So the market closed the other day when they thought Trump was going to get this deal signed, and then immediately the deal is exploded. But I guess he gets to keep those fucking prices? Because the markets haven't reacted yet to the deal being fucking wrecked. I don't know. The market does fucking... It's not... I have long thought that they just use whatever's happening in the world to justify making the moves they already want to make. I think price shifts are more due to collusion and fucking shared interest among the top owners, the institutional investors, if you will.
An unprovoked war against Iran, but they're hosting the competition, and this is the treatment that they're giving to the Iranian team. And also the other messed up factor are the pro-Pahlavi and the Zionist Persian fans in LA. So for whatever godforsaken reason, they had the bad fortune of also being in LA, where there are all these crazy Persian
the character Cyclops that shoots a Van Allen beam out of his skull is
trying
real?
to harass the team, booing the national anthem, and the people, who were just bringing the actual Iranian flag that has been the Iranian flag for the past 47 years. But ultimately, a lot of that is noise. And FIFA, I think, was, in this case, they were correct to ban the old monarchist flag from being in the stadium, even though their implementation was not that effective. But at the end of the day, I think that's a lot of noise. You're on the ground in the US, you're probably not in LA, but you probably know more than me. I was talking to friends who attended the New Zealand-Iran game, and they were telling me that actually most of the fans were normal fans, and they were just cheering the team. They were not booing the Iran national team, and they performed rather well against New Zealand.
There was that one Israeli guy, though.
Belgium will be a tough game. Because Belgium, is a European team that is very strong. But they tied with Egypt, so we have hope that we can beat them. But the hope is that Iran, for the first time, gets out of the group stage and goes to the knockout stage.
I think we could play them, though, right?
There's a chance that they play the U.S.
Yeah.
Most likely we will lose to the U.S. because they're the host and they have a slightly stronger team than Iran this time around. But yeah,
Iran's team's fucking old.
About all of it, but I definitely hate the way that the Iranian team has been treated, and even though there's so much international and media outrage,
that's why it sucks so bad.
It's like an effective response from FIFA or from the U.S. government.
This ain't 1994, man. We don't need you to cheat for us. Like we could fucking beat those teams without you putting your fucking orange, discolored thumbs on the scale. Like fucking stop it. You're gonna fucking ruin it. Like this guy even said it. He admits it, right? Like, yes, we do have a better team than them now. And I don't want this fucking bullshit Trump trying to screw them. Like, not even because he cares about the U.S. winning. Like, I think he's just trying to be a dick to the Iranians and the people in his administration. If we have to play them next round and Trump does that shit to them, I don't know. Hopefully they're done with their antics. Multicolored fucking talk to me when you fix the reflecting pole, okay? Then you can worry about the fucking, World Cup.
It's so outrageous, just so completely outrageous.
Talk to me when you fucking, do something about your rabid dogs in West Asia.
Just to witness, like,
pig
it's
dogs.
really disgraceful. And the Americans should be embarrassed because you're also just trying to put this team at a disadvantage to score political points as well.
Yeah.
And just absurd ways, like these 5-hour security waits to get to from Mexico to LA.
They won't let them come in 2 days early, so they're only allowed in 24 hours before the game. So they have to fly in and fucking quick go back to the hotel or whatever. They're making it as difficult as possible, just, viciously.
It's ridiculous, but it's obviously being done just to make it harder for the Iranian team because of politics. Naveed Zarinal, Tehran-based journalist, thank you so much for joining us, and also thank you for all of the analysis that you've been providing us with here at Breakthrough News throughout this war. You've been in Iran for the entire war.
Like all these Iranian journalists, incredibly reasonable and fair and objective and professional, I keep missing the duck. I love that duck. What's this? Whoa. Here it is. What up, Dave? Yeah, the dumpers filled with bleach and LEDs and cure the reflecting pools. COVID once and for all. Yeah, like, they weren't putting enough. They were like dumping bottles of peroxide in at like the complete wrong scale. like nowhere near enough to do anything except fuck it up more. And then they tried to blame it on Biden. They were like, oh, there was a fucking faulty supply line or some shit. Ugh. Okay. Oh, did you see this?
أحمد محسن يا أحمد يا محسن.
Look at his cute little arms. I love his cute little arms. A group of Israeli settlers camping on Duga Beach near the Sea of Galilee came under sudden attack by a pack of foxes. The foxes stormed the shoreline, biting and scratching settlers as they slept or sat by the water. 9 were injured, including one who suffered deep bites to their face. I don't know if this is true, but I want it to be. I mean, I'm not gonna bother clicking on the article. You know how much I love foxes, and this just feels like a fucking match made in heaven. Suspected rabid jackals. Look, man. Sounds like maybe you should be dealing with your own domestic problems before you go fucking, go into Lebanon, or, anywhere. My daughter Alice screamed, "It hurts! It hurts!" I quickly turned on the light and her entire face was covered in blood. I was terrified, said Elena, the mother of a child injured in the attack. Is that... you could say, is that like a translation problem? I've heard Jerusalem Post has bad translations. Yeah, they keep... Jackal, is that a translation thing? What up, Pove? Yeah, they're probably going to do a fox genocide now, so... watch out if I was them. 11 campers... 2:52 a.m. Was it like a rave? You think it was like that peace festival down near Gaza? It was like they set them there because they knew the foxes were fucking hungry. And they were feeding them to the foxes so they could do a fox war. Several of the injured patients, including a 12-year-old girl, 2 men in their 30s, and a woman in her 40s, were evacuated to the Zaphon Medical Center near Tiberias with bite wounds. They were treated, vaccinated, and released. 2 others were treated on site. Oh, what if they get rabies? Like, you called us a pig dog, now we are pig dogs. You called us rabid pig dogs, now we are rabid pig dogs. Yeah, the foxes should get... Yeah, exactly. The foxes should get rabies shots. 2 additional jackal attacks were reported at Duga Beach on Sunday morning, according to the Israeli media. My daughter was bitten on her face. No. Yeah. In the face. Right in the face. 12-year-old Alice described a frightening incident in which her daughter was bitten in the face. It's not too late for your daughter. We were sleeping in the tent when suddenly, in the middle of the night, my daughter Alice screamed, "It hurts! It hurts!" I quickly turned on the light and her entire face was covered in blood. I was terrified, she said. I saw the animal that bit her. I saw it clearly. It was big, enormous in fact. They said there were 5 jackals on the beach and many people had already been injured by them. They were just going from fucking sleeping bag to sleeping bag and... Others were the most severe. Okay. Others were bitten slightly on the leg, but her face was severely affected. So they went for the littlest and tried to drag her off. We were evacuated by ambulance to the hospital, where they gave her 4 injections and 3 stitches on her face. Now that we've been discharged, we came back to the beach to collect our things, and we're trying to calm down a bit, but she is terrified and traumatized. Yeah, she probably is. It sucks. Breaks my heart because in less than a month, on July 7th, she has her bat mitzvah, and just a few days before that, on June 19th, she has her school graduation ceremony. I really hope she feels better and that this trauma passes before her bat mitzvah. How many fucking Lebanese kids are not going to get to, graduate? Officials said the animal's behavior was atypical, raising suspicion the jackals involved may have been infected with rabies. Okay, so the dingoes ate my Israeli. So, I mean, they're definitely going to do a jackal/fox mass killing event. They had rabies. Dr. Noah Shakum Hedari, head of the hospital's emergency department, said anyone bitten by or in contact with a wild animal must seek immediate medical treatment and vaccination, and warn the public to avoid contact with stray animals and wildlife. The health ministry reported that there have been 66 cases of rabies exposure in animals this year. Of these cases, dogs are the most frequently reported, accounting for 37 instances, followed by jackals with 19 cases. In a public statement regarding the recent incident, the ministry noted the animals have not yet been captured. Man. Authorities urge the public to avoid feeding or approaching wildlife and to seek immediate medical attention after any bite or suspected exposure. Kinneret Cities Association said it is taking the incident very seriously and called for increased enforcement and monitoring of the jackal population in the area during the summer season. Maybe they were enchanted. I think maybe somebody, it was like a warg. There was a warging going on. And somebody was it wasn't new moon the other night. Maybe something like that. That looks very human. Oh, that's an old jackal. So, is this this has got to be AI? Yeah. The more I look at the picture, the funnier it gets. They're carrying their flags. Look at them crying as they get mauled. And there's this guy sitting here, he's ready to pounce. And this guy in the hat, they all look so Israeli. And I'm sorry, man. That little girl got her face bit up, but Jesus, man. Look, this is Miracle Alley, they call it. There's been long reports of miracles on the Sea of Galilee. Potentially, that is what we're seeing. What if, oh man, that's what's that movie Signs? It's kind of like one of those where the animals rise up and liberate the country. That would be fucking sick. Anyway, sorry. Sorry, I feel bad for my fox cousins. Oh, speaking of the reflecting pool, did you see this guy? Look at... This looks like a fucking Scooby-Doo bad guy. The $1.7 million no-bid contract to clean the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool went to a company ultimately owned by Trump donor John J. Cafaro, who previously pleaded guilty in separate federal cases involving bribery and campaign finance violations. The company's name? Greenwater Services. Yeah, he looks like fucking Paul Bearer. Yeah, like Trump mixed with Paul Bearer. Ugh. Ugh.
Laszlo. The pick alone is disqualifying. I love Laszlo.
Huh? When you and the First Lady started thinking about this, you had no idea, you know, what would
I don't
be
think
going
there is
on
any
in
clips.
America. You have to do a little bit of sort of crystal ball thinking as you're putting this together. How did you make sure that as you were thinking about the design and the exhibits and the message, that you were able to meet the moment?
You know, I don't know that we were trying to prognosticate and say, all right, well, here's where things are going to be, and so we want to make sure we do this or that. The words
my God, he's
that are
so
wrapped
cute.
around the
Oh
top
my
of
God.
The speech from
tower
Selma, the anniversary.
is the anniversary of the Selma speech. I've often said that may not be my very best speech, but it is most representative of what I believe.
You suck.
It captures
You suck
my
so bad,
politics as
Barry.
well as anything.
Oh my God.
And it's been pretty consistent. This belief in excluding people and dominating people. And those two
He looks like shit, dude.
contrasting
So does
stories
Michelle.
about
They both look
America,
like shit.
a lot of my speeches, a lot of my politics has been arguing this is the better story. And so I think it may seem as if right now the story told at the Presidential Center is a response to this particular moment. But actually, I think it's a
Shirley
response
Chisholm
to
would
what has
run in the
always
opposite
been there
direction.
in America. You know, it's that part of America that that says black people don't belong, or that says that women need to be in their place, and gay folks need to be in the closet, and poor people need to stop complaining because a handful of people are the ones who are creating the wealth, and they deserve to keep it. And we don't need to take care of the vulnerable, and we don't need to make public investments in our community. That story's always been there.
We need John Cena to body
And
slam
I think
this
sometimes
guy.
we get confused in thinking that these two stories are completely separate. They're intertwined, right? And which is why it's possible for me.
It's your fault.
To
Exactly.
be a great admirer of George Washington, and also acknowledge he was a slaveholder, and that does not negate his greatness. It simply acknowledges that there's a profound, deep flaw in
I don't know, man.
You know, these founding fathers who were also geniuses and gave us these tools. And
Yeah,
which is
poor
true of
people
all
have
of
to
us,
exist.
right?
They can just
It's true of
complain
everybody.
about it.
It's that we're this mixed bag. We got contradictions, and embody the country's contradictions. And so I do think that what's striking is right now we've got a president and
God, my mother-in-law keeps trying to get me to go to the thing with
seems
her.
to have embraced and embodied in a way we haven't seen
The
in a very
Obama
long
list.
time.
I know, I hate him so much. I somehow hate him more than the other ones. It's like a uncanny valley thing. It feels like what people say about the Getty. What do people say about the Getty? The basement tunnels? I mean, I don't know if we ever watched the clip, but the people in the neighborhood fucking hate it. They were given all these kinds of like fucking, you know, variances and like zoning laws changes and stuff. I think the land was free too, right? Or steeply discounted. Because they said they were gonna like fucking do development and like bring jobs to the neighborhood and shit. None of that has happened. It's just this guy's fucking monument to himself. Secret tunnels and rooms of child trafficking. I mean, I like what they were saying on Chapo. It was like, it's like the tombstone for neoliberalism, you know? Like that's...
And
Does
maybe
that
that's
make your story more important and more?
I don't know if it makes it more important, but
I mean, your story is not important because of what you did. The Ozempic Center for Islamic
planting the flag. That we are hopefully creating a repository, a vessel through which people can be reminded of this better story. Maybe a way to think about the presidential center and what at least we tried to create is
that's not what anybody thinks. Obama has secret bunkers or other nefarious things
for people to just be reminded of. Oh yeah, this is what our democracy is. This is who we are. We don't have to distrust each other. We don't have to hate each other. We don't have to scapegoat each other. We could actually try to find common ground and work together to
he doesn't even believe his own bullshit anymore. Like, he used to convincingly come across as somebody who believed their own bullshit. He's not even doing that anymore. He's like, yeah, you know, we don't have to hate each other. Like, what? Like, never at any point had any accountability whatsoever for what his 2 terms has wrought, you know? People were genuinely excited for you to come in. They were, you know, the hope and aspiration, everybody fucking bought into that. All over the world, not just here, all over the world. Everyone was like, yeah, fucking the future's now, like whatever the fuck. And then immediately, you just fucking stabbed as many people in the back as you could. And then, like, directly related to why we got Trump. Like, you, of all the people, you the most killed off people's sense of, like, competency in the establishment, in the fucking mainstream media, like... Ball droppers. I mean, was he a ball dropper or was he a scammer? Because I think he was a scammer. Built with the rubble of Doctors Without Borders hospitals. Yeah, right? I mean, I think because, you know, people point this out, like Adolf Reed, primarily. But, like, he got a lot of shit for criticizing Obama back when he was just a state senator. But he was correct. His initial takeaway in, like, 1999 or whatever was correct. Like, he pointed him to a T. Like, he wraps himself in the fucking glory of the civil rights era and, you know, this sort of, like, neoliberal idea of, you know, like, what became woke 1.0. Like, just completely tarnishing the legacy of his predecessors. He had, like, the campaign donors were already there. Like, we should have known better. I just think, people I don't think were not as savvy, I guess, in 2007, you know? But, like, he was already being funded by Goldman Sachs and all these other, you know, he let Goldman Sachs pick his cabinet, right? So before he even took office, he was already bending over for Wall Street. He ran on punishing the bankers, saving the homeowners, ending the war, public option, you name it. Like every single thing he promised on the campaign trail was just completely fucking codifying Roe v. Wade. None of that. He didn't do any of that. He didn't do anything. Only thing he did was fucking steal money and give it to Wall Street. That's all he did. The drone warfare, like the illegality of that, just cemented the sort of status that we have now, like set the precedent to enable this. I would say it's directly antecedent to Israel today, right? This fighting terrorism idea, this technocratic fight against terror, is like what the precedent that he codified in his term and set it so that we have what we have now, where you can, have fucking drones that play the sounds of crying babies, and then when you come out and check on it, you get shot in the face. Like, Gitmo, that's another one, yeah. None of this shit. He didn't do literally nothing. None of it. And like, I would say it's different than that, but like, Democrats, he used to be how Democrats ran. They used to run as people who would make promises and then not deliver. Post 2015, I don't know if that's like, I don't know. I think there's two reasons for that, and two main reasons for that. Is I think Bernie coming onto the scene in 2015 put it into stark relief, like how inadequate their platforms were, and put it in a situation where like them making these promises, even if they weren't going to fulfill them, it still demonstrated the huge gap between what the voters want and what the fucking other politicians are offering and what they're willing to offer, right? Like they, for the longest time, they finally, I think, you still see it occasionally, but like they used to pretend that there was no ideological differences amongst the Democrats. They all agreed on everything. He ruined that, Yeah, he didn't do nothing either. He did the opposite. Exactly. The surge, yeah. Fucking starting basically a whole new war, And he's like, it's cool, I'm black. No, it's fine. It's okay when I do it. Hope and change. Remember? And he won that fucking Nobel Prize before he even took office.
There is no genocide. There is not anything even close to genocide. What I said, and I think it hasn't changed, unfortunately, is that the war is perceived to be
This
completely illegitimate.
isn't Epstein's buddy,
not just by the outside observers, the countries that
what's
you mentioned,
Epstein's friend's name?
like most of the Israelis. More than 70% of the Israelis just yesterday said in a poll, which is consistent with many other polls that were done over the last few months, that there is nothing that can be achieved in this military operation. No. We are losing soldiers.
Epstein was Noam's best friend, but Epstein's best friend was the Israeli prime minister. Ehud Barak. Yeah, okay, sorry. This is a different Ehud. This is Ehud Olmert, not Ehud Barak. Sorry. No. Noam fucking loved Epstein. Epstein, meh. Same thing he said about Trump, too. He said he was Trump's best friend. He never said Trump is my best friend. He said, I'm Trump's best friend.
What is perceived to be an illegitimate war, illegitimate at this stage, the war, is a crime. And that's what I meant, and I haven't changed my mind because I don't see yet that the government of Israel is prepared to understand that enough is enough. We have.
Where do you see fucking Lebanon too, bud? I mean, I think he's just saying that because of the election, right? He's probably in the other party, Naftali Bennett's party.
You came to the Secretary General's obsession with targeting Israel.
I'm sorry, but I have to
wait,
make a point. I
I'm
have to
speaking
make
now.
a point of
No, you
order.
will be quiet
Because
because
this is
I'm
what the
speaking
chair
now.
should be doing.
You spoke,
I make
now
a
I
point of
speak.
order. They
You
should not
spoke,
be
now I
personal.
speak.
It
Shame
should
on
not
you.
be personal.
You part of the bullying
I have
of
a point
Israel.
of order.
Shame on you.
I have
you can
a
walk
point
out.
of order.
You spoke,
Shame
now
on
I
you.
speak.
Walk out.
You walk out.
We have
Shame on
verified
you.
evidence.
You part
This
of
is
this.
a point of
You
order.
part of this obsession.
No personal
You
attack.
part of this obsession.
No personal.
It's like,
Excuse me.
Excuse
You will
me,
allow
Your
me to finish my
Excellencies.
words.
Without
Shameful.
personal attacks.
You are part of
it's just like the media, like when covering Israeli fucking atrocities, and their response is, "Oh, why are you so mean to Israel? Why are you so anti-Semitic? You're picking on us." Inevitably, in every single, literally, that Danny Dannon, every single criticism in the UN is responded to some accusation of anti-Semitism. Like the media not highlighting that aspect of any kind of coverage. It's like, oh, they always pretend like it's just another incident. Oh, it's just some random new thing happened where he accused them of being anti-Semitic, and not. It's literally every single time. Same with Trump. It's like whenever you criticize Trump, he never responds to the criticism. He just attacks. He just somehow points his finger at the person leveling the criticism. That should because it's like we're neck deep in this shit. We see it every day, so we know. But I feel like people who aren't, it is not as apparent that it's literally every single criticism is met by, oh, the guy criticizing me is being unfair. Some version of that. It's like that should not be taken seriously. It should be assumed that when that is their response, you know for a fact that they're wrong, that they're lying, whatever. Trump derangement, Israel derangement syndrome.
Let him finish and then you have the opportunity to speak. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Let him finish and then everybody will have the opportunity to speak. You work for the UN and you will respect the rules of the UN. Respect the rules of the UN. You will not allow you to bully us. We are a member state and you work for the UN and you will be quiet now. You will be quiet. Shameful. You and your shameful report.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
We know why you took this position.
Sorry
We will not
again.
allow you to be part of this shameful campaign. Sorry I will again. finish my words.
Look at the faces of the random people. Oh man. Ugh. Ugh. I love his accent. Yeah, he sounds like a Sacha Baron Cohen character. Yeah, like all of them combined. Yeah. Israeli military is carrying out scorched earth campaign around the Ali al-Tahrir hills using heavy artillery and white phosphorus munitions, while Israeli Air Force AH-64 Apache helicopters are also participating in the fighting. Military Watch account GeoWatch and others report. The hills overlook Nabatea and are considered a strategically important area, with military observers describing them as the site of a major Hezbollah underground command and tunnel site. I mean, maybe that actually is Israeli believer syndrome, IBS. I mean, I know they say this everywhere, all the time, for everything. Oh, there's tunnels there, but I think maybe this is the actual place. Because they have to have, we know they have a lot of underground tunnels and facilities and whatnot. Meanwhile, Israeli armored columns are reportedly attempting to advance for the 6th time now along the road to Nabatea, moving from the west of the underground fortress site. Okay. white phosphorus. So, So they're not launching they're not launching missiles though? Because... Because I wonder, because like, we know that they use the American satellites for targeting. Like, if Trump was actually trying to restrain them, you'd think that he would be able to prevent them from using their satellites and stuff. I mean... Artillery and white phosphorus and Apache helicopters. Like, them going after an actual military site is interesting too. Could that be a shift? You know, because usually they just fucking bomb apartment buildings all day, right? Like, I've never actually seen them attack the military, you know, in whatever enemy they're fighting. It's always just civilians. Yeah. I mean, they've been using it the whole time. I think it's been very well documented. They claim that they use it for flares or whatever, right? 5 Eyes, they get everything. There's lots of data from Cyprus-based missions. So Trump would just be like, okay, here, give them what they need, and I'm gonna fucking, you know, I'm gonna put my hands in my pockets and whistle. What? My ignorance? Oh no, yeah, no, they use it. I think they claim it's like flares or whatever, but it's not. It's fucking chemical warfare. What's this? David Day Roca?
In the days following the attack on the school, you were on Twitter casting doubt that a U.S. strike was responsible for blowing up a school full of children in Minna.
Is this the UFC guy?
Confirms it was a U.S. missile. Do you now acknowledge that you were wrong, that the U.S. was responsible for this horrific massacre?
Hold on. So first off, massacre implies intent. So what you're asking me to agree to is a statement that the people who dropped around in the context of 800 airstrikes intended to strike a
birth
school.
defect rates are huge. Oh wow.
I can't agree
That's
with
horrible.
that. But secondly, at the time, people were taking just the word of the regime. We didn't know what we knew then about missiles and swords.
Yeah,
You
Wilson
accept you were wrong.
Fisk. Yeah.
I accept that I may be wrong. We do not know for
You still
sure.
don't know.
But
You still think it might not be a U.S. missile?
I think that it might. Well, hold on. This is going to sound Jesuitical to you, but the word used
Jesuitical?
which implies an element of intent. I think the worst case scenario.
You do realize that even without intent, something can still be a war crime if it's reckless.
Well,
It is
but there is
reckless.
a key definition in there, which is the level of care and the level of carelessness. In a country that is determined to commit war crimes, you would have, in the context of 800 airstrikes, you would have more than one school hit in the first.
There's been a lot more.
February the 28th.
There's been
you made a point.
hundreds of
February the 28th,
hospitals.
The Pentagon used missiles untested in combat, according to New York Times, that bombed a sports hall used by a female volleyball team. They killed 21 people, including multiple children. That was also on the first day of the war. We just didn't know about it till weeks later because the United States government covered it up. It required the New York Times to use satellite imagery to find this out.
I am unfamiliar with that instance, but I will tell you that if your crack research team gets on it, you will see that there were instances where the besieged moved from their headquarters into sports halls.
They
as
hit
sheltering
infrastructure and incomplete bridges, which has no military value.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I could watch a few minutes of this. I hate to root for Mehdi, but I mean, whatever.
Operation Epic Fury. Donald Trump's so-called little excursion in Iran dragged from days to weeks to months and unleashed death, destruction, and an economic meltdown. After more than 100 days of strikes, retaliation, and escalating tensions, the United States and Iran have agreed to cease hostilities.
We just made a great Fallujah's birth defect rate was 14 times higher than Hiroshima. Wasn't that from the uranium, depleted
really the victory
uranium?
Donald Trump claims, or is it a costly failure? And when it comes to U.S. policy in the Middle East,
thought that was
who's
the
calling
uranium
shots?
shells.
Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu? My guest tonight is a retired U.S. colonel who has spent
Wilson
decades
Fisk.
helping shape America's foreign policy
He
in
looks like the
various
guy
roles
from
at the
Mallrats
Department of
with the stink
Defense.
palm.
He said that Operation Epic Fury, while imperfect, should be considered a success. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and tonight I'll go head-to-head with David DeRoche, the former head of the Pentagon's Directorate for the Gulf and Arabian Peninsula. In our interview recorded shortly before the announcement of a deal between the United States and Iran, I challenged him on the consequences of the war, Iran's nuclear ambitions, and the US's role in the region. I was also joined by three experts. Mohammed Ali Shabani, a Middle East scholar and editor of the London-based news outlet Amwaj.media, focused on Iran, Iraq, and the Arabian Peninsula. Barak Sina, an associate research fellow at the national security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. And Sanam Naraghi Andalini, the British-Iranian founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network.
Depleted uranium only affects you when the bullets got stuck in you? Yeah, phosphorus.
David DeRoche, thank you for joining me on Head to Head tonight. A lot to talk about.
Man, he's gonna
the US
stink
war
palm
on Iran. It was launched over 3 months ago. It's failed to achieve most of its main goals. Most people think it is a disaster. And yet, in an op-ed for Fox News a few weeks ago, you called it imperfect, but still a success. How so?
Yeah, good question. So,
Good question.
We have to recognize that we have a perfect information or semi-perfect information on what's coming from one side.
What?
And we only get curated information from the other side. We're starting to see more information now that the internet look at is coming up. But the objectives.
You think the Iranian side is giving curated imperfect information?
Absolutely.
And the Trump administration is giving perfect information?
No, not the Trump administration. The Trump administration is trying to shape the information, but they're in an environment of an open press where there's people asking difficult
So
questions.
how do you measure it as a success?
So there are four
What does that have to do
objectives.
with
I
anything,
measured it on
man?
its own terms. So first off, regime change was not the aim of this campaign. So there were four objectives. The
So
first is to
why
destroy
were
the air
you
defense network.
giving weapons
That
to
has
the
pretty
Kurds
much
and
been
bragging
done, and when
about
it was
it?
trying to be reconstituted, we saw the Israeli strikes were aimed at that. The second was to set back the nuclear program, preferably destroy
What
it
happened to
a point where
Operation
it cannot be
fucking
easily
Epic,
reconstituted.
whatchamacallit?
The third was to degrade or destroy Iran's drone and missile capability. We have not seen militarily
Trump's gonna fire J.D.
significant
Vance and
missile
hire this
launches.
guy.
And then the fourth was to deplete the regime, particularly the internal security aspects of the regime.
You accomplished
so that if there is
literally
an
none
uprising,
of
it won't
that.
Go through. So at the time I wrote that, which admittedly was in the 5th week of a 2-week war, most of those objectives I think had been achieved.
So you are on record.
So if your objective is, oh, we want the other guy to like use some of his supplies, it's impossible to lose. That's going to occur no matter what. You can't say like, oh, we want to degrade his equipment and his supplies of fucking intercept whatever. It's like I'm gonna use my head to like bash it into his missile factory. You could technically say that accomplished the goal of degrading his missile factory, but you know, at what cost to your head? At what cost?
Claiming this war has significantly weakened Iran. Yeah. But according to U.S. intelligence, Iran still has 70% of its pre-war missile
I think
inventory.
about that a lot, Joseph. I don't know. I don't know how any of these people fucking live with themselves. I really don't. Especially the ones who are like old as fuck. Like, you're gonna die soon. Don't you want to fucking... You don't care at all how you're remembered? Like it's not... Like... The longer it happens, as we've seen with other war crimes, and generally the truth is revealed over time, like people find out the truth, they don't know less about it. They're not going to think like, the further we get from Iraq and Afghanistan, the more horrific we understand them to be, right? Like, them participating in this genocide, and then this, whatever the fuck, this, however you want to describe it, this Iran thing. God damn. Doctor, my thumb has no neck. How does he smell?
90%
yeah,
of its
JD's
underground
guyliner is aggressive. That's true. I don't know. I kind of feel like, sometimes I feel like they're doing like a Republican version of what they did to Kamala, though. They like send go down to El Salvador and tell them not to come here. Like, I feel like they give him tasks like that because they want to see him suffer. I'm not sure though. When you go on TV, make sure you have all that guyliner on. Like they want him to look ridiculous.
storage, and of course almost 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium. The US killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and replaced him with, drumroll, Ayatollah Khamenei.
We think.
Well, they did replace him. You can say where he is, we can discuss that. The Iranians, much to Donald Trump's shock and surprise, weaponized the Strait of Hormuz, attacked US's Gulf allies, threw the global economy into disarray. In what fantasy world is this war close to a success?
Okay. So again, the four conditions, let's start with the ballistic missiles. The measure of the effectiveness of ballistic missiles is not how many you have, how many you possess, it's how many you can fire against an enemy in a militarily significant manner.
They just bombed US bases in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Jordan.
Yes. And that had almost no effect really on the United States' ability to project power in the region. And again, going back to my initial predicate, Donald Trump, at least, he sees defeat, regime change, not coming from military action.
So let's talk about that.
Sure.
Here's what I don't get. You seem to believe, you've made statements to suggest, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you actually believe that Trump had humanitarian motives for this illegal and disastrous war. You have claimed that Trump's promise in January to help Iranian protesters who were being killed was the real reason for this war. And you said his aim in this war is, quote, punishing the people who carried out the massacres and ultimately avenging them, you said. To be clear, David DeRoche,
yes,
you think Donald Trump gives a damn about the people of Iran? Really?
Okay, so first off, I'm very impressed that you pay attention to me as a married man. I don't get that very often. But the predicate that you led with is false. What I said is true, that he said he was doing that. But I don't think, and Trump supporters and Trump detractors, I don't think his motivation is necessarily a humanitarian urge. I haven't seen any evidence that that exists in it. It is his ego. He made a public statement that he was going to help the supporters. And having made that, he had to take some sort of action, not necessarily out of humanitarian urge, but rather because he did not want to be compared with Barack Obama's red lines in Syria. But so the action is the same.
You would agree that you cannot, quote, avenge Iranians by killing more Iranians. 1,700 civilians killed in this US-Israeli war, according to the most credible study. They've hit 12 hospitals, 60 universities, 300 healthcare facilities, 760 schools. They blew up a civilian bridge. On the first day of this war, as you know, the United States carried out what is probably a war crime by massacring more than 120 kids in an elementary school.
So first off, again, we will not know for sure what is it. I lived through the period of in the Clinton administration where we had strikes on Iraq, which was also under sanctions. Those were reported as baby milk factories, and after the fact, we saw that that wasn't quite the same there. I think when we're dealing with an authoritarian regime that has control over the media, and a policy of holding neutral journalists as hostage.
What are you talking
like Jason
about?
Reslin, the
But
reporter
there's
for
no
Washington Post.
debate about
Dude,
the school.
come on, man.
Well, the school we can talk about.
In fact,
so
well, let's talk about the school. In the days
So,
following
this
the attack
is the
on
same
school,
thing. This
you
is
were
a
on
more
Twitter
sophisticated version of
casting-
Danny Dannon, right? Like, he's accusing Mehdi of lying and everybody else of lying. And the Iranians are lying. Every journalist who's looked at this is lying. Everyone's lying. And hey, we just don't have all the facts yet, bro. We can't really say. You know, who's to say how many hospitals we've destroyed? You know, they're lying about the number of hospitals you've bombed. Like, you should be able to say, you know, if they bombed any hospitals, that was bad. Like, you pretending that it's like up for debate about whether they bombed hospitals. We know they did. That's not, you don't get to call into question like these types of facts and to pretend that like the fucking DOD doesn't have understanding of what they hit. They fucking know. They know. They have satellites that can read the newspaper in Moscow, like over somebody's shoulder. You know, like they can see exactly what they hit, and they keep double tapping and triple tapping these places too, is the other thing. This fucking lying sack of shit.
doubt that a US strike was responsible for blowing up a school full of children in Minna. A preliminary US internal military investigation confirms it was a US missile. Do you now acknowledge that you were wrong, that the US was responsible for this horrific massacre?
Hold on. So first off, massacre implies intent. So what you're asking me to agree to is a statement that the people who dropped around in the context of 800 airstrikes intended to strike a school knowing it was a school. I can't agree with that. But secondly, at the time, people were taking just the word of the regime. We didn't know what we knew then about missiles and sorts.
You accept you were wrong now?
I accept that I may be wrong. We do not know for sure.
You still don't know if you still think it might not be a US missile?
I think that it might, well, hold on. This is going to sound Jesuitical to you, but the word you used is massacre, which implies an element of intent. I think the worst case scenario.
You do realize that even without intent, something can still be a war crime if it's reckless.
Well, but there is a key definition in there, which is the level of care and the level of carelessness. In a country that is determined to commit war crimes, you would have, in the context of 800 airstrikes, you would have more than one school hit in the first night. Hold on.
Unfortunately, I've got more.
Hold on.
February the 28th.
Hold on.
No, you made a point. On February the
fair
28th,
enough.
the Pentagon used missiles untested in combat, according to the New York Times, that bombed a sports hall used by a female volleyball team. They killed 21 people, including multiple children. That was also on the first day of the war. We just didn't know about it till weeks later because the United States government covered it up. It required the New York Times to use satellite imagery to find this out.
I am unfamiliar with that incident, but I will tell you that if your crack research team gets on it, you will see
It was
that
in
there
the
were
New York
instances
Times. He cited
where the
it, dog.
besieged moved from their headquarters into sports halls as sheltering positions.
This sounds like a very Israeli argument here, that they brought it on themselves with
No,
human
that's-
shields.
that's not what I'm saying,
In
but
fact,
since
here's
you
what you
raised-
did say, David. You said on Twitter,
yes,
Wikipedia says the Minab school is located 600 meters from the headquarters of the IRGC Navy Asif Brigade and used to be part of the base.
Yes.
Which sounds like you're justifying the massacre of kids by saying, well, the military base was nearby, so it's their fault. I would point out to you that U.S. Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, is very close to the Crossroads Elementary School.
Yeah.
If the Iranians or one of their proxies, God forbid, bombed Crossroads Elementary School and said, well, it was the U.S. Marine Corps' fault for building a base near the school, we would all condemn that. So would you, wouldn't you?
Well, first off, let's take a step back and assume that the United States deliberately wanted to kill children in a school. No, but let's just assume this. Let's just assume this, okay? Why would you assault a regional headquarters that has no influence on policy when you could kill the children of the regime leaders in Tehran? So clearly, it does not make sense if you assume the worst intent. But going forward, the size of the Quantico base or any other standard U.S. versus the size of the Minab base are fundamentally different.
But all the evidence shows that it was very clear to anyone who bothered to check that this was a school, that it was separate from the base, and that's where the recklessness comes in.
Au contraire. Take a look at the aerial photographs of the base. The difference between
News went to the base.
It's
New York
fucking
Times
obvious.
looked at the
Yes.
base.
So look at the photograph, and what you'll see is that there is a smaller base with a perimeter around it. The school was originally part of that base and was used
They
for
have
military
fucking
purposes.
pink cartoon characters
very clear on
painted
satellite
all
imagery,
over
not
it.
part of the base. Let's stay on this subject because it's an important subject, and let's bring in our panel. And I want to bring in Barak Sina, who's an associate research fellow at the national security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. Barak, you also seem to have justified this massacre at the school by US airstrikes. I watched a speech you recently gave in London at a Iranian diaspora pro-war rally. You said, quote, "The location of the Revolutionary Guards base was the real war crime."
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I just did some checking before I came here, like I did with David. There is a Church of England primary school just minutes away from the Bramcote military barracks in Nuneaton. Is that a war crime by the British Ministry of Defence to put their base near a primary school?
In the context of a conflict, if somebody does their due diligence, they attempt to prevent civilian casualties, and their target is an IRGC base, then it is a legitimate target. The collateral damage may be tragic, but the actual strike is completely legitimate.
Did you really come to a public gathering to refer to 120 dead kids as collateral damage?
Look, that might be it might be, I said the word tragic as well, but that is what it is.
Collateral damage, 120 Iranian kids killed.
Of course, that is collateral damage. Collateral damage means the unintended consequences of a strike.
But you do realise, as I explained to David, it can still be a war crime.
I said in the very beginning that if you don't take your due diligence to attempt to take every measure to prevent civilian casualties,
They didn't, though.
then it
We
would be
just
a war
told you.
crime. I would assume
You or
that
I,
every
it's just
attempt
like
would have been
the due diligence that a normal person can do now, continuing to, as we speak, you can do it yourself and see that that was a school. Anybody who wanted to look. So I would argue you're not doing sufficient due diligence if you had checked and would have demonstrated that it was a school. So that argument is ridiculous. Like, yeah, burning him alive would be too good. Yeah, like, it's just like you can't even have this argument that it's a question of whether or not they did due diligence. We know that they didn't because anybody can look at a fucking Google Maps and see that it's not. So you're saying that due diligence to you is somehow it's up in the air whether you should have to look at the fucking satellite photos of the spot you're gonna bomb, especially when it's in the middle of a fucking urban area. Like, it's just
taken to prevent that from happening.
So how do they end up killing 120 kids on one day?
I don't know why you would want to assume that that was the intent.
I never said a word about intent. I've been very clear.
Well,
It's not about intent.
No, but
it's about reckless behavior.
But
if you use the word massacre, you
intent.
do assume an intent.
That's,
if you use the word massacre, you do assume an intent.
That's not true at all.
Recklessness is intent.
I want to bring in Sanam Naragi Andalini, who's a British-Iranian founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network. A lot of this war was sold as a way of freeing the people of Iran, as saving them after many of them were killed in January. And then we had this incident on day one. What did you make of it? And what do you make of what you've heard so far?
So first of all, I think what we know is that it was also a double tap incident. So let's say that they didn't know that it was a school. Let's assume that it was AI that told them that, you know, with old data that this was 10 years ago was an IRGC base. Let's just give you that. But it was a double tap, meaning that they hit one missile, people came to save the kids, and then the second missile went in. So it is a massacre, it is a war crime. Whether it was intentional or not, let's hope it wasn't, although your missiles are very targeted from what we understand, and it was reckless. Now, the other thing that we don't talk about, and I think it's important in terms of whether civilians were deliberately targeted or not, is that 2/3 of the targets in Tehran, which is a city of 9 million, were civilian targets.
Let me bring in Mohammed Ali Shabani, who is a Middle East scholar, editor of the London-based news outlet Umwaj.media, which focuses on Iran, Iraq, the Arabian Peninsula. What do you make of David's key argument, I think, at the start of this show, that the war is a success because Iran has been degraded, has been weakened? You are someone who studied Iran and Iran's government for a long time. Do you share that view?
I think all the data that's out there shows that there's a level of resilience in Iran. Not just reference to the military, also the political leadership. You have a new supreme leader, another Khamenei. You have intact government, you have continuity of governance. You see continued retaliatory attacks against the US military after 3 months of war. Iran's military's budget is 130 times less than the United States. It's not even a peer, it's not even anything close to a peer. We see that this war really is about a war of attrition. It's about different methods of war.
Okay. The reality is that there was no nuclear threat from Iran last year when we bombed them, or this year when we bombed them. When the Trump administration says we went to war to avert a quote, I'm quoting, imminent nuclear threat, that is a lie from the United States government, is it not?
No. I think what you're probably referring to is the earlier intelligence estimate that said Iran is not seeking to build a nuclear weapon at this time.
Yes, and the IAEA.
And the issue, the key part there, everybody focuses on the first part and ignores the second part. Iran does have the capability to reconstitute, or did have the capability to reconstitute its nuclear program at a moment's notice. We know that they had one prior to 2003. They suspended it.
If your moment is a year, then yes. You were, with respect, a moment ago lecturing me on the meaning of the word massacre. Yes. I would say to you the meaning of the word imminent to most people is not years from now.
You give
that
me
was
massacre,
a lie.
I'll take imminent.
That was a lie from the Trump administration. And as you say, US intelligence confirmed that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon, not just not building a nuclear weapon, and I'm quoting here, Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program. He hadn't changed his mind.
But the capability, the capacity, the ability to do that,
you can't
capability
put
is a
capability
threat.
an imminent threat.
Imminent, we can argue over, but capability is a threat.
So let me ask you about where the president's going.
So
Donald
are
Trump
we
wants
currently
to sign a
threatening
deal.
the entire
He wants to
world
sign a
with
deal that
nuclear
prevents
holocaust
Iran from
at
getting highly
24/7?
enriched uranium, a deal,
I mean,
he
we
says,
are,
in which
but-
they pledge never to build nuclear weapons.
Yes.
The US already had this deal. It was called the JCPOA, which I know you didn't like. The UN's nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, said the deal was working. Iran was in compliance. They were enriching at 3.67%. And yet Trump tore it up. Here we are at war, trying to get a deal that will be nowhere near as good as that deal.
Well, it may have been a good deal on one specific issue, but my criticism of the JCPOA was the United States had one main advantage, one main tool to deal with Iranian behavior, that was sanctions. We have 3 or 4 issues that go back across administrations. One was the use of proxies. Recall the Syrian civil war was going on at the time. Iranian forces and Iranian officer militias, Hezbollah, were there. Another was the ballistic missile, which is actually of more concern to our Gulf allies than the nuclear program. And then, of course, there's the ongoing nature of the government, human rights, things of that nature.
But your argument is the JCPOA didn't cover these issues, so it was a bad deal.
Look, let me tell you how bad it was. So we focused on the nuclear issue. We gave them license everywhere else.
Sanctions, do you agree that the nuclear bit worked before we go to the other bit?
I honestly didn't pay enough attention to it because I was focused on the other issues.
You didn't pay attention to it. We're at war because of it.
Let me tell you, no, we're not. We're
not
at
at
war.
war.
That
So
is
you've admitted
one
we're not
of.
at war.
I just laid out.
You just admit we're not at war because of the
I just
nuclear.
laid out 4 issues there, and at the start of the program, I laid out 4 issues. This is one of 4. But I also just said that, for example, our partners in the region are more concerned about ballistic missiles than nuclear. So the problem was JCPOA gave them sanction relief. One example, they got Boeing aircraft parts. They used those to fly militias into Syria.
Oh, yeah.
They
Okay,
ethnically cleansed the western suburbs of Damascus of Sunni Muslims and replaced them with Shia militiamen drawn from other countries. That was all enabled under the JCPOA. If the JCPOA had been kept in power, Bashar al-Assad would still be ruling Damascus. He'd still be barrel bombing his political
absurd
opponents.
claim. You can't possibly know that. And many would argue if the JCPOA was still there, we wouldn't be in this war, killing school kids and calling it collateral damage.
The JCPOA would have expired last year.
That's not true. The sunset clause on nuclear enrichment was till 2030. Check the date, David. It's 2026. And let's bring in our panel. Mohammed Ali Shabani, JCPOA, it gave away the house. It gave away our leverage. It caused the ethnic cleansing in Syria.
It enabled.
Dave, I think that you're a political scientist. You've been in the military. I think you are well aware that threat is about capability plus intent. It's not just capability. Israel has tried to make it about capability, which means that every single nation in the region is basically a potential threat down the line, now including Turkey. You can bomb an enrichment plant. The threat, if you think of it as capability, is not about the physical structure. It's about the scientists. It's about the universities. Iran has thousands of nuclear scientists. As long as you're going to approach the nuclear issue as an issue to do with capability, you will never resolve it. There is no possible solution for it. The United States will lose from the outset of any such kind of endeavor. Because fundamentally, structurally, you cannot go after knowledge. You cannot bomb knowledge, right? We cannot change the definition of threat. Because once you start doing that, you kind of just open the box and all kinds of things come out of it.
Let me bring in Barak Sina. The truth is, Barak, this was never about the Iranian nuclear threat, a lot of people would say. This is Israel's war. This is a war that Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted for 40 years. He did a video bragging that I've wanted this war for 40 years, and my friend Donald Trump did it for me. John Kerry came out and said every president said no. We said no. Bush said no. Biden said no. Isn't it the case that this was always Netanyahu's war, and Trump is just the first US president dumb enough to give it to him?
I wouldn't assume that. Just because Israel consistently wanted it doesn't mean that it was the tail wagging the dog, that somehow Netanyahu imposed his will on President Trump. There's no evidence for that.
Imposed, but lobbied, persuaded, cajoled, manipulated.
I think there's a lot of kind of conspiratorial thinking here.
Is it conspiracy when the State Department issued a statement on its website saying the US is, quote, engaged in this conflict at the request of Israel? Is it a conspiracy theory when the US government says it out loud?
Well, then how would you then address the fact that President Trump is the one that's saying that I'm the one that calls the shots? I don't subscribe to this Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly view of the world in which Israel is the one that's pulling all the strings.
Salam, do you want to respond to what is Israel's role in this? Because the Israelis say, look, we're not just doing this to protect ourselves, we're doing this for the Iranian people. I've seen people at Iranian diaspora pro-war rallies waving Israeli flags.
We have a country of about 90 million people, so to suggest, first of all, that the diaspora waving Israeli flags is representative of a majority is questionable, to say the least. That's one thing. Second
you
is
would
that,
disagree that the
if we look at
diaspora
the role of Israel in the
waving
region
Israeli
and
flags.
the
Really?
policy of regime change that the U.S. over different administrations has had, essentially, Iraq, Syria, Libya, all of these countries were places where, if there had been the will to foster democracy, if you want, or freedom, they would have actually challenged Israel's role vis-a-vis Palestine. They would have been a legitimate democratic force to do that. So it's to Israel's benefit to have all of these countries not only without a strongman dictator, but actually on their knees. And I think that this is exactly what they wanted to do with Iran. They want Iran to be on its knees. And again, we see it in the prosecution of the war, which is going after universities and hospitals and power plants and civilian homes and so forth. It is about destroying the infrastructure. They said they wanted to do that. So that's Israel's issue.
We've had a lot of discussion in part one. Thank you to our panel. In part two, here at Conway Hall in London, we're going to hear from our studio audience very patiently waiting here in the hall. And we're going to talk to David about some of the historic issues, the grievances between the two countries. Don't go away. Stay tuned for the second half of Head to Head. Welcome back to Head on Al Jazeera. My guest today is David DeRoche, who spent years in the Department of Defense, in the DC foreign policy community, shaping U.S. Middle East policy. We're talking about Iran and America tonight. David, in part one, we talked a lot about the war that's going on right now in the Middle East. But let's talk a little history and context. You've acknowledged that there was animosity between two countries for many decades. And in 1979, let's just be very clear, Iran did take Americans as hostages. For decades has supported militant groups like Hezbollah, which has killed Americans. But a lot of Americans seem to ignore the fact that over the years, the US has posed a much bigger threat to Iran than vice versa. The US backed Saddam Hussein's illegal invasion of Iran. In the 1980s, the US backed Saddam when he was gassing Iranians with chemical weapons. The US even shot down an Iranian passenger airliner in 1988, killing 290 civilians, including more than 60 children. And George H.W. Bush said at the time he would never apologize for that. Surely you have to accept, David, that Iran has legitimate grievances against the United States as well.
The dislike of the two countries is visceral, and it's very hard to understand. I look for.
Is it hard to understand? I just listed a bunch of things.
But let me give you another one. So, we fought a war for years in Vietnam, We lost 58,000 soldiers. They lost, probably 2 million. And yet today, when I deployed to Afghanistan, my backpack, my pistol holster were made in Vietnam. We give them ships. For some reason, that has been reconciled, but there's an issue with Iran.
But you accept
Yeah,
the
you
government
never defeated
you served,
them.
the military you were part of has done
You
some
didn't
pretty
defeat
bad
Vietnam
things
either,
against
but-
Iran.
Well, yes.
I mean,
yes,
helping
yes,
Saddam
but,
Hussein
but,
gas
but
Iranian,
let me go.
shooting down a civilian airliner with 290
I don't accept the United States had knowledge and enabled Saddam Hussein in advance to
We gave
gas
them satellite information. We gave them targeting help.
And
That's what the people at the time have said. Ronald Reagan said Iraq cannot afford to lose. We must back Iraq.
But to move to the use of chemical weapons in that is a step that I do not accept. But let me go a little further back.
I got to push back here.
Back.
Rick Francona, who was a U.S. colonel at the time, he was a defense liaison in Iraq at the time. He said the U.S. had firm evidence of Iraqi chemical attacks beginning in 1983. He says we didn't need them to tell them they were doing it. We already knew, and yet we still helped them target Iranian troops with those chemical weapons.
No. We help them target Iranian troops. The use of chemical weapons, I think, is something that remains to be seen. I know Rick Francona, but I think you're drawing a little bit too much. But let me go back further. Okay. In 1945 to 1947, the United States had a nuclear monopoly. We did not use it to force the Soviet Union to withdraw the islands in Japan that it occupied. We did not use it to force the Soviet Union to abandon the colony it established in Kaliningrad. We didn't use it to insist leave Poland. We did use it for one thing. We threatened the Soviet Union to get them to leave the parts of Iran that they occupied. The Iran, at the time, it owes its existence as a unitary nation to American action.
I'm pretty sure Iranians would disagree with that description. But since we're going back in time further than the 1980s, let's go back to 1953. You know the Iranians often start the clock in 53 compared to Americans in 79. Ben Affleck did a great job with that. When the CIA and the MI6 here from the UK overthrew Iran's elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1953, the US then supported 26 years of a brutal dictatorship under the Shah, who had a secret police that tortured people, as you know, disappeared opponents. How can the US claim, as you suggested in part one, to want democracy and a better government in Iran when we helped get rid of the only democratic government they had?
Well, first off, not a democratic government. If you look at the nature, there wasn't a popular referendum on Mossadegh.
Mossadegh was not a popular government.
Mohammad Mossadegh was an appointed prime minister. An appointed prime minister served at the pleasure of the Shah, according to the Iranian constitution.
Do you know what country you're in right now?
Yes, I do.
Do you know how Keir Starmer became prime minister of the UK?
Yes, I do.
He was appointed by the king. Does that mean we don't have a democratic government?
I think
parliamentary systems. That's how it works.
Are you claiming that the electoral system in Iran in 1953 is the same as in the UK
No, I'm
today?
suggesting that you as an American are not understanding that parliamentary systems don't require a direct election to be democratic. He was elected to parliament in 1923. He served in the Majlis, the Iranian parliament.
Yes.
When he became prime minister, he was an elected member of parliament. It was a democratic government by the definition of that time. Was it a liberal democratic government? We can argue about it. But it was clearly elected by the people. And we overthrew it in a coup that the CIA long ago admitted to. Or are you going to deny that as well?
Let me ask you, do you accept that the king can dismiss the prime minister?
Do I accept that the
king of England can dismiss the prime minister?
He could, but it would be very awkward because it's a constitutional king,
1953,
not an absolute king.
1953 was very awkward. Look, what you
hold
have...
on. Let's keep. I love this. Let's keep going down this analogy.
Your use of words.
King Charles,
I'm sorry. Your use
King
of words.
Charles,
Yes.
If we know this show requires many dictionaries and thesauruses, if the
You
King
have
of
an
England,
educated audience.
if the King of England dismissed Keir Starmer because the CIA helped him do it, yes, it would be a real problem, I assume, for the people in this room.
Okay. The king's mother dismissed the prime minister of Australia. It has happened.
Many people object.
And it is
at the behest of that fucking.
But first off, when you say
when you say
democratically elected, that implies that there was a nationwide popular vote that evaluated Mossadegh.
It doesn't imply that. It implies that there was a parliamentary democracy with a government that was elected to parliament, and we came along. And when I say we, I'm British and American. The British and the Americans came along and toppled that prime minister in a coup, which the CIA has admitted to, which then led to the Shah taking absolute power, torturing people, killing people, which then led to the Iranian Revolution, which we then complain about. We helped set that all in motion. It's called blowback for a reason.
Well, I do accept. Look, in the context of the Cold War, there were many unsavory regimes. There was a
Yeah,
reflexive response to the fear of communism.
We
I think
were
that
the
action
unsavory
that the
regime.
United States took in support of Britain,
Continue to
that
be to
was
this
done
day.
primarily not because we were afraid of Mossadegh taking over. It was mostly because he would have been supplanted by communists, and we had a lot of reflexive anti-communism.
I want to go to the panel, but I've got to ask one quick last question.
It's
on this.
insane.
The
Yes.
Iranians have
You
suffered heavily
can
from sanctions.
never be
I believe
wrong with
Iran
that
is the second
fucking
most sanctioned
worldview.
country in the world after Russia.
The-
You have had basically
The
Donald
cure
Trump
is
doing a
widely
maximum pressure
hated.
campaign,
Best
which you seem
PR
to
move
have
for the
endorsed,
palace ever.
to help
Yeah,
bring
I mean,
down the
that's
Iranian
Trump
government,
is
or
at
pressure
his
them to
best
the
when he's
table. We have
counterattacking.
harrowing stories of cancer patients, kids not being able to get medicines because of these sanctions. That is collective punishment of the Iranian people for 40 years. You can't blame people for being pissed at America if you've got 40 years of horrific sanctions.
Well, look, the United States is a superpower. In most countries in the world, everything that's wrong, the United States, you can either draw a line to something we did do or something we didn't do. But that being said, you've highlighted a problem with sanctions on authoritarian regimes. And if you look back at the historical record of sanctions when Saddam Hussein ran Iraq, you saw the same thing, which is Saddam Hussein
Dude, this is why you
still has a
can't give an
gold-plated
inch with these
toilet
guys.
seat. There is an issue here,
Like,
I think that we've
on
gotten
their
somewhat better.
Fucking arbitrary distinction of who's authoritarian, meaning who has ever restrained the capitalists at all in any situation under any circumstances. Like, if you ever tell some fucking oligarch, no, you have to like refrain from exploiting this citizen to such an extreme degree, like you have to do it like a mild, just a little bit less, and then they're immediately like this authoritarian government. Like, they make it up and then they fucking use that like to delegitimize the whole country's government, like this guy's trying to do. So Mehdi's like, oh yeah, authoritarian regime, sure, okay. It's like, that puts you on the fucking back foot from that point on.
At looking at sanctions, but indeed, one of the problems with applying sanctions to an authoritarian regime is the people in charge get a larger piece of a
That's a
shrinking
great
pie.
high-level analysis. But my question is, if you're an Iranian person living under that sanctions regime, wouldn't you be angry at the United States?
You might, and you might also be angry at the people who are generating the behavior that leads to sanctions. We don't sanction countries at random.
That's not how that works.
Let me bring in. Let me bring in Mohammed Ali Shabani, who runs Amwaj.media. These protests that happened in January that led to all the violence. We don't know how many people died. Thousands of people, lots of numbers being bandied about. David mentioned that may have been one of the reasons that Donald Trump spoke out and boxed himself in. How much of that economic discontent do you attribute to sanctions? How much to Iranian government mismanagement and corruption and repression?
I think it's definitely a combination of the two. I think what we need to know is that the US government, since at least 2012, has explicitly basically been saying that we want regime change. We're going to try to immiserate Iranians as much as possible, put as much pressure on them in their daily lives as possible for them to change the regime. But that's much cheaper for us. It's much easier than for us to send in our military like in Iraq in 2003. We're just going to make sure that they have no option but to basically revolt against their own rulers to try to have a change in policy, because Iran, again, is not a democratic system. But without this sanctions regime, I find it very difficult that Iranians would rise up and be killed in the thousands because they're feeling that desperate that they have no option but to go out into the streets. I think that would be unlikely.
Let me bring in Barak Sina, who's an associate research fellow at the National Security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. We were talking about Mossadegh and the Shah of Iran. Not only did the US government back the Shah of Iran right up until his fall, but there are now hawks in the West, and I think you're included here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, who support his son coming back to power, Reza Pahlavi, the son of a former brutal dictator who is so politically toxic, so lacking in credibility, he can't even get Donald Trump's support.
I will correct you, because I didn't advocate for any particular individual to take over. I published a report, Regime Collapse in Iran, a necessity for regional stability with a question mark at the end. And I noted in that report that the opposition in Iran is flat, it's decentralized. You've got some that are Republicans, some that are monarchists. It's very difficult to gauge who actually has the greatest amount of support in Iran amongst those that want to see the regime
at a rally
toppled.
that was organized by Parliament.
I did, but I didn't advocate ever for the son of the Shah because, it's like the people front of Judea versus the Judean people's front.
Well, on that we may agree. Sanam Naragi Andalini is here, British-Iranian civil society activist. When you look at the Iranian future, Barak just said he didn't endorse because there's so many different groups. What does a democratic future of Iran look like to you?
So first of all, I think we have to recognize that the change that we're seeing in Iran is from the ground up. And the biggest success came during the Women Life Freedom movement. It was when women led the fray and they were non-violent, they were on the streets, and they actually got the demands that they want. The fact that you can walk down the streets of Tehran right now or anywhere and see women walking around without their hijab, it's not a social issue, it's actually a political issue because the hijab was a ideological symbol of this regime. So people on the ground are doing the change from below. And economically, the problem with the sanctions is that they started with Clinton in '94. What we've done is we have squeezed the private sector, independent private sector, and we have enabled some pretty egregious elements of the regime to balloon. I just wanted to come back to one point. We keep going back to 1953 and 1979. When the Americans were trying to get rid of the Taliban after 2001 and 9/11, the Iranian government helped the US government in Afghanistan to get rid of them. We also know that in 2015, 2016, they were working with the US vis-a-vis ISIS in Iraq. So the idea that there is animosity for generations and that everybody hates each other, this is actually not true.
On that note, we're going to bring in our very patient audience here in London's Conway Hall. Let me first go to this lady here in the black. Okay.
So one of the aims of this war was to destroy Iran's nuclear capability, which I'm not sure it's achieved. But now even if Iran gives up its entire nuclear program as part of the deal with the US, do you agree that a lesson Iran has learned from this war is that they don't even need a nuclear program or a nuclear bomb anymore? They can attack the US and its allies economically through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think I've mentioned that our Gulf partners are not really concerned about the nuclear program the same way we are, because their assumption is if there is a nuclear issue, the United States will take care of it. The thing that they're really concerned about are ballistic missiles. And given the genius of Iranian engineering, they've had increases in accuracy that can achieve a strategic effect against military targets without the need for a nuclear warhead, I would argue.
Let's go back to the audience. Gentleman here in the second row. Yes, you with the blue shirt.
So
Thank
awful.
you. Given
everything they say is just like
Iran's
the worst
crackdown
thing.
on its own population, including killing, its invasion of Syria, participation in the gassing of Syrian people,
sure.
and its unprovoked attacks on several Gulf states and targeting Salman Rushdie. Can we agree that the Iranian regime is a threat to its own people, the whole Middle East, and beyond?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Let's bring in our panel to get a little bit of debate here. Mohammed, what's your response to that question? You're someone who knows the Iranian government. Does it have the intent, expansionist intent, that a lot of its opponents ascribe to it?
I think you can shape the intent. I disagree with this premise that it's malign, that it's evil at heart, and it's unchangeable. That's why I think it's so important to try to work towards changing the intent, towards shifting.
Let's go back to the audience and take some questions. But first, lady in the red jacket.
Yeah, so the lives of Iranian women are often used as an excuse to invade the country. I was wondering, from your perspective, how can we stand in solidarity with Iranian women and pro-democracy activists without falling prey to these problematic propaganda narratives?
That's probably a better question for Sanam, honestly.
So what I would say, and I think we hear, is that if you listen to the women's rights activists, including the ones who were in jail, and the women's movement in Iran, they have been anti-war and anti-sanctions from the get-go, and they have spoken very loudly about these issues. And the American government, every once in a while, likes to pick up women's rights as their charge to go forward, as we saw with Afghanistan. And as we saw with Afghanistan, they leave them behind the minute they have their military wins or losses, for that matter. So I think that the worst thing that can happen is to mix women's rights with war, because there's never that interest. Similarly to human rights.
Do you accept that?
Let me
No,
yes.
of
Let me
course
take a
not.
step back.
No.
You accept that
Let
the
me take a
US
step
uses
back.
women's rights to justify
Let me take
war?
a step
no,
back.
let me. No, I don't.
That's what she said.
Okay. What I'm saying is that there's a hierarchy of U.S. interests and usually human rights, which includes women's rights. The United States sometimes takes those into account, but when it's cited as the applause here shows that most people around the world who study that just don't believe the United States on that point. So that's something we have to work on. The question is, but sometimes it does, and I can tell you that it does have some influence, but as with any other issues of state, they wax and wane, so there's no absolute answer.
Do you want to stand up and wait for the mic? Yes? Yes, you?
Speaking about countries having nukes, what can the US do and what can its allies and friends do to limit countries like Iran in their ability to procure the components they need that make them a threat?
Yeah, it's a tough issue. In 1960, there was a U.S. National Intelligence estimate that said in 5 years there would be 60 nuclear countries. So the role of non-proliferation is better than expected, but it's still of concern. So I think you identify people, you identify institutions, you use the levers of statecraft to try to deter it, but you also have to prepare for failure and dealing with the consequences of failure.
Dude, I would love to stink palm this guy.
As someone who's worked at the Department of Defense, do you think the United States can ever lead a non-proliferation initiative in the Middle East while ignoring the fact that its top ally in the Middle East has secret nuclear weapons?
Yeah, that's always an issue. This is always an issue that's always brought up, but I would just point out that the other states of the Middle East, Israel's nuclear program became credible in the early 1970s, and we haven't seen nuclear development in most of the other states, certainly the states aligned with the United States. So there is a mixed record, but there are states that are trying to get our attention, Syria under Assad, Iraq under Saddam Hussein, and now Iran that are doing it. So
trying to get
does
your
complicate
attention.
issues, there's no doubt about that.
Okay, man.
Okay, let's go back to the audience. Let's go to, I want to go to the back. Gentleman right at the back. Yes, you, sir.
Right, so one thing we've neglected or we've sidestepped is the issue of Lebanon and Israeli aggression, specifically on civilian targets in Lebanon. Now, if the United States is truly calling the shots, shouldn't it be working towards deterring Israel from pursuing illegal civilian targets within Lebanon during a quote-unquote ceasefire, which you say is it includes skirmishes?
Yeah. Well, the United States deals with this whenever our partners are at war. So the exact same question I was argued by people about Saudi
Whatever
and
they pay this
Emirati,
guy, it's not enough.
actions in Yemen, for example. And there's a general sense that there's a switch somewhere in Washington, we flick it, and the airplanes fall from the sky. The conduct of Israeli war, the Israelis, it's very frustrating because they actually keep to the broad frameworks of the law, but then when you apply subjective issues like military proportionality, they have a broader range of proportionality than, for example, I would allow a U.S. Army soldier to do with it. I think that questions hard.
David,
yes.
just, I mean, the question was about southern Lebanon. I noticed a moment ago you were very passionate about how the JCPOA enabled Iran to do ethnic cleansing in Syria. Those were your words.
Yes.
We all heard you say that.
Right.
Israel is ethnically cleansing Shias in southern Lebanon. Right now, 1 million people displaced from their homes. How? I don't see the passion or condemnation from you on that.
Because
Why?
because Israel is not moving in other people to take those places.
They want to.
I
They
don't.
said so.
No,
They have. Many Israeli
in
government
Lebanon.
ministers have said this.
In
Yes.
Lebanon, they're importing people from other countries to settle in southern Lebanon.
First of all, many Israelis have called for that. But if
Yes.
but that's your definition of ethnic cleansing.
but this-
that is
no,
not the
no.
definition.
What
They've
happened-
driven millions of people out of their homes and said you can't come back. That is ethnic cleansing, especially based on their religious identity.
What happened in the western suburbs of Syria, where people were moved out, and then other people who fought for the Iranian were moved in and took over their houses.
I'm just wondering, where is your passionate denunciation for ethnic cleansing in southern Lebanon, where our ally does?
Because I don't see ethnic cleansing. What I see is
When they
evacuation.
call up Christian villages and say you cannot have any Shias in your villages, as the New York Times and Drop Site both reported, that is not ethnic cleansing to say you cannot have any Shias in this part of the country.
The issue is
How is that not ethnic cleansing?
The issue is permanence.
Yes,
I think
they
that
said you cannot come back ever. That is what the Israeli foreign minister said.
I do not accept that will be the policy. If it is
That
the
is the
policy, let's wait for a time and see what happens. I do not think that will happen.
It is
I'm going on
right
record now in front of this.
It's happened right now, David.
I'm going
you
on
can't just
record
wait
right
and
now.
see. There are a million people who've been
When combat
moving out.
operations are over, the Shia will return to southern Lebanon, and Israel will not have objections to that.
Okay, last question of the night. No pressure. It's going to be amazing.
Want your opinion on the fact that the next, presumably, the Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, I'm from Turkey, I'm a lawyer, and he clearly stated that Turkey is the new Iran. If Israel does a preemptive strike against a NATO ally like Turkey, what would be the, obviously we know what would be the US's stance, but in that situation, what is your military background and what do you think about this whole notion of the fact that preemptive strike and basically who calls the shots at this moment?
Yeah, I do not think Israel would do a military attack against Turkey, and I think that the United States would disapprove of it. Since Erdogan took over in Turkey, the tone has shifted. So there is a less positive view towards Turkey. It's generally not seen as a noble ally to be supported, rather as a problem to be solved.
Not really dealing with
but
this
that
question.
will not affect, I think that it is just inconceivable.
It's interesting, you
that we
mentioned a
have
moment
such
ago that Israel's had nukes for a while. It hasn't made other people want to get nukes. Lots of countries in the Middle East are now talking about nukes and beyond the nuke because of Israel. If you're in the Turkish government, wouldn't you want to get nukes now when Naftali Bennett is openly threatening you?
Turkey has a nuclear capability. It's joint with the United States. They've had it since the 1960s.
You think the US is going to rescue Turkey from Israel?
I mean, this is beyond insane, but if there was the contemplation of some sort of action of that sort, that the United States would point out that there exists a joint nuclear capability in Turkey.
Last question from me before we wrap. There's a poll done of 40,000 people regularly across 15 Arab states, and they asked them last year, who is the biggest threat to the region? 44% said Israel in number one place. 21% said the United States in second place. These are Arab countries.
Yeah.
And at 6% in third place, way behind, was Iran. That is a damning indictment of US and Israeli foreign policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Damning indictment.
Well,
from the people on the ground.
Well, you know, one of the burdens of the superpower is we're assumed that we run the global order like a Swiss watch, and if something bad happens, we either did it or we failed to prevent it. So we get blamed for a lot of things. We abandoned U.S. Information services in the 90s, and that was a foot shot of unimaginable magnitude. We basically have ceded the global information space. So honestly, I'm surprised that we got 21%. I think that's a better output than I was expecting.
Well, on that very positive note about the reputation of the United States, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you to our audience here in London's Conway Hall. Thank you to our panel of experts who came here tonight. And thank you to you, David DeRoche, for coming on Head to Head tonight and taking my questions. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Head to Head will be back on Al Jazeera very soon. Thank you very much and good night. Thank you.
God. Yikes.
I am frankly stunned. I don't know why the President of the United States behaves this way with his own allies.
I love to end the week on some guilt-free drama. So Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is not very happy with Donald Trump, as she is claiming that he completely made up an interaction that they had, which... Are you sure? Donald Trump lying about an interaction he had with somebody? No way. Can't be. So first, let's just acknowledge this is somebody who came in as a far-right leader, was seen at the time as somebody who would be essentially upholding the Trump way of doing things, but for Europe. And I'm not saying that she isn't doing that, but I am saying that she's... I'm trying to find a way to frame this where I'm not making her sound good, because it doesn't mean her politics are great. But we are talking about somebody who, even she is annoyed with Donald Trump. Somebody who otherwise you would expect to be politically aligned with Chief Dumbass in the White House. But this gets to what happened at the G7. So this interaction was caught on tape here. As Wu-Tang is for the children. Great, great name. Writes here, this doesn't look like someone that was begging Trump for anything. It looks much more like a typical Italian mom yelling at her child for doing something dumb. So, yeah, this is. It doesn't look like she's happy, but Trump was apparently asked about their conversation, what they talked about, and here is what he said. This was to the Italian press, which has been dubbed over. I guess the original version is not publicly available, but as The Guardian writes here, referring to Meloni during a brief interview with Italian's LA7, a dubbed version of which was broadcast by the Italian TV network on Friday, Trump said, quote, "She's probably happy I talked to her. I didn't have to talk to her. She begged me to take a picture with her. She wanted a picture with me so badly. I wouldn't have taken it, but I felt sorry for her." If I have ever heard bullshit, it is this. This definitely did not happen. He's clearly full of shit. He's said things like this before about other interactions he's had. Of course he's lying. The remarks, as The Guardian writes here, provoked a fury in Italy and words of solidarity from Meloni from across the political spectrum, with Italy's foreign minister Antonio Tajani saying he had canceled a trip to the US next week. So this is really irking people, this obvious lie that Trump made. And Meloni herself came out to deny this. So this was translated here by Scott Robertson. Here is what she said.
Dunque, certe cose meritano una risposta immediata. Le dichiarazioni di Donald Trump sono dichiarazioni totalmente inventate. Sono francamente allibita. Non so perché il presidente degli Stati Uniti si comporti così con i propri alleati. Non è del resto la prima volta che accade. Posso solo dire che dispiace che non abbia la stessa determinazione con i nemici dell'Occidente, con i nemici degli Stati Uniti, con leadership con le quali invece si dimostra molto più accondiscendente. Però una cosa se la deve ricordare: io e l'Italia non imploriamo mai.
I can't say I am used to seeing other world leaders speak this clearly in rebuke of Donald Trump. So in case you didn't want to read that, let me just quickly read her quote here, where she stated, "So certain things deserve an immediate response. Donald Trump's statements are completely made up. I am frankly stunned." You're stunned, really, that Trump lies? "I don't know why the president of the United States behaves this way with his own allies. It's not the first time this has happened. After all, I can only say it's a shame he doesn't show the same determination with the enemies of the West, with the enemies of the United States, with the leaders of whom instead he proves to be much more accommodating. But he must remember one thing: Italy and I never beg." Now, we have gotten to a point where Trump's approval numbers are so low. He is so unpopular with his own country. Midterms coming up, his party expected to get decimated. I think other world leaders are feeling a little more maybe freed up a little bit, a little unchained, a little more willing to say what is actually on their minds in a way that they hadn't previously. Now, Trump came back, believe it or not. So I'm going to get to that. I'm also going to get to where a lot of this tension stems from, because it actually goes back a couple months.
Welcome in.
But
Love to
Ron
see
Wachowski, writing here on Twitter, Italian Undersecretary and Senator Fazzolari, said, quote, "It is unclear whether out of intent or ineptitude, Trump is wrecking the historic relations between the U.S. and Europe with his inappropriate..."
We get weirder a little bit later. We do communism and crank shit. So, going 3 hours so far. We're getting pretty close to crank shit territory, man. Like, I don't want to scare off new subscribers. I'm glad you're here. Like, look, I think we have a blast every night. But you're about to see some shit. What's up, Coffin? I love that shot too. Hey,
Ahmed Mohsin.
You did that last night
Ya
too,
Ahmed ya
didn't you?
Mohsin.
You gotta wait till it's over. Actually, I should put the parrot one on top. I can do that. Wait a minute. That won't happen again. This one is on top of both of them, though. Fucking eat you. Look at the size of that rat. You think he's having second thoughts? Oh. Dinosaur SMF. Look at him. That rat's still fucking moving around in his throat, too. Can you imagine? Tickling your throat with little fucking rat feet. Ugh. Oh. So gnarly.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
No, I don't make any of these AIs. I steal them from TikToks and see what I like. I made some. I made the fucking Rick Alien one. The only one I made is the ones when you see a jacked alien. That's one I made. Otherwise, I stole them. Not that alien, just the jacked one. He's down. No, not him. Wait. Jada's cousin. This guy. Tape train concludes level 3. That was pretty sick though. Next show.
I just do shit, you get rude, I put a skewer through your spine. My solution, bottom line, out of sight and out of mind. Running with the pack that's foaming at the mouth for every dime. I could never hold the grudge, I don't
no Eugene Goblin.
I got mouths to feed and shit, I highly doubt the Reaper's grim for me. Pay me expeditiously, no impossibility. My bitch solid, she a Rottweiler. I thank the good Lord, every day I found her. I dance through the fire and the rain showers. Spending days in the jungle, cutting dead bodies. Ever since I was a child, I moved.
We saw this one.
After the Iran deal, it appears, or at least the beginning of an Iran deal, it appears that Israelis are beginning to turn on him as well. So we are in a situation where I just think people are feeling a little more free to say what they actually feel. So Trump responded. NBC News here. Later during a phone call with NBC News, Trump doubled down on his claim that Maloney has begged for a picture together. That's true, he said. She wasn't there for us. Changing the subject immediately. She was a big fan, but I don't want her as a fan because she was not there, along with the NATO group, having to do with the Strait. So clearly there's something else behind this. The fact that you changed the topic immediately to your war in Iran. Trump has complained that NATO allies did not offer help to American forces after the war began. But it even goes deeper than that. I mean, ultimately, it gets down to this. Earlier this year, Maloney criticized Trump after he lashed out at Pope Leo over the pontiff's condemnation of the Iran war. That's what this actually stems from. That she came out to say, I am defending the Pope and I'm criticizing Trump. And he freaked out. So this was during a time Pope Leo, this is back in April, Pope Leo says he has no fear after Trump labels him weak and terrible in feud over Iran war.
He's soft
so
on crime.
ridiculous. Leo said something very just sane and normal, especially for the Pope, said that the world was being, quote, ravaged by a handful of tyrants and blasted leaders who spend billions on wars. How is this controversial in any way at all?
Oh God, you're
It
in so
also
much
doesn't
trouble.
even mention Trump, even though I think it's clearly he's one of the people involved there.
Oh my
You know,
God,
him and
Trump's gonna get
Netanyahu.
you so hard.
But Maloney came out
Vatican
to
City's the cesspool.
criticize Trump, saying,
Vatican City
quote, the
used to
Pope
be
is the head of the
safe.
Catholic
Now
Church,
it's dangerous.
and it is right and normal
The
for
Pope
him to
did
call
that.
for peace and to condemn all forms of war. Yeah, I mean, the most obvious statement in the world, but that was enough for Trump to freak out. As he decries Italy's Maloney for siding with the Pope and not supporting the Iran war. So stupid. I thought she had courage, Trump said in an interview. I
She
was
had
wrong.
courage.
Give me a fucking break. You got me here defending Maloney. I mean, we're not down a we're not down a good timeline. But it's just so insane that even far-right leaders have had enough of this bullshit. So this gets to the Iran war, which I'm just going to touch on briefly here. As Guardian writes, this is from Simon Jenkins, Trump thinks his freshly signed ceasefire deal is victory. It is for Iran. Now, I don't like this. I want to be clear. This framing on this article isn't even necessarily negative. It's just pointing out that this is a better deal for Iran than it was for the JCPOA under Obama's Iran deal. So going on to say, he is offering Tehran's military regime a $300 billion rebuilding fund, an end to economic sanctions, and a promise not to interfere in its internal affairs. Which, like, good. I don't, there's Chuck Schumer's out there as the leader of the Democratic Party, or at least the Senate leader, criticizing the deal and saying that we need to vote on this. Shut the fuck up. The war is over for now. Let it be. The idea that you're going to, as the Democrats, you're going to try and blow it up to what? Continue a war with Iran? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah, no, he is though.
Let Trump lose this deal. It doesn't fucking matter. End it. So I'm quite, I'm quite pleasantly surprised that Trump actually folded the way he did, and we are on a better path because of it.
Okay. Fucking Chuck. We have an Alfa Romeo. What kind?
This episode of the Y Files is brought to you by the Wellness Company.
Sick.
On a May afternoon in 1967, a man stumbled out of the Manitoba woods and flagged down a police car.
No one wants
His
to
shirt
go.
was
Vatican
gone.
City's not
His
hot
chest was
anymore.
burned. He threw up in the ditch
It's a
while he
shithole
waited.
country.
When the officer stepped toward him, the man waved
The
him back.
Swiss Guard does not
He
even
said he
show
was
up for
burned
work.
by a flying saucer
The Swiss
and
Guard
might be rated.
totally gone. The standards. Nobody even wants to join the Swiss Guard anymore. Everyone says the Pope is washed.
Radioactive. The officer didn't believe it. Nobody did. Then the scars came back and kept coming back for 30 years. He never said the word aliens, not once in all that time. He just wanted someone to believe him. The government finally took him seriously. And maybe we all should.
AJ.
Stefan Mahalik hid behind a rock and sketched what he saw. Half a football field away, a disc-shaped craft sat on a rocky clearing. It was 40 feet across and 15 feet high with a dome on top. It looked like it was made out of aluminum or brushed stainless steel. Whatever it was, Stefan wasn't going near it, so here he was in the middle of the woods, sketching a flying saucer. He wasn't frightened. He was a 51-year-old Polish immigrant who survived a Nazi death camp during World War II. Not much can rattle a man who lives through that. Sure, the object was weird, but it wasn't scary, it was inconvenient. After a half hour of hiding, Stefan wanted to get back to hunting rocks.
We are using the word hunt way too liberally these days. House hunt, rock hunt, Helen hunt. Where's the danger?
Well, Twister was pretty dangerous.
For the cows. Hey, you know the scariest hunt of all?
What?
Mike.
Dude, classic hacklefish.
90 miles east of Winnipeg is the Whiteshell, a stretch of Canadian wilderness about the size of Rhode Island. And in 1967, it was silver country. Stefan knew that country well. He found white quartz running through the rock, and where there's quartz, there's silver. He was an industrial mechanic by trade, but his real passion was silver. So on weekends, he hiked the woods with a hammer and chisel looking for treasure. On Friday, May 19th, he traveled to Falcon Lake and checked into a motel. The next morning, he found a vein of quartz and went to work. The woods were quiet, except for the sound of tapping metal. But at 12:15, the geese went crazy. A whole flock flew up off the water at once. Stefan looked up to see what spooked them. Two objects came down out of the sky, glowing red, shaped like cigars. As they dropped lower, they flattened into discs. One of the objects stopped. It hovered over the trees for a few seconds, then it shot back up into the sky and was gone. The other object kept coming, straight down and slowly settled onto a clearing about 160 feet away. The red glow faded to orange, then to gray, like stainless steel. Hot metal does this. Steel comes out of a forge, glowing red, and as it cools, it runs through orange on its way back to gray. So whatever just landed on that rock was very, very hot. Stefan stayed hidden behind a rock and just waited and waited. Nothing happened. So he grabbed a pad and pencil and sketched the thing like it was a broken engine he'd been called in to fix. He got down the shape, the color, the way the air around it bent and shimmered with heat. For a half hour, he drew. Then a door slid open on the side of the craft and light poured out, a color that doesn't even exist on Earth.
What?
The light came from a doorway near the top of the craft. It was hard to describe. Not quite blue and not quite purple, somewhere in between. And it was bright, brighter than the daylight around it. Stefan was done hiding. He had to get a closer look. The first thing he noticed was it didn't have legs or wheels. It just balanced there on the bare rock like it weighed nothing. He couldn't see an engine, but the object hummed, a low-frequency hum that he felt more than heard. There were no markings on the object, no flag, no insignia of any kind. And it didn't look like an aircraft at all. Completely round, with no wings, no rudder, no cockpit, at least none that he could see. The metal was polished so bright and clean, he could see his reflection. What he couldn't see was how the thing was built. There were no seams or rivets, no weld lines. That bothered him more than the lights. He spent his whole life working metal. This was the best metalwork he'd ever seen. The walls looked about 1.5 feet thick, but they weren't solid. The metal was worked
sounds like it's pretty fun
in a
to work
hollow
on.
grid pattern. It looked like a steel honeycomb. When Stefan reached the door, the light was blinding, but he had protection.
Yeah, smart. Probe it before it can probe you.
Not that kind of protection.
You sure? You just spent 5 minutes telling us how this guy likes to hammer stuff alone in the woods. Woods.
He put his welding goggles on. He brought them to protect his eyes from chipping metal, but they also had a tinted visor. With his shades on, he leaned in through the doorway. Inside, he saw a wall of lights. Beams ran in horizontal and diagonal patterns. Banks of different color lights blinked in sequences that never repeated. He looked for a button or a switch or anything familiar, but he found nothing. And no pilot seat, no controls. The room was empty, just the lights and that low hum. Then the smell hit him. Sulfur, ozone, burning electronics. This was the first time Stefan was afraid, not of the object, of the air he might be breathing. It was time to go. Then, from somewhere inside the craft, he heard something familiar. Voices. The voices sounded human. There were two of them, one pitched higher than the other, muffled the way conversations sound through a closed door. He couldn't make out the words, but voices meant a crew, and a crew meant somebody built this thing. Stefan was pretty sure he knew who, and it wasn't aliens. He knew about UFOs from sci-fi magazines, but he didn't think this was a spaceship. He figured it was something classified, an experimental aircraft from the US Air Force. The US and the Soviets were in the middle of a race for space, and both wanted to land on the moon first.
The race to the moon, also known as the sprint to Stanley's soundstage in Burbank.
Anyway, when something weird falls out of the sky, your first thought is, the Americans are up to something. But it was almost an hour since the craft came down. Maybe there was a mechanical failure. Maybe someone was hurt.
Pretty sound
so he called
advice,
out to see if they needed any help. He yelled, "Okay, Yankee boys, having trouble?" No reply. Maybe they weren't American. He called out again, this time in Russian, then German, Italian, French, Ukrainian, then back to English one more time.
How does he know all these languages?
A lifetime of war and exile gave him 6 ways to say the same thing. I can help.
Hey, how do you know how many Germans it takes to change a light bulb?
9.
What? No.
That's what I said.
You said 9.
Exactly, no. 9 Germans.
Are you messing with me, human?
Jawohl. Never mind. How many Germans does it take to change a light bulb?
0. It was engineered properly the first time and does not require changing.
So I was right. 9.
One of us is having a stroke right now, but I can't tell which one of us.
After Stefan ran through his languages, the voices stopped. And then the thing came alive. A whine started up like an engine and got louder. And the heat came back. Stefan felt like he was in an oven. He still had his heavy welding gloves on, so he reached out to see how hot it really was. And that was a mistake. When his fingers touched the metal, he felt the gloves go soft. He heard a sizzle as the rubber melted onto his fingers. The door snapped shut. The craft started to rotate. And as it turned, Stefan saw a panel, a grid, a small vent maybe 9 inches by 6, drilled full of tiny round holes in neat rows. Then, the blast. Hot gas shot out of the grid and hit him square in the chest. Then he realized he was on fire. He tore off his shirt and stamped out the flames. And when he looked up, the craft was already off the rock. It rose without a sound. A minute ago, the thing was loud as hell, and now it was dead silent. He felt a rush of air as it climbed, and then it was gone. Stefan was alone in the clearing. His chest was scorched raw. He had a splitting headache. Then he felt his stomach turn over. He dropped to his knees and threw up. He got up and started walking. The burns on his chest started to swell into a pattern. He vomited his way out of the forest. He walked, stopped, retched, and walked again. And the headache came in waves. When he finally made it to the highway, he flagged down a police officer. He told the officer his story. Then the officer said, "Sorry, but I have other duties to perform." Got back in his car and drove away. Stefan got himself home to Winnipeg that night. When his 9-year-old son walked into the bedroom, the first thing the boy noticed wasn't the burns. It was the smell. The smell hit Stan before anything else. He was 9 years old. He walked into his parents' bedroom and the room reeked. It smelled like sulfur and burnt electronics. It wasn't the burns, and it wasn't his clothes. The smell was coming out of his father's skin, and it lasted for weeks. Stefan was sure he was radioactive. He couldn't keep food down. He weighed 180 pounds on the morning of the encounter, and 1 week later he weighed 158, 22 pounds gone in 7 days. And he kept fainting. He had headaches and blackouts with huge gaps in his memory. His doctor found reddish raised sores across his upper stomach and singed hair in his hairline. The pattern on his skin matched the grid on the vent. The undershirt he wore that day had charred holes in the same spots in the same pattern. And Stefan's blood was affected. His lymphocyte count dropped far below normal. Lymphocytes are a kind of white blood cell, a part of your immune system. Doctors knew a drop like that could come from radiation. A radiologist in the United States said this was typical of whole-body radiation exposure. He put the dose at between 100 and 200 Roentgens. A Roentgen is a measure of radiation, and at 400 you usually die. The radiologist wrote that the exposure must have lasted only seconds. Any longer and it would have killed him. And the burns kept coming back. They healed and returned, healed again.
180 at 51.
Doctors tried medication after medication, but nothing worked. Over the months, they learned the
This
sores
AI
returned
generation
every
is inappropriate
112
strength and
days,
size.
right on schedule. More than a dozen doctors examined it in Canada and the United States, and not one of them knew what was wrong. Stefan paid his own way to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, one of the best hospitals on earth. They ran every test they had, and they came up empty too. But they ruled one thing out, and it matters. The Mayo Psychiatric Report said Stefan Mahalik showed no delusion, no hallucination, no mental illness of any kind. Whatever happened to him, he was not making it up. And while doctors mapped his symptoms, the Royal Canadian Air Force ran into a problem of its own. Nobody can find the place where it happened. What landed at Falcon Lake pulled in almost everybody. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police opened a file, so did the Royal Canadian Air Force, the Department of Health, and the Department of National Defense. A civilian UFO group sent an investigator who photographed Stevens burns 3 days after the event. And the US Air Force came too. And before it was over, the Falcon Lake case was about 300 pages thick. 5 days after the encounter, the Air Force sent its first search party into the White Shell. They had Stefan sketch, his marks on an aerial photo, but they found nothing. So they escalated. They put Stefan in a helicopter and on the ground, close enough to find rocks he chipped with his own hammer. The site never appeared. One investigator's whole job was to make it go away. Squadron leader Paul Biskey of the Royal Canadian Air Force. He didn't believe a word of the story. The saucer was nonsense, and the witness was a drunk who hallucinated the whole thing, and Biskey came to prove it. And Biskey had one lead. Stefan swore he didn't drink at Falcon Lake, but the motel bartender said he served him 5 or 6 beers the night before. So Stefan lied about drinking. Now Biskey needed to prove the man couldn't say no to a drink, so he ran a test. He took Stefan back to that same bar and offered him a beer. Stefan said no. Biskey offered him a rye and ginger. Stefan said yes, and he drank a few of those, and he loosened up, and out came the stories. That was all Biskey needed. He wrote up his report. Stefan threw himself a private party the night before, and 10 hours later, still drunk or hungover, he hallucinated a flying saucer. Biskey floated a second theory. Stefan got drunk and fell on a hot barbecue grill. His source was a woman who never came forward. She spent that weekend at Falcon Lake with a man who wasn't her husband, so she preferred to keep quiet. That was the case against Stefan Mahalik, a bar tab, a cheating spouse, and a hunch.
A bar tab, a cheating spouse, and a hunch. That's not a federal case, human. That's a country song.
Then, on June 25th, the skeptics hit a wrinkle.
Yeah, all right.
Stefan found the site himself.
We'll see you tomorrow.
He led
We're
the
here.
search party straight to it. 50 yards from where the search teams had already
Midnight
looked.
Central.
There it was. Everything was still there. The ring of dirt and pine needles around the rim. The investigators collected soil, rock, and vegetation from the area. And the samples went to the RCMP crime lab in Ottawa. When the results came back,
hour earlier
the
than
tone
New
of
York.
the file changed.
1 a.m. New York time.
There was radium-226 in the soil. That's the stuff that made old watch dials glow in the dark. There was so much radium, the lab called it a serious health hazard, and they recommended closing the whole area down. So Biskey's hunch fell apart. When he finally wrote his report, the Air Force's chief skeptic put 3 things on the record he couldn't make go away: Stefan's illness, Stefan's burns, the circle in the rock. And he used one word for all 3: unexplainable. But in a crack in that same rock, 2 inches under moss, was some evidence, some very important evidence, that everybody seemed to miss. One year later, almost to the day, Stefan Mahalik went back to the rock. He worked along the landing circle, and in a fissure under the moss, he found 2 bars of metal. The lab took them apart. One bar was 93% silver, the other 96%, and both were covered in crushed uranium. They were radioactive. Remember, this was the most searched patch of rock in Canada. Police, military, radiation officers, civilians, all of them combed that circle for a year and found nothing. Either the bars appeared sometime that year, or every search team in 2 countries walked right over them. Even Biskey, the man who first thought it was a hoax, had to admit this was strange. He sent a teletype to headquarters. Should this be a hoax, someone is going to considerable effort to perpetrate same.
Translation from the bunkeries. I came here to call him a liar, and now I need a drink.
While the labs worked, the government closed ranks. When Manitoba
Bunkeries.
MP Edward Schreier raised Falcon Lake in the House of Commons, the Speaker cut him off. And when Parliament finally let one MP see the file, pages had already been pulled. They said full release would not be in the public interest. That silenced MP went on
Classic.
to become Governor General of Canada. The government's own representative once asked his government about Falcon Lake, and his government refused to answer. Stefan didn't care what the craft was, he just wanted a diagnosis. Months after Mayo, he still had no results. And he carried the case the rest of his life. The burns came back for years. The scars stayed under his skin for decades. He died in 1999
Bizarre.
at 83, and he never recanted.
They came back
never
every year.
embellished, never changed a word.
I mean, couldn't they confirm that part?
And in 2018, the same government that sealed his file put the Falcon Lake UFO incident on a coin. Silver, of course. And it glows in the dark. Stefan Mahalik walked into the white shell looking for silver. And 50 years later, his government minted his story in it. So that's Falcon Lake. A mechanic walked into the woods, came out burned, and carried marks no doctor could explain. Great story, but did it really happen this way? We'll start with the famous burns. The neat grid of dots from the photos shows up in January 1968, 8 months after the encounter. The doctor who saw him the day after described something else. Irregular, blotchy, unevenly spaced burns. And when the grid finally did appear, a Mayo psychiatrist called it, obviously, factitial.
Little fat, what does that mean?
So,
The
you
burns
think
were
he
self-
put them there?
Burning a game
I
of
don't buy
Cat
that.
for Antibelly every few months? Now that's how you commit to a bit.
The
Yeah, no
radiation
chance.
has an explanation too. The white shell is naturally rich in uranium, and the soil's radium could have come from a natural vein. The silver bars make the story worse. Their makeup matches commercial sterling, not raw silver, right down to the copper and cadmium that make up
You're
the
such a
alloy.
mark, dude.
And they were coated in foundry sand. They surfaced a full year later at a site dozens of people could reach. After the pros had searched it and found nothing, investigators are pretty sure that metal was placed there. Then the awkward details. A fire watchtower overlooked the area, and the ranger on duty saw nothing. The leading skeptics of
they
the day
lied
called
to
Falcon
make
Lake
this shit
a
up.
badly executed hoax. Case closed, except for everything else. He really did lose 22 pounds in a week. That's almost impossible unless you're really sick. The burns were real, and no one ever disputed that. A doctor documented first-degree burns the day after.
So he went
a
into the
charred
woods and
undershirt
burned himself?
attached the wounds. You can
Really?
still see the
Come
shirt.
on.
It's on display at the University of Manitoba.
The Louvre's got the Mona Lisa. The Manitoba's got a burnt undershirt. Checks out.
If he faked the grid in 1968, nobody ever explained the burns of 1967. Well, then follow the money. Well, you can't because there isn't any.
Oh, he didn't write a book?
Well, he wrote a booklet.
There's always a book.
Yeah, but the booklet lost money. It was something he gave to people for free. He gave it to them who wanted to hear his story. He was so sick of telling it, he would just give them the booklet and say, read this. And the Mayo Clinic? He paid for that himself, and that's not cheap. Biskey, the man who wanted him to be a liar, called the whole case unexplainable. The Department of National Defense admitted it was unable to provide evidence which would dispute Mihalik's story. And then the Condon Committee, a U.S. study built to close UFO cases. They filed Falcon Lake as unexplained. They even added a line you almost never see in an official report. If the encounter was real, it would show the existence of alien flying vehicles in our environment. If Falcon Lake was a hoax, a 51-year-old mechanic burned his own chest, starved off 22 pounds, fooled a dozen doctors and a Mayo psychiatrist. Look, if it was real, something landed on that rock that we still can't name. The case is still unsolved. But here's the part that bothers me. Strip away the saucer, and Falcon Lake is about a man who told the truth as he knew it, to the military, to doctors, to the government, and he got a door slammed in his face every single time. The first human being he met after the worst hour of his life listened to his story, heard his story, and drove away. And that wasn't just a civilian, that was an RCMP officer, trained and sworn to help people. He refused to help. Stefan never asked anyone to believe in flying saucers. He only asked people to believe him. And that's one of the hardest, bravest things you can do. Tell the truth, no matter what it costs, and refuse to take it back. Most of us will never meet a man burned from a flying saucer, but all of us will meet somebody someday carrying a story that sounds impossible. And maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're confused. Maybe not. Maybe they're on the highway, like Stefan was, asking you to stop. You don't have to believe the story, but you should try to believe the person standing in front of you, hurt, begging for help. And when that happens, you have only one option. You stop the car. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish.
Guten Abend, mein Herr.
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned something, I'd really appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, comment, share, and that stuff really helps the fish. And like most topics we cover on the channel, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips, send a message on Discord, email us, catch us in chat. There's a lot of ways to get a hold of us. We're always looking for new stories. And if you enjoy the stories I tell on the Y-Files, check out my other show on the channel. It's called The Basement. It's a conversation show where I chat.
Yeah, Gerb has a new video, but it's 3.5 hours long. You're gonna have to watch that on your own. Wonderland? I don't think so. What's it about?
For 65 years, since Frank Drake pointed a telescope at Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani back in 1960 with Project Ozma, SETI has been listening to the cosmos for signs of intelligent life. And do you know what they found? Well, a lot of people would say that they found nothing, but they've actually found a whole lot of signals. Narrowband, drifting, sometimes repeating a few times, sometimes insanely strong. Signals that tick almost every box we've ever said an alien transmission should have. But here's the part that drives me nuts. Nothing confirmable, at least confirmable as far as SETI is concerned. Nothing we can point to and say, yeah, that's ET calling. By the way, I've personally seen SETI's enormous bank of servers thinking away at Parkes Radio Observatory, and it is so frustrating to think that in spite of all the processing power that's being dedicated to all of this, we've still found nothing. Well, here's the deal. That's not actually true. And today, we're going through every major unexplained or candidate signal SETI has picked up in those 65 years. We're talking the famous ones, the forgotten ones, the recent ones, and one in particular that an independent researcher just tore apart in the most compelling way I've seen. Plus, we're going to tackle the big elephant in the room. Why the hell do we assume aliens would keep repeating the same signal over and over? What if they don't? What if they send one powerful blast and then wait centuries for a reply? That might sound unreasonable, but to aliens that have lifespans millions of years long, might not be that unreasonable at all. Well, we're gonna get into it right now.
Cave diet and documents deception? That's pretty sick.
Good afternoon, alien enthusiasts, and welcome to another Angry Alien Bulletin. Are you frustrated with SETI? Because I sure as hell am. After 65 years of searching for alien signals, we have been led to believe that they have found nothing. A 65-year search with thousands upon thousands of candidate star systems, and they have come up blank. If you had any other project that produced such disappointing results after all that time, wouldn't you be tempted to cancel it? Well, actually, NASA has decided to do that a few times by cutting funding to NASA. As a matter of fact, I believe funding has been cut as of right now, and they continue this search for a needle in a haystack with very, very limited funding, but not zero. As you saw in the introduction, I personally saw server after server clicking away, lights flashing continuously as SETI searches the skies for any sign of extraterrestrial signals. But is it actually true that their search has come out blank after all this time? Or has SETI actually found something and they're just not telling us about it? Or
what's his name found?
They're not talking very much about it. Well,
Professor
that's what we're
Simon
going to be investigating in this video.
He said he's got that source who works for one of the SETI installations in Europe, and he sounded pretty credible. He said that they've got signals and they don't want to come public with it because NASA doesn't want to. It's a weird situation. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like, we know that new Vera Rubin telescope in Chile, like, the CIA gets the data for like 24 hours before the scientists get it. Fucked up.
Because SETI actually has found quite a number of signals that remain unexplained to this day. The only problem with these signals is that none of them repeat. We pick them up once. As a matter of fact, actually, we may pick them up several times. They may repeat several times during the initial search, but when we go back to look again, they don't repeat. And when they don't repeat, then we just move on to the next one. As if aliens know that they're supposed to be sending us repeating signals and they know when they're supposed to be sending them. But the truth of the matter is, we have picked up many signals in the past. Again, some of them do indeed repeat, just none of them have ever been confirmed. And here's the question. Have we not confirmed them because there isn't anything really there, or there isn't compelling evidence of the presence of an extraterrestrial civilization? Or have they not been confirmed because SETI standards are so stringent
alien
that we'll never
jitterbug
actually confirm anything? And real quick, I would like to acknowledge the new Patreon supporters who are keeping this content going and also allowing me to travel to places like the Parks Radio Observatory, Smash Plays, Dexter Ward.
Yeah,
by
who's
the way,
this
decided
guy's-
to support us at the
Who's
Starship
funding this guy
level.
that he travels to all
Michael
these sites
Maxey,
nonstop?
Mike Schoback, Bernd Elkman, Leaning on Water, Sino, Carlo Wittig, Baron von Heider, and Caleb Upton. Thanks so much for your generous support at this tough time, and I can't wait to talk to you on our Discord server. If you're interested in this, by the way, all the details are in the description. Okay, that's enough self-promotion. Let's talk about the WOW signal, the one that started it all. The WOW signal took place on August 15th, 1977 at the Big Ear Radio Telescope in Ohio. A 72-second narrowband blast right on the hydrogen line, 1420 megahertz, the exact frequency everyone said would be the universal hello channel. And why is this the case? Well, because hydrogen is the most common element in the universe, so it stands to reason that all civilizations would understand that and transmit signals to other potential civilizations at the frequency that's associated with the hydrogen line. Not necessarily the best plan, there are issues with that, but still, that is the assumption. But this signal was so strong it went right off the charts. The astronomer on duty, Jared Amon, circled it and wrote "WOW" in red pen. It had been the hallmark of artificial origin, extremely narrow band. No natural astrophysical source should make something like that. It was only there for one scan, it never repeated, and it has never been seen again despite decades of looking in that exact spot. Fast forward to recent reanalyses from 2024 to 2025, and some researchers are leaning towards a natural explanation, maybe a rare hydrogen maser or super radiance event triggered by some energetic transient. Others say that we can't fully rule out artificial, and this natural explanation has come under attack by a wide variety of astronomers, not just people who support the artificial explanation. Either way, this signal remains unexplained. And by the way, it's a signal that originated very close to the point of origin of 3I Atlas by interesting coincidence. But it's one of the cleanest, strongest signals we've ever seen, and it ghosted us. Okay, so the WOW signal was, of course, one of the most compelling and still to this day unexplained. Some people say that they have an explanation, a natural explanation, but that has yet to be confirmed. But there's another signal, equally compelling, that remains unexplained and, for the most part, untalked about. So WOW wasn't the only weird one. In the early 2000s, the SETI at-home project, regular people running screensavers on their home computers.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen Contact in so long.
SHGB02 plus 14A. Boy, that's an exciting name. It was detected in February of 2003 using data from the Arecibo Observatory. The signal was spotted by SETI at-home volunteers, including Oliver Volker and Nate Collins, while processing segments of the same observational data, then confirmed and analyzed by UC Berkeley researchers like Eric Corpola. It was publicly highlighted in September of 2004 New Scientist as one of the most interesting signals in SETI at Home's history at the time. Here's its key characteristics. First of all, approximately 1420 megahertz. Again, the hydrogen line. It was a narrowband transmission. It had a strong linear positive frequency drift of 8 to 37 hertz per second. Notably, every detection started right at 1420 megahertz before drifting. Every single detection. It had a very weak intensity, unfortunately. Each instance lasted roughly 1 minute. It was observed on 3 separate occasions within the same data pass and was confirmed by independent volunteers and team analysis. Its location is roughly right ascension 2 hours, declination plus 14 degrees between the constellations of Pisces and Aries. No known stars or planetary systems are at this location within about 1,000 light years. The region is relatively empty, with the Arecibo beam giving us a very small error circle. So let's talk about the follow-ups. Targeted re-observations were carried out at Arecibo in 2004, but they failed to redetect it. No confirmed redetections have occurred since in any modern survey, including the Breakthrough Listen survey with the Green Bank and Parkes radio telescopes as of 2026. Researchers like Dan Wertheimer called it, quote, the most interesting signal from SETI at home, but noted it's unlikely to be real, while still planning to reobserve. Paul Horowitz found the persistent drift after corrections fishy. Possible explanations discussed at the time included unknown natural phenomena, telescope artifacts, or, less convincingly, artificial signals from a rapidly rotating source. Once again, why is it less convincingly? I'm reading this straight out of a report on this signal. Why would it be less convincingly if it were a rapidly rotating, say, space station or something else? But it remains an unconfirmed historical candidate. It's often compared to the WOW signal, but it's much weaker and has this unusually high drift. In the final 2026 reanalysis of the entire SETI at-home archive, it's treated as a notable past example rather than one of the new 100 faint outliers, which we're going to be talking about a little bit later, 100 signals prioritized for follow-up. Then there's the ongoing Arecibo WOW project led by Abel Mendez. They've been digging through old Arecibo archives and found several other weaker narrowband transients near 1420 megahertz that look eerily like mini WOW signals. Not as loud, but the same profile. Again, do we ever hear about this? These are the kinds of one-off or rarely repeating signals that keep
support
popping
to
up
the
in the
natural
data.
explanation, though.
Now it's time to move on to a project called Breakthrough Listen, and that's actually what the servers that I saw at the Parkes Observatory in Australia were dedicated towards. The Breakthrough Listen project is something that's driven a lot by at-home amateur alien sleuths, people who look for any signs of extraterrestrial signals. They look at the data, they try to confirm it, they look for additional follow-up data, and one of the most compelling signals, at least at first, was BLC1. This is one of the most controversial signals that SETI has ever picked up. There are plenty of people, including my guide at the Parkes Radio Observatory, who claim that there was never anything unusual about this signal. It was typical of things that they had received over many years, and there was no reason to ever get that excited.
I don't trust
about
any
it.
of those
But
SETI guys.
There's another article that came out recently.
They got the
about
most
this
to
signal
lose.
that's pretty damn compelling, and once again, nobody's talking about it. What you just heard was the BLC1 signal that we picked up just a few years ago, possibly coming from our closest neighbor, Proxima Centauri. Now, to be clear, this is a recreation of the signal done in audible tone, so we can actually hear it. If
It's
it
a
were
modem
actually
trying to
rendered in
connect.
its original form, we wouldn't be able to hear it at all. This is something that was done in order to illustrate what the signal might sound like if we had more advanced hearing. But let's fast forward to the big money era. Breakthrough Listen, a $100 million project scanning millions of stars with some of the best telescopes on Earth. In 2019, as I just suggested, they were observing our closest neighbor, Proxima Centauri, with the Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia, and they found BLC1, Breakthrough Listen Candidate 1, a narrowband signal at 982.002 megahertz, extremely narrow, just a few hertz wide, and it appeared in 5 separate 30-minute observation windows over several hours. Only when the telescope was pointed at Proxima, by the way. When they pointed the telescope in a different direction, it disappeared. And that's something that generally rules out human-made interference. If you only hear the signal when you point it at one source in the sky and it goes away when you point it elsewhere, then it shouldn't be coming from Earth. It had a smooth, consistent, positive frequency drift, exactly what you'd expect from a transmitter on a planet orbiting a star. The team themselves called it, quote, the most compelling candidate in the project's history. It passed every filter they had for techno-signatures. And then, months later, they published a paper and declared it terrestrial radio frequency interference, some kind of local electronic artifact that just happened to line up perfectly with their observing schedule. And here's where it gets angry astronaut territory. Independent researcher Shiva Mucci wrote a detailed Medium article entitled, quote, we detected the exact alien signal we've been searching for and then declared it invalid. And guys, it's one of the most compelling articles I've read on the topic. Mucci went back to the original Breakthrough Listen data and papers and did the orbital mechanics math that the team apparently didn't fully explore for the alien hypothesis. The reason they didn't didn't explore it, by the way, is because subsequent follow-up observations found signals very similar to BLC-1 in other locations in the sky. Why would there be so many similar signals coming from all over the damn place if they were coming from the same extraterrestrial civilization? But here's the thing. All of these other signals were not exactly the same. So here's the deeper detail on his analysis. Using the team's own drift rate from their data table, independently measured parameters of Proxima b, in other words, the planet orbiting Proxima Centauri, with an 11.186-day orbital period, orbiting really close to the star and tidally locked, and standard Doppler equations, he showed that BLC-1's observed drift matches almost perfectly with a transmitter on or near Proxima b at a specific orbital phase of 84 degrees. The deceleration profile exactly follows the cosine of the phase angle approaching 90 degrees, with acceleration and deceleration matching the expected orbital mechanics over the observation window. The positive unidirectional drift over 2.5 hours with no changes rules out local Earth orbiting sources such as satellites. BLC-1 didn't fit any of the look-alike harmonic families or off-source interference patterns that the team identified. In other words, it was a different signal, different than the other ones that they scanned that supposedly were very similar, and it had a drift rate that matched the planet that orbits Proxima Centauri.
These guys are such fucking
BLC-1
liars,
passed every single test we've ever defined for an artificial technosignature. The dismissal relied on it must be local interference for something we can't identify, while refusing to seriously test the alien explanation with the same
They
rigor.
did not even
He calls
check
it
the orbital
asymmetry in
mechanics of
evidence
a
standards.
planet.
We demand extraordinary proof for ET, but we accept unidentified local RFA with virtually no evidence. Whether you agree with
The
every
fact that it
detail or
perfectly
not,
matched a
Nucci's
planet in
analysis
orbit
forces you to admit
is fucked up. They didn't
BLC-1
even
was
check
never
that.
conclusively proven to be terrestrial. It was declared invalid more than it was disproven. Okay, so we've got WOW, and we've got BLC-1. We've got that other signal that I'm not even going to try to remember all the numbers and letters associated with it. We need to find a better name for that signal. Are there others? Well, as a matter of fact, yes. There are many, many others. And again, nobody's talking about them. So here's the thing that most people don't realize. Modern pipelines like Breakthrough, Listen, and SETI at home don't just find one or two weird signals. They find thousands of narrowband candidates. Most get filtered out as obvious RFI or noise, but a non-zero number survived the first cut. Narrow, drifting, localized, and persistent for a while. The recent full reanalysis of the entire 21-year SETI at-home data set reduced 14 billion candidate detections down to roughly 100 faint, intermittent statistical outliers, worth targeted follow-up with China's FAST telescope. These are signals that appeared 2 or 3 times across repeated observations of the same sky position. Not loud, not flashy, but real anomalies. We are literally drowning in data, and the telescopes are getting better, the algorithms are getting smarter, and the number of signals of interest is only going to grow. But does that mean that SETI is going to acknowledge any of them as being legitimate? And this is the part that really gets under my skin. We keep saying it didn't repeat, so it's probably not alien. But why the hell would it repeat? Think about it from their perspective. An advanced civilization might send out a single, extremely powerful directed blast, a beacon or hello packet aimed at promising star systems like ourselves. Then they wait. Light speed delay to Proxima Centauri is only 4 years. To stars 100 light years away, well, 100 years each way. To the galactic center, tens of thousands of years. To a species that might live for millions of years, or has already transcended biological limitations, a few thousand years is nothing. It's like us sending a message and checking the mailbox once a century. Maybe they only transmit when certain conditions are met.
Why would they keep transmitting in the same direction over and over? I mean, I guess they would probably transmit to Earth.
One time, we are here announcement.
It's like the Trisolarans.
Until they get an answer.
In Dark
Our
Forest,
own Arecibo message in 1974 was a one-shot deal. We didn't keep blasting it every night. So why
maybe
do we
they were
hold alien
obliterated.
Civilizations to a higher standard of constant repetition than we hold ourselves? It's possible the signals we're looking at are inherently one-off or extremely rare by design. And every time we dismiss something because it didn't repeat, we might be throwing away the very thing we're searching for. And while we're at it, let's talk about another frustrating detail SETI often uses or overuses when deciding whether to take a signal seriously. Is it coming from a star with a potentially habitable planet?
Oh, yeah.
If the answer is no, or if there's no known exoplanet in the habitable zone, many researchers seem quick to dismiss it or give it a lesser degree of priority. As if advanced aliens don't have interstellar travel. Come on. We're talking about civilizations potentially millions of years ahead of us. Why would they be limited to broadcasting from their homeworld's habitable zone? They could have self-replicating probes, Dyson swarms, mobile habitats, or entire fleets zipping around the galaxy. A signal could come from a probe passing through an empty system, a beacon on an airless moon, or a transmitter on an artificial structure nowhere near the habitable planet. This habitable planet filter feels like another anthropocentric bias, assuming ET thinks and operates exactly like us in our current technological
also just
infancy.
showing debunker
It's the same kind
brainworms,
of narrow thinking that makes us demand constant repetition.
It can't be
Signals
aliens
from
because
empty
it's
regions
not.
like SHD B02 plus 14A spot between Pisces and Aries with no stars within 1,000 light years, or from systems without habitable worlds shouldn't automatically get downgraded. If anything, that might be exactly where a visiting probe or long-range beacon would operate.
Did you find anything cool?
So after 65 years, we have the WOW signal, SHGB0214A, with all of its intriguing but unconfirmed details. Multiple archival Arecibo transients, BLC-1, which Shiva Mucci makes a damn strong case for, including solid orbital mechanics backing his thesis, and now approximately 100 fresh statistical outliers from SETI at home waiting for follow-up. We have quite a bit, just nothing we can stamp confirmed extraterrestrial intelligence on. Is that because there's nothing out there? Or because we're looking for the wrong kind of signal, expecting constant chatter from civilizations that might only whisper once every few millennia, or from places that don't match our narrow, habitable planet around a sun-like star checklist? I don't know the answer, but I know this. The search is getting better, not worse, and the next WOW or BLC-1 could be sitting in someone's dataset right now, waiting for the right person to look at it in the right way. What do you think? Is BLC-1 worth another look? And what about that habitable planet filter? Is that fair or flawed? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and if you enjoyed this deep dive, smash that like button, subscribe, and also hype the video, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss the next one. And if you'd like to support this channel on...
I know he covered it at the time. I forget what he concluded, though. I feel like they scared him into not talking about it. Using the pyramid transmitter array, Shiva showed up, shit happened. Shiva is involved, and he married Kali, calmed down, and is now retired. I mean, yeah. Like in the books, like I just finished listening to them again, but yeah, it's pretty much like it's a guaranteed. Like at one point, there's like a snippet of like inside the alien, space station or whatever that's quote unquote cleansing systems. But like as soon as there's the sound at all, like a powerful transmission, they zap them. Like they're even able to use it as like a mutually assured destruction thing. Like there's aliens at Proxima Centauri, and like they're coming to get us. But like they have a way to like basically like shine a light on the other civilization so that the fucking scary elder aliens will destroy them. And it's enough to like maintain this, mutually assured destruction posture. I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean it's plausible. I need to find areas you might want. Nice. Aliens are not demons. Fucking JD Vance. Ethan Klein is suing this guy? Really?
2, 3, 4.
So Wildmouth was a fellow edge lord of mine back in middle school, and you could not catch that kid going more than 2 class periods without throwing up Vape Nation gang signs, sneaking in a Papa Bless pose during class photos. Also, while waiting for the next prank invasion, it's time to stop video to drop from Ethan.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I lost the Wild Metal mask, bro. I can't fucking find it, bro. Seriously, it's fucking gone. I don't know what it is. I got this Frankenstein mask I got for Halloween. Okay, guys, I just looked through my emails, right, bro? And I saw something that's a little bit interesting. Maybe you guys should know about this. Ethan Klein is going around suing people who has wronged him. And it's usually big names like Ian, Hassan, I don't know, some other streamers. I don't know anything about this shit. I don't know what Ethan is talking. I don't know the drama. So imagine my shock when I see I'm actually one of these creators being threatened with a lawsuit. Ethan Klein. What did I do to this mother guy? What did I do to this guy? I don't want to say anything that gets me in more trouble, dog. I'm not good with the law. I'm not very smart. I don't know if sharing a cease and desist letter is a good idea. Anyway, guys, look at this fucking cease and desist letter, bro. Hello, we are acting on behalf of Ethan Klein, who operates professionally as H3H3. It has come to our attention that you have published false and defamatory statements concerning our client, including but not limited to a video published on YouTube in which you implied that our client supports the genocide of Palestine. This allegation is false. A statement posted on X, formerly Twitter, falsely asserting that our client uses cocaine. This is categorically false and defamatory. These statements are defamatory per se, as they cause serious harm to our client's reputation. Accordingly, we demand that you immediately cease and desist from making or publishing any further false defamatory statements about our client. Dog! Provide written confirmation within 7 days that you have complied with these demands.
Don't do it.
Fuck! Fuck! I'm gonna get sued by fucking Ethan Klein, bro! Please be advised that if you fail to comply, our client reserves the rights to commence legal proceedings without further notice, seeking damages, legal costs, and injunctive relief. That's 3 things he could sue me for, bro. What the fuck? Damages? Me? How you gonna sue me, bro? I can't. I'm broke as hell. What the fuck you gonna get out of me? You gonna sue me into oblivion? I am working a minimum wage job at a fast food restaurant, bro. The fuck you gonna get out of me? You want 5 quid, bro? Please don't take my 5 quid, bro. I'm broke as fuck. I once got caught on TFL rail, right? I was using a rail card that wasn't completely accurate. When they caught me, I just told them to kill me, bro. I can't pay a full fucking ticket, dog.
Just do it. Just fucking kill me, dude. I can't pay no fine, bro. Just kill me, bro.
Say their client uses coke. Listen, you can get around this by simply correctly and truly asserting that the client uses meth.
I'm not gonna do that, bro.
You can say he uses meth instead of coke. You can say he uses heroin instead of coke. You can say whatever, you just don't have to say coke anymore. Because you can't say, or you can't imply that he supports the genocide of Palestine. You can say he's a Zionist and that he probably doesn't mind the death of innocent
Big dog.
Probably say something like that, because they've already said this allegation is false and seriously damaging. But I don't know. I think you can say other shit.
Oh, that's where you
can get away with that. You can get away with that. You can also reply to this email right now. Actually, I think I will reply to it right now.
What?
I think.
Shut up! God, please, no, bro. Okay, I guess I gotta do it. So they either
You tell him to get fucked.
take down the claims or retract. I'm gonna choose retract since you've given me the option. Ethan, you do not do cocaine. I'm sorry, bro. You don't do coke. I take it back. I don't even know why I said it. It was 2 years ago. And also, you do not support the genocide in
Yes, he
Palestine.
does.
I'm glad we cleared that up, Ethan. Ethan, you are one of my childhood heroes, bro. I fucking loved you as a kid. I spent all my time in fucking recess watching your videos. I love the music you put out, the little acoustic guitar songs that you made for Ela. I'd listened to that shit as a little kid. And I'm talking like 14, 15. My mind was developing, man, and you were a big part of it. Now you sent me a fucking cease and desist letter. You taught me I could have fun on the internet, dude. I thought you were so funny, man. Now I got a cease and desist letter from you. Shit, it is crazy her life. Hey, bro, let's not get too deep, bro. I retract my statements. Ethan, don't sue me for the love of God, bro. I'm broke as fuck, dude. Yo, you guys play the Wordle today, bro? Yo, let's get it! Let's get it! This is my method. I've coined this method myself. So you started with sword, which is like pretty basic. But then you follow it up with unlit, which is like the other common words. And as you can see, it's actually not that good. What I then
Remember when we used to do Wordle?
I got no idea what that means. Damn, my method sucks, bro. What the hell? What could this word be, bro? B? B? What? B? Leave. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude.
He's so bad. Ukraine has a robot army.
The latest news from Ukraine sounds like science fiction. For the first time in history, a robot like this one, armed with a heavy 50 caliber machine gun, captured a position as well as 3 enemy soldiers. We call these remote-controlled robots,
I don't believe this.
UGVs, or unmanned ground vehicles. The same droid TW-12.7 also replaced infantry, as it was credited with holding an entire tree line for 45 days. And that's not all, because another of such ground robots ambushed a Russian armored vehicle. The armed forces of Ukraine are betting everything on these robots. Some Ukrainian commanders even claim that 80% of infantry roles could soon be replaced by unmanned systems. My friends, we're that close from the Terminator timeline. Meanwhile, other ground robots are just packed with explosives. In this video, we see a UGV snuck up to a rifle team of 3 Russians and then detonated a couple meters away. Ah, Call of Duty, you did it again! It's literally the RCXD, but there's more. Hunter-killer drone, the Wilson, sentry guns. It's all part of the modern battlefield. Let's just hope we won't see jetpacks anytime soon. And this is just the beginning, because UGVs are still at a very early stage of development. Remember when your dad said video games are not like real war? Well, now they are.
Really?
Actually, the skills these unmanned system units are looking for are being agile with a PlayStation 5 or Xbox controller, sitting on a chair for 12 hours straight, being able to chug entire packs of energy drinks, and being able to detect movement in 3 pixels from 400 meters away. But not so fast. Ground robots still face major limitations, and many of their reported successes have been significantly exaggerated or just completely staged. Like this video here I just showed you, 100% fake.
Yeah, I knew that was
ground
fake.
Robots are here to stay. UGVs come in many different configurations, and they're now littering the entire battlefield. It's not a surprise that Ukraine's Ministry of Defense announced the AFU carried 9,000 ground drone missions in March alone. As you know, Ukraine is facing a critical shortage of riflemen, so the hopes that the increase of UGVs will allow a reduction of soldiers on the front line by up to 30%. We're also witnessing an insane ground robots arms race between Ukraine and Russia. What I discovered is that both sides are ramping up the use of ground robots. But the most interesting is that they do so in very different ways, shaped by completely different military doctrines. More on that in a moment. Right now in Ukraine is the 3rd Army Corps, and more specifically the 3rd Assault Brigade, that has become the true leader in the use of ground-based robotic systems. They claim that 80% of their logistics needs are done using UGVs. Many other units under the umbrella of the 3rd Army Corps are also in the process of creating self-standing unmanned ground vehicle companies. Actually, let's take a closer look at the order of battle of the 3rd Army Corps.
They're completely covered in Nazi insignia? Yeah, I bet. But they couldn't wait. I'm gonna carve such a big swastika in this robot.
In this episode, we'll be discussing the evidence left behind to prove that ancient megalithic civilizations were destroyed by great catastrophes, and if there's a hidden cycle that dominates our solar system. The reason this is so important is because it helps us to understand why those civilizations became lost, and if that cycle can still play a role in our future. In the last episode, we discussed the megalithic evidence left behind all around the world, from lost civilizations that predated the Younger Dryas of 13,000 years ago. We discussed the sophistication of those structures, from ancient temples to pyramids to leftover remnants of megalithic blocks. We did a tour around the world, from Egypt through the Middle East, into Asia and all the way to the Americas. As we look around the world at these megalithic civilizations, we find telltale signs left behind to show why they were destroyed, based on evidence known as vitrification found on their blocks. Now, some might be wondering, how could rock get melted from an event? What we're looking at, though, is not simply just a cosmic impact, in my opinion. I know a lot of these ancient history researchers that study these structures believe that these were cosmic impacts. While I do believe that cosmic impacts have played a role in some of these events, I think there's something much deeper and much more consistent to the cyclical nature of these disasters. So, once again, how could rock melt, and what kind of temperatures could lead to that? Looking back again at the Mohs hardness scale of granite, we find that it's around a 7 on the hardness scale, which means it's very, very difficult to have something like that heat up to a degree where it can actually be destroyed. What we look at when we look at Peru, through the pre-Incan civilizations there, all the way to Egypt and Turkey, and even into Japan, we find vitrification on the outside of these structures. In order to have granite melt, which means that the granite has to be heated up to such a degree that it literally melts and turns brittle on the outside. In order to do that, you have to have temperatures that exceed 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Just imagine for a moment, if you were a civilization alive at that time, and you were living in some of these ancient temples in some of these cities around the world from these civilizations that existed before 13,000 years ago. If you were on the surface of the planet during that time, and one of these events occurred, you would literally turn into dust. These events were so extreme that they're on a magnitude that's greater than anything we've seen in modern human history. What could have caused temperatures to exceed 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface of the planet? One of the things to understand is that our planet is constantly bombarded by solar rays, but it's protected by the outer ozone layer. That keeps those rays from entering the surface of the planet. But certain events have been shown to happen throughout history that can weaken that environment and allow those solar winds to penetrate the surface and cause extreme temperature gradients and changes. Let's review some of the evidence that proves that those events occurred, and we'll discuss what could be causing them and whether or not it's going to happen in our future. The first place to look, besides looking at the vitrification that's present on these megalithic blocks, is to check one of the most important records we have that can look back at ancient history to understand what the global temperatures were like and the environment on Earth. In order to do that, we have to look into some of the oldest ice caps in the world. The two most important of those ice caps are Greenland and Antarctica, in which we can take ice core samples and go down thousands and thousands of years of history, more than 20,000 years to 50,000 years in some cases. What scientists can do is drill down into these ancient ice caps in order to look at the ice and see what was present inside that ice at that time period. That gives us a snapshot into what the CO2 levels were and what the environment of the planet was like over the course of 20 to 50,000 years ago. And what they found was remarkable. Instead of having events happening randomly, we found a correlation of nearly every 13,000 years, as far back as we can go, that there seemed to be catastrophes that occurred on Earth. Something so severe that we're not just talking about one event, but a time period of over 1,000 years, where events would happen over and over again in different ways. Try to imagine the planet going through a cycle, where certain catastrophes would cause events to occur on the Earth that would be simultaneously so destructive that civilizations would rise up, become destroyed, and whatever remnants would survive would struggle to try to gain back the knowledge that they had. That's what we're looking at with these events. When we look at these ice core samples, as well as geologic evidence from around the world, we find telltale signs of these events that occurred primarily as a 13,000-year impact, but also as a minor impact around every 6,000 years. So there seems to be two different events that are occurring in our solar system that are affecting the Earth and these civilizations. So does that mean these civilizations knew about these events? What we find when we look at ancient astronomical libraries, the best known being Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, is that these civilizations seem to be mapping the heavens for a specific cycle known as the precession of the equinox, in which the Earth wobbles on its axis to face different constellations. That entire cycle is known as the Great Year, which is 26,000 years, in which the Earth faces different constellations over a period of 2,100 years. But why were they mapping that? If you were to imagine how you were going to keep track of time as an ancient civilization, and you were facing different constellations every 2,100 years, you could predict when those events were going to occur, which means that enough knowledge was left behind by every previous civilization in order to warn the ones in the future. And that's exactly what we find in sites like Göbekli Tepe in the Anatolia region of Turkey, where the most fascinating thing when we look at the archaeological digs and records that have come out of that is that that civilization went to great lengths to not only create a celestial library where they could map the heavens and track this cycle, but they also found evidence that this site was buried deliberately before 13,000 years ago in order to protect it. How do we know that? When they originally found the site and they dug down, they found an enormous amount of soil that had been put on top of the site in a way where they actually had proof that it was deliberately buried and not just buried by a tsunami or sediments washing over it, but by hand, by the people that originally had created it. What they found when they dug down into these sites is they found organic matter stuck between the little crevices of these giant T-shaped pillars, in which they were able to accurately radiocarbon date the site to be 11,800 years old at least. Now that's just an estimate, because we know, based on these other sites around the world, that these civilizations are older than that. But that alone should have shifted our entire paradigm of science and history, but it hasn't. We're still told that the rise of civilization occurred only 6,000 years ago. That doesn't make any sense though, does it? If we have radiocarbon data that's been taken from multiple sites around the world, especially Göbekli Tepe, proving that these sites were at least 11, 12, if not older than 13,000 years ago, then why does this old paradigm still stand? That's why so many researchers around the world are trying to change this narrative, to show that civilizations have risen and fallen over and over again because of this cycle. Now, one of the best pieces of evidence to prove that civilizations knew about this cycle is another site in Turkey known as Derinkuyu. In Derinkuyu, we have the largest underground city in the world, in which a civilization that created that went to great lengths to create a structure underground with rooms and tunnels and air shafts that could hold over 20,000 people. But even more remarkable than that is each doorway was sealed by a gigantic stone that they would roll in front of it. Something much more important than just hiding from an army, or hiding from fires, or something that was more simplistic, but something so extreme that they had to live down there for enormous amounts of time. Getting back to what we were discussing earlier on with vitrification, imagine if a vent was going to occur on Earth that was going to cause temperatures to soar in some parts of the planet to over 2,000 degrees, literally vaporizing anything on the surface. The only way to survive would be go underground into a lot of these underground cities and caves. We hear the same story with the Hopi of the Southwest United States, who describe how the ant people led them down into caves to survive a great flood. What's really remarkable about that is in the Hopi's native language, the word ant represents the name Anu. So the Anu people led them underground to survive the flood, which is fascinating considering how close that is to the word Anunnaki. Is it all linked? Perhaps it's all part of the same cycle, because when we look at the tablets known as the Atrahasis, we find out that Untanda-Pishtim was warned by Enki to build a structure, as we know in the biblical story of Noah, to build a structure, a giant cedar craft, to survive a great catastrophe on the earth. Clearly we know that these Anuna were warning certain civilizations at certain times in order to help them survive these events. So, the most important question is, what's causing this event? So what could be causing these cyclical disasters on Earth and our solar system? Is it related to something far away, perhaps? The more that I can see, that I don't think it's reflective of cosmic impacts, but part of a great cycle that may be even related to the precession of the equinox on Earth. The more that I look, the more that I believe this cycle may actually be related to the precession of the equinoxes in what's known as the Great Year. So what could be causing it? In the 1960s, NASA became concerned and curious at the same time about why it seemed that our entire solar system and Earth was tilted on its axis. Even more importantly, they noticed that the outer planets of Uranus and Neptune had an even more extreme tilt to them, like something gravitationally was affecting them. Puzzled but unknown what it was, they sent out two probes known as Pioneer 10 and 11 in 1972 and 1973 in completely different directions of the solar system to try to figure out what was causing this entire tilt of the solar system itself. What they found changed the entire history of our understanding of these cycles and became one of the greatest conspiracies ever in modern history. Pioneer 10 and 11 were sent out between 1972 and 1973, going in different directions, finally reaching the outer solar system by about 1983. Initially, NASA was excited by what they found, announcing in the 1990s that the Pioneer probes had discovered a new planet beyond the Kuiper Belt. They actually came out with a press announcement that people may not remember, where they discussed how there was a planet found that was between 4 and 5 times the size of Earth.
What?
That was the last thing we ever heard of the Pioneer probes. Not because they disappeared.
Really?
What they found changed their entire understanding of the solar system and became one of the greatest conspiracies ever in modern history.
You just said that.
After that announcement in the 1990s of that large planet beyond the Kuiper Belt, all information on the Pioneer probes went dead. But there was one place that it remained. While nearly the entire internet and all books we know of was scrubbed of that data from the Pioneer probes, only one thing remained, and that is the 1987 New Illustrated Science and Invention Encyclopedia. Now, for people that remember back in the 1980s, before the internet became popular, encyclopedias were the primary place where we got information. In that volume, they discussed space, and they had a picture of the Pioneer 10 and 11 probes in there, discussing briefly that there was a plaque made, that when they sent them out, that if anyone found it, it would have a brief description of us as humanity and some information about Earth. But what it also contained was this incredible diagram that changed our entire understanding of the solar system. and as far as I've studied and looked into this, is the only place where what the Pioneer 10 probes 10 and 11 found is ever contained in a diagram.
What?
The rest of everything was lost. They called it a dead star, and it was located 50 billion miles from our solar system in 1983. Now, why is it called a dead star?
Is it Nibiru?
Well, this is going to get into our understanding of the true history of our solar system that we haven't been taught. When we look at data from other solar systems, we find that the common theme is that about 80% of all solar systems are binary, and often trinary, means they have at least 2, if not 3 stars within them. Now, when we look at ours, we're told that we only have 1 star, known as our sun. But yet, the Pioneer probes found something else completely different than that. And that, to me, is probably the greatest secret that's been kept from us. Because think about it for a moment.
Megyn
NASA
Kelly
came out with an
doing
announcement
tall
in the
racial
1990s
discourse
describing
with
how there was a
tall
planet
lights.
beyond the Kuiper Belt, and they openly announced that, and then everything went dead. That tells us a lot, because it means that they didn't know that that binary companion was out there. And once they discovered it, they realized it was part of this entire cycle. To me, it's the same thing as if they knew that a comet or an asteroid was headed to Earth. All that information would be covered up and hidden because they wouldn't want mass panic.
Doing a handshake
I
with the
believe that this is
gray
the
and
exact same thing as that,
panickingly
where they
sanitizing
figured
her
out that there's this object out there, this dead star that they identified, and the way they were able to identify that is through the signature of the star. And they found that that dead star is part of this entire cycle with our solar system and sun. Now, what kind of cycle are we talking about? What we find when we look at data from this dead star is that it has a
his
complete
hands are just
rotation
like
of about
ours, except for he
13,000
only has
years,
3
which would
fingers.
exactly line up to these 13,000-year events. As this dead star approaches our sun,
Like
as it gets
when
closest,
Jack
it's known as
Hanna used to go on
perihelion,
Letterman.
and as it goes farther away, it's known as aphelion, and that's part of a great cycle and the dance between our 2 stars. Now, this dead star
Grush
was
to be
identified
his
as a dead
handler.
star because of the signature that it presented on the Pioneer probes. They were actually engineered to be able to go out and find an object that was extremely dark and hard to see. That's why it was initially equipped with that technology to find planets, because planets are extremely difficult to see because they're not lit up. But instead, they also found an object that was dark as well. Now, this star, called a dead star in the 1987 Science and Invention Encyclopedia, was called a dead star because of the way they identified the signature of it. It means that it once was a star like our sun, and it either had a supernova or somehow exploded in a way where it became a smaller object but with extreme high density. Similar to in the way where you'd see a star collapse and turn into a black hole.
I don't know how I
But in
feel about
case,
this
it didn't.
guy's theory.
It just remained as what is known in some
really
circles in
interesting.
ancient studies as a dead star or a dark star. That's actually been referred in several areas. One of the best places we can find that is the Celtic and Egyptian book known as the Cobran Bible. And in that, it describes how there seems to be an object that influences our Earth and the solar system in a cyclical way and is responsible for mass catastrophes on the Earth. One of the most fascinating things, if you look at that diagram, is that what you find is that it shows that the Pioneer 10 and 11 went completely different directions in the solar system, and yet it describes it as finding equal pull gravitationally. From either end of the solar system at an equal pull for the same object, it means that that
So
object is
they were
impacting
never
the entire solar
launched,
system.
or what?
That would explain why the
Gray's
entire axis
jumping
of
up
our
and
solar
down
system
on
is tilted.
Oprah's
Because of this one dead star object that seems to dance and rotate around with our star, it seems to be responsible for cyclical catastrophes as far back as we know.
I don't know.
Every 13,000 years,
Daytime
what's known as
TV
perihelion,
disclosure.
when this dead star approaches our sun, it would affect the sun in a powerful way. In order for the sun to not explode, it would have to maintain equilibrium by sending out energy into the solar system. Because this seems to happen every 13,000 years, it correlates exactly with
what
ice
if
core
she
samples
toured
and
a-
evidence from
a
around the
flying
world, such as
saucer
Göbekli
with
Tepe before it was buried, showing us
Jim
that this cycle was
Lukatsky?
known about. But did they know about the actual star? As I said in the Cobran Bible, they do call this a dark star,
Jeremy
and in some
Corbell
civilizations they
parked
refer
the
to a dark
fucking
star.
flying
So
saucer
perhaps they did know about it. And maybe that's why pyramids
in,
on the Earth were built in
Rockefeller
the
Center.
specific spots they were, to harness and balance the
On the
energy of
ice
the planet.
skating rink.
All of these structures around the world, built on the 30th parallel, they may be responsible for trying to prevent this cycle. So what would it be like if this dead star approached our sun? What kind of effects would that happen on Earth? What we would find is that the sun would start sending out massive pulses of energy.
Actually, this kind of makes sense.
Now, in order for our Earth to maintain itself, we have a north and a south pole that create an electromagnetic grid around the Earth that protects the planet. If those poles and that magnetism was disrupted, what you would see is a massive effect on every tectonic plate, and if that magnetic field
if they
weakened too
found
much
out-
and even collapsed, what you would find is that not only solar winds would bombard the planet,
if they
which
found
would
out
explain
in the
why we see
80s
temperatures of vitrification that seem to exceed 2,000 degrees, but nearly
Like, if they found out in the 80s, what year did he say, 1989 or 87? If they found out in the 80s that we were doomed in 2029 or whatever, I could see them not telling us. The sleazy alien that befriended Trump. That would be great. With like chest hair.
a Davos disclosure interview with Klaus Schwab. I mean, I feel like we would be more inclined to get something like that. I'm just picturing, like, translation, like, if he's doing the clicking thing. Like, I mean, maybe that's why they use telepathy, because their speech is that awkward clicking or something like that, where it's like painful to speak, but like you can think, speak, or whatever. I mean, that would kind of fit, right? Because most people say they're just telepathic, but sometimes you hear about them talking too. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with this Pioneer 10 and 11 conspiracy. I kind of feel like I do remember hearing about these missions, though, right? I remember the Pioneer plaque. I mean, it's possible they could have found something and then tried to walk it back, like they've done that before, right? Like, there's probably some debunker-approved narrative for what happened on those missions.
Every volcano and tectonic plate on the planet would go off. This would explain when we look at ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica, and looking at this period of 13,000 years ago during the Younger Dryas. That's why we seem to find not only effects from tectonic shifts, but effects from volcanism that seem to last over 1,000 years. That would explain this entire rotation of this dead star. Because as this dead star is going by perihelion with our sun, it would take over 1,000 years for it to pass by far enough to weaken those effects. That would explain how civilizations so advanced could be destroyed if we imagined that
And
these
how
cycles
they knew for a
lead to
while it
destruction
was
over
coming,
a 1,000-year
too.
period.
That would
Now, it
explain
doesn't mean
that.
it's consistently disastrous
They could
every
be able to
second,
see it
but it means that
coming.
frequently there are these catastrophes that seem to build in magnitude. And one of the things that's
Maybe
discussed
it's not
by a lot of these
anytime
civilizations in some of their ancient texts is that these events were always ended by a great set of tsunamis around the world, which would help explain why nearly every story by these civilizations, whether it's the Atrahasis or the Hopi, every culture talks about a great flood. And these events would all conclude in a great flood, since they would build up to greater and greater tectonic activity, creating multiple mile-high tsunamis that would travel all around the world. That's why places like Machu Picchu, even as high as it is, would still be destroyed by these events. So, the real question is, what's going to happen now? The more that I've looked at this, the more that we can see that NASA and others are aware of this cycle with this dead star. And when I look at how there's geoengineering that's been done since the 1990s, which reflects incoming solar particles, and all these mysteries of why scientists have been spent so much time in Antarctica, and how it's been covered up in such secrecy, it starts to make sense to me. I believe they were able to take Nikola Tesla technology and go down to Antarctica to basically try to balance and prevent this entire cycle quietly, without the panic of society knowing about it. Think about it for a minute. Why have scientists spent so much money and time from around the world in Antarctica?
Why?
I mean, how many ice core samples can you drill? And yet, they are all over that South Pole, drilling down deep into the Earth, doing all these mysterious things. To me, what makes the most sense is that there's secret technology being used to quietly prevent this disaster. And I believe the reason why the Maya predicted that this civilization would be the one that would make it is because this is the first time that we have technological means and information to prevent our own destruction. What that means is that we look around the world at how many civilizations have risen up to a great level of sophistication and fallen, only to lose more and more knowledge. And how here we are at this moment, this pivotal moment in time, when the technology we have present is going to enable us, for the first time in our past, to not be destroyed. What will our future be? How far can we go if we don't have a reset? That's why when I discuss this, I always have such optimism. I believe that based on the technology we have present and the wisdom we have from all the past civilizations before us, that this will be the version of our society and humanity that makes it to the next level. That gives me great hope and optimism in the future, for this is the first version of our civilization that's going to make it to the next level. That's why we shouldn't be fearful to go into our future and knowing that this is the greatest time that humanity's ever been alive. In the next episode, we'll be discussing the secret war that's gone on throughout history with the serpent and the eagle, and how the influences from those two sides have given rise to civilizations and downfalls of civilizations around the world.
His talk is called Before Karahan Tepe, the Most Ancient of Solstices. And we're going to find by the end of this talk that even though of the discovery that myself and JJ made in 2021 at Karahan Tepe, a winter solstice alignment which dates back to possibly 9,400 BC, our research has pushed the dates back much further, looking at other areas where the solstice has been recorded, observed, and honoured and celebrated, going back tens of thousands of years. Some of the most famous solstice alignments, specifically the winter solstice, you get at places obviously like Newgrange, Karnak, Chaco Canyon, and so forth. But Stonehenge, there's actually a very interesting, very famous summer solstice alignment, but also a winter solstice sunset alignment following the same path, the opposite direction of the avenue. But also, we have the work of Simon Bantam and others, and they've actually found that there's a winter solstice sunrise alignment at the site too, and there's even a possible solstice finder, the kind of gold breastplate that was found in Bush Barrow. Newgrange is possibly the most famous winter solstice alignment, where people will kind of do a raffle to try and get access to it on that particular time of the year, where a beam of light shines through the...
Arizona, it's time for new leadership. Time for new ideas and a new vision for the future of the Grand Canyon State. New policies rooted in common sense values like no taxes for families or companies, and friendly regulatory policies for industries so they can have access to the land so that they may profit and share their wealth with everyone. New bold initiatives like my Seven Wonders Project, which will bring all the seven wonders of the world right here to Arizona. The Great Pyramids, the Eiffel Tower, and many other incredible spectacles will soon make their way to the Copper State, so they may sit alongside our beautiful London Bridge right here in Lake Havasu County, Lake Havasu City. A new focus on law and order as we seek to end the corrupt policy of providing safe harbor to companies such as Sizzler, who have been aiding and abetting immoral behavior, allowing some of the very worst to prosper. Currently, there's only one Sizzler left in the state of Arizona. We seek to shut that Sizzler down and become a model for the rest of the country, so that we may put Sizzler out of business for good. Our current governor is a joke. Katie Hobbs is incompetent, and corrupt, and she's part of the demonic forces trying to destroy our country. And while I may support the policies of the current Republican government candidate, Andy Piggs, and the woman that's running, they don't seem to have what it takes to turn things around and take this state to the next level. I think it's time for a new voice, a new party, the new party. And as head of the new party, I will be running for governor as a third-party candidate under the new party banner. As the president of the Amato Foundation, I know what it takes to be a leader who can make a difference, as we focus here at the Amato Foundation on family-first entertainment. And as someone who has successfully prosecuted cases in state court, I know the law more than anyone. Look, I'll be honest, I'm new here, but I'm a home owner and a boat owner, and I had the wisdom to finally say goodbye to California and their anti-business, anti-family policy. My name is New Amato, and I am the only reasonable choice you have. So let me be your next governor. Vote for me in October when we tell the state government of Arizona that we need new leadership. I'm New Amato, and I approve this message.
New Amato.
There's something really shady going on in the music industry, and with this Oliver Tree thing,
What?
I know it, your dog knows it, everybody knows it, but no one wants to talk about it. So I decided to dig into this because 5 days ago I didn't even know who Oliver Tree was. And the crazy thing is, the more I dug into this, the crazier it got. So on June 14th, this account posted this. Could it be that we're facing the biggest fate in
Fuck that Sizzler.
This is the first piece we put under the microscope, and if you see that one you can see there's a curve there. That's part of the original coring out of the block of material to make the vase. The tool.
That's the base of it. Right
that's
there
the bottom, and then that curved line is the remnant of the coring, and so that's the first thing we looked at was we were following that curve to see like is there because the standard model tells us it was a copper tube with sand and they were grinding.
Yeah.
So we should have found bits of copper tiny bits of copper caught in the middle of the crystalline matrix of the stone itself.
Sure.
And there's nothing.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean
Wow.
that was a big takeaway from all of the pieces that we looked at. And
I just
it's
know
like
about him
literally
from when
zero
Nick
copper.
Mullen
There's no
and
copper. No.
Adam Friedland would answer.
And that's the explanation, right? That
Well, it's copper or flint or other materials, but even if it was flint or another type of stone, you would expect to see that as as bits and pieces, little bits wedged into the stone, and maybe a slightly different elemental composition of that stone. We didn't see that, and we didn't see any copper at all.
He thought it was funny when
and
Trump
we
did the
find a few
aliens.gov
other
thing.
metals in little spots, and I guess we'll get to that in a little bit, but.
I thought it was funny.
I think those were
Shut
the
up,
main
Joe.
takeaways. And again, this is preliminary work. Like it was kind of a let's test this to see if it is an avenue that's worth pursuing in more detail. I think it definitely is based on the results that we've gotten so far. But it's very preliminary at this point. But those were a couple of key
Have
kind
some
of
respect.
takeaways, I'd say.
I
First of all,
mean,
just
Jesus.
no copper, none whatsoever, and this sort of
Not for
cleanliness
immigrants, at
and
least for
lack of
yourself,
contamination
man.
of anything. On most of
trying
these
to make fun of
samples,
you.
which might be suggestive of a non-mechanical process. I mean, you talk about ultrasonics. Like in Max's ultrasonics rig, he has, he's got this titanium rod that's like this round, and it shapes
Yeah,
itself
Max
down
is
to
the
about
guy
like a
who got
half-inch bar, and that's
changed
what
his
he's
tune
using that in
180.
an oil, I think, to do
Suspiciously.
ultrasonic processes on other materials. And you can literally see the bottom of this titanium bar has been worn away. Like it's just that's just from the action and that ultrasonic kind of also working on the bar itself. So I have some pictures of that, but it's like that does work as a process, and it was really interesting not to find anything. I was we did on one of the pieces a quartz piece that also had a tubular drill cut on the bottom. This was like a rock crystal vessel, and I will say this also that these vessels, we know that they definitely are ancient Egyptian pieces. They've come from private collectors in Egypt and elsewhere that have been sort of given to us for the purposes of this type of investigation, looking at a bit more closely.
directly from the step pyramid.
Yeah,
right?
a couple. We know that several of them have come from beneath the step pyramid. 100%. Like that's.
So the provenance is undeniable, undisputable that these are ancient, that these
Yes.
were. Yeah, and so
I mean, they match all the different. I mean, you can match it up.
100%. These are I mean, very similar to the ones that you'll
Yes.
see in this room in my collection. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful. You can see the tapering that's coming up off of the base of the thing. How it's just perfect. The smoothness is almost like it's been polished. I mean, the outside has obviously been polished incredibly well. You can see just a couple of tool marks on the inside, but I wonder, just like, so impeccable provenance. You guys have looked at these under a microscope, and you're seeing very little signs of any material that's been embedded into these.
Right, on most of them were very clean. Again, not comprehensively looked at.
It's got a
These are needle
titanium
in a
bar
haystack situation at the
and a
micron
worn
level, even
bottom.
with a piece like that size. Like you could spend days looking at it.
You can, days.
So how much? Right, because you're looking at just one tiny little
I mean,
little piece.
literally
of it.
the smallest level of magnification is you're looking at an image that might be 2 or 3 millimeters across,
right?
And you can't see a lot from there. You've got to like zoom in, and at the highest level of magnification, I mean, you're down at the 10 micron kind of scale,
right?
Or 50 micron,
Yeah.
which is 50 thousandths of a millimeter.
Yeah.
And you can see little objects and parts of it that are just a couple microns.
Okay.
It's very, it's extremely high resolution, and it's. Yeah, so the other, you talk about the machining, so that was also a takeaway, just looking at the surface. I mean, you do at that level, you will see the polishing marks and the whatever process has been used to actually finish the stone. And that was another takeaway from Max, just saying like how flat and how well done that was. Like at one point we did stick like a copper bar in the SEM, and to the touch, and this copper, it's like a piece like this that's like a 1/2 inch round. And it seemed smooth on top, like it had been cut off, but under that electron microscope, it's just these jagged peaks, you know, where this thing had been cut through.
Where the saw had cut through,
with a
yeah.
saw, and you can compare that to these, you know, these very finely worked surfaces with very fine lines, like just orders of magnitude more precise, and just you know, less variation in it. So these are very fine. So
Out of the group, they did have a massive win over Qatar, following up what was a disappointing draw, I guess we could say, for them, even though they came from behind. Mexico not doing it pretty, but still getting the job done, and of course the USA getting it done pretty, getting it done ugly, but getting it done. So of all the
Our shit was
nations,
pretty as
Jurgen,
fuck both
who
times.
has
What
looked
are you
the
talking
best?
about?
Oh no, the US team looked
Yeah, fucking hell yeah, we did.
I mean, obviously,
The best I've ever seen them look ever. It's like they're all on fucking steroids or something. They're on super serum.
In Mexico, you need Mexico to go far in this tournament because of their fantastic fans, because of the hype in their country.
Trump got him on the
And
adrenochrome
they wanna
before the
grow as well
match.
now over the next couple of weeks. It's, I mean, having all three nations in the knockout phase is humongous, it's huge. But I think what the US team has done in these two games is just outstanding, and it gets noticed now. And I think this is really a big deal. It gets noticed around the world. It's, you know, this team gets recognized now for what they are doing. And
'Cause they look
the compliments
fucking good.
coming from all over, from Europe, South America, or Africa, wherever, they all say, you know, what is this kind of a US team?
Yeah.
You know, they can take it far. You know, they are really inspiring. They're their nation, they're inspiring their fans, and it's attractive football. It's attacking-minded football. So
It's fun.
I think
It's
you
like
gotta give
exciting
the
football
US
to watch.
definitely the number one spot between these three. But it's fantastic that all three nations are going in the knockout phase. The tournament is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you really feel the sense of belief from the different fans from all of the different three co-host nations. Casey, but who's impressed you the most on the pitch?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way the U.S. has been able to do both matches. You know, have that first match being super dynamic, you know, very explosive in the attack and really exciting. And then in a little bit different feel in this match, just kind of be a little more pragmatic, keep the clean sheet and just get the result. Yeah, I mean, would they love to have every game where you're just flying and creating chances and scoring goals? Of course, but there's times when you got to respect the opponent and understand what the game gives you. And I think today was one of those games. So we've seen the U.S. be able to get 3 points in 2 different ways, and I think they'll learn a lot from that. I also think that their next opponent is going to be the big test. I think that's going to be to see, you know, against a more difficult opponent, kind of how can they play? How can they bring both those 2 different styles against a more difficult Europe?
Their team and how intense they play, they rival the U.S. men's national in intensity. It's a well-coached team. They've got a whole country behind them, just like the U.S. I don't think anybody wants to play any of these 2 teams, whether you're a big team or not. You just rather not have that headache. They've shown me that as well, but I think the U.S., that first half versus Paraguay was overwhelming, and I like what Jurgen said. The rest of the world is talking about it. When you talk to other pundits, when you see other news stations in different countries, they talk to you about that U.S. men's national performance against Paraguay. Yeah. So that's still number 1. But there was a ranking right now, it would be 1 U.S., 2 Canada, and 3 Mexico, even though Mexico's the only team that has not given up a goal, which is odd to say.
JJ, how do you see it?
Yeah, I think everyone is on point.
Places never been.
Well, last night we saw celebrations in Guadalajara, Mexico, and maybe Seattle with these beautiful scenes there. We'll get a little rowdy tonight after the U.S. men's national team put on quite the show, defeating Australia 2-0. And someone who was at the game for us, Casey Keller, he usually is here comfortable with us in studio, but he traded us in to hang out with the legend that is Alex Morgan, Casey.
Damn.
Yeah, Servando, her husband, was my roommate his rookie year for preseason. So, yeah, it was good seeing him and Alex, and Tim Howard was just to my right a little bit. So, yeah, it was a fun time being in the box with everybody.
I'm sure it was. You looked very comfortable indeed. But Casey, the U.S. men's national team looked comfortable for most of the game on the pitch indeed, wrapping up that 2-0 win. What stood out to you? What impressed you the most?
Yeah, to me, it was just a very pragmatic performance. I mean, I didn't think any of us expected that electric first half that we had against Paraguay. That we thought that Australia would be a little more dogged, a little bit more difficult defensively. You know, running at defenders, you know, Herc and everyone was talking about, Jermaine and Jurgen, just that, you know, when you run at defenders and you put them in precarious positions, good things happen. And the U.S. got that early goal once again, and then what a great timing, you know, right at the end of the first half, get that second, which then really forces Australia into doing something different that they're not comfortable.
All right, let's get to it. Your
nice
U.S.
big
men's
one.
national team versus Australia.
Sitting up
Reaction.
the stairs. Yeah, imagine getting a sarcophagus up the fucking
All right, peeps.
pyramid.
Lumen Field, Seattle, Washington. A
Up those
beautiful
passageways.
afternoon game. Well, not even afternoon. It was actually noon Pacific time. 80 degrees on the field. Probably felt a little bit more. And it was beautiful. The U.S. men's national team took on Australia. Packed house in Seattle, Washington. They came to play. The fans showed out, and we're going to get to it. Let's start off with the starting 11. It's the same starting 11 as the team that faced off versus Paraguay, except one player, and we will get to it.
Pulisic, what's up?
The U.S. men's national team had Matt Freese in goal, And do
Large
not fret with the
bathtubs.
lineup.
Yeah, it would be bigger than that.
It's 4 in the
too,
back,
with the
but I'll
fucking
explain the movements.
Pharaoh in it.
Alex Freeman on the right, Chris
Imagine
Richards,
if you
Tim
dropped the
Ream,
Pharaoh and you like slid
and
down the
Anthony
steps,
Robinson. In front of them,
tumbled out of
You
the
had-
sarcophagus.
Tyler Adams, Malik Tillman, Weston McKinney. In front of them, you had Serginho Dest,
They would shove you
Colin
down a fucking
Balogun,
hole.
and surprise inclusion.
You would
yes,
still
a
be in
surprise
that hole.
inclusion of
It would curse you.
dun-dun-dun-dun,
Die 1,000
Ricardo
deaths.
Pepi. Now, Ricardo Pepi in the lineup because Christian Pulisic, the star man, the star player, was not available, held out of this game. Mauricio Pochettino went on air with the in-house network that does the World Cup and told the reporter, Jenny Taft, that he is not available. In his place would be Ricardo Pepi.
Yeah, Pepi
Now,
did good.
Ricardo
I was
Pepi's not
kind
a
of
like-for-like for
fucking
Christian Pulisic.
hold on him.
Ricardo Pepi is not a player
did
with
good,
the
though.
characteristics of a 1v1 specialist
shift.
or a playmaker or somebody who operates to facilitate in any such manner like a Christian Pulisic, not like for like. But what I did see, and I'll explain to it, okay? When you see this formation, this lineup, it's 4 across the back.
Reinforced
Okay.
concrete floors. Yeah, I feel like my
You
floors are
have to
going to
think
give
of it
away. My house
as
is all
when
fucked up.
Serginho Dest goes and occupies a space. Anthony Robinson goes and occupies a space. You have 3 center backs because Tyler Adams will occupy
Why is
as
he
a
talking
third
so
center
slow?
back and allow Alex Freeman to go into a position as an 8, which essentially gives you high and wide a player like Anthony Robinson, high and wide a player like Serginho Dest, high a player like Weston McKinney, Malik Tillman, and high 2 players like Ricardo Pepi, Colin Balogun. And you have the likes of Alex Freeman and Tyler Adams roaming in or around there, okay, participating. It's very nuanced, high level, not easy to play in, and they played in it beautifully. The goal that was scored is a carbon copy of what Christian Pulisic and the U.S. men's national team did against the Paraguayan national team. The own goal that was scored early on. Except this time it wasn't Christian Pulisic. This time it was Colin Balogun. Interchanging with Ricardo Pepi, finds himself in a wide position, and it's meek. It's off to the races. And when you get defenders facing their goal, when you get defenders facing their net, bad things happen to those defenders, to those teams. And that it did. Ball across the face of the goal, defender can't sort his feet, in the back of the net, 1-0 early on. And then it was just like you saw from the U.S. men's national team versus Paraguay. The intensity, the intent, the purpose in which they played, both in how they moved, whether it was Weston McKinney, or Malik Tillman, interchanging with the Serginho Dest and Alex Freeman or Anthony Robinson, or the front 2, or the way they defended. And I said, it's not like for like with Ricardo Pepi, but the function, the responsibility on the defensive end was. Because it's now you work, and he's got that work rate on the left-hand side, and you come in and you block and you make sure you are a nuisance. And that they did. That he did. And then Alex Freeman gets his goal, cleaning up a set piece. And if you watch this channel, I had said that this team, Australia, has a tendency to put 10 guys in the box and defend that way. Well, Mauricio Pochettino saw that, and they had a prefabricated set piece. It's on the edge of the box after a foul, close to the touchline. And Anthony Robinson drills, absolutely drills a hard ball at Serginho Dest. It takes a hop before it gets to him. It's not an easy touch to deal with. Quick touch and release, gets it off the defender, springs up into the air. Alex Freeman finishes off with his head from close range. Offside is called until it is called back. Rightfully allowed, 2-0, heading into halftime.
Look at my floor.
Kill off the game right there. They did so well. The intensity in which they played
my
again
floor bear?
to make the runs and to recuperate the ball, second to none. I've watched every single game of this World Cup so far. The physicality of the U.S. men's national team in both first halves is the best that I've seen. The intensity in which they play thus far is the best that I've seen in the first half of both games. That said,
I'm talking about, dude, Australia
it
came out.
lasted around 60, 65 minutes. And it's normal.
What are you talking about, dude?
It is normal because
they were fouling the shit out of us at the end of the game. They were going so hard. I thought our guys held it down. They got a bunch of shit kickers on Australia, like fucking big, fucking, like hockey player types. You got a bunch of fucking like wiry little like flick trick guys, you know. Like dudes, you look at them and you're like, oh, I bet you that guy does a sick kickflip. Yeah, they're like rugby guys, and ours are like skateboarders or something.
The field is hot, dry, the ball doesn't circulate the way it's supposed to, it can get caught up in your feet. Evidence to that, Fowler and Balogun in a 1v1 situation, the ball gets caught. It's dry, it's sticky, your legs get heavy. Evidence of that, the referee's cramping! The referee's cramping! For 60, 65 minutes, and his team held it together. Until it didn't. And that's where I learned something about the U.S. men's national team and what they can be in this tournament. Good teams grind out. Good teams get the results. Good teams know how to suffer. 20, 25 minutes where it's nervy. Australia's now made some changes, and I'll get into that in a second. And they're in around your box, but never really threatening in the way where your keeper's being asked things of, because Matt Freese never really had to make a save in the second half. Think about it. Never really made a save in the second half. Like, what crazy save do you think he made, or can we say he made? There were some nervy moments with the ball across the face of the goal, and Australia should have done better, but they didn't. So you're in around and you're protecting and you're suffering and you're getting away with it because good teams know how to suffer. And you're like, okay, they got away with it. But better teams will make you pay. I don't pretend to know Australia and Tony Popovich and his crew. I don't pretend to have seen them play throughout the last 3 years of their qualification process, etc. But I've been following them long enough where I think I can question why he got cute. Why the head coach of Australia gets so cute with his decision making. You have Nestor Irankunda, who scores a golazo against Turkey,
that guy looked good
who is
last
vital
time.
to the way this team transitions, who is a young buck, by the way, so you don't have to worry about him physically, and Connor Metcalf, who also scores against Turkey, and they're both on the bench to start this game.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What wild scenario was he planting, Tony Popovich, where it's 0-0 late, he brings these guys on, they got the match winners in him, and he steals the points? Like, I thought they had I still think they didn't show you that, but I still think they've got a good team. A team to disrupt, like they did in Qatar against Argentina. That was a difficult game for Argentina. But he got too cute. He got too cute. Because Irankunda in this game, all the danger came from him. He was everywhere. So I did not understand that. Connor Metcalf comes on and he shows good things, and they're pressing the U.S. men's national team, asking things of them. That to me was something I did not understand. Pochettino did a lot of good things. If I could question anything in this game, just because that's
their best
what we
player.
can eagle-eye view right now, without getting into the nuts and bolts of things, and I'll get into that later. The breakdown, if you guys wanted, of this game and what worked and what didn't. If I could just immediately think of things in my head, this team got tired around the 60th, 65th minute, and his subs, if I'm looking correctly, did not come on till the U.S. subs 74th minute, 80th minute, 80th minute, 90th minute, 90th minute. I think you could have freshened up some players, and maybe for my liking, left players like Tyler on a yellow card out there and Anthony Robinson on a yellow card out there a little too long. And I'll get into a few individual performances, but Fowler and Balogun as well. He was getting some battles, and I love what Fowler Balogun's been offering. That to me, maybe you could have freshened up the team a bit sooner. But other than that, they knew how to suffer. They put together 60, 65 solid minutes of intense football where I think it put Australia behind the eight ball, and they got their second consecutive win. First time since 1930.
A little from column A, a little from
are now in
column
pole
B.
position depending on what Turkey does tonight, and we'll get to that later. Individual performances that I thought were very good. Alex Freeman was my MVP. I thought he was a baller. Very, very high IQ for the young kid. Gets his goal, but not just the goal, the nuances of how to play box to box, how to be a center back at times, how to be an 8, how to offer yourself with some wing play. I think he's been very complete and underrated. And honorable mention goes to who had a man of the match first half, which was Weston McKennie. And I've said it many times.
Yeah, Weston McKennie.
Weston McKennie has the potential to be a star.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
You know Weston McKennie if you watch this channel. Many Americans don't know Weston McKennie, and he's got an ability because of his charisma and because of his on-the-field play to be an absolute star that comes out of this World Cup. Dancing with the Stars type like things. Remember why I said that, okay?
Like Paul Pogba.
And then some unsung heroes. Tyler good again, very good. Malik solid. Serginho was always going to be key. I really liked Fowler and Balogun because it was a, hey, if you're going to help us, you got to roll up your sleeves type of performance. And he got the man of the match by the beer company who sponsors the team. Let me know what you saw and how this group
Yeah,
will
I
pan
didn't think
out.
I
Where
liked
you
him
see
man
it.
at
And
the
in the game,
match. I
ended
would
up
have given it to one of the other guys, but he had a good game. I don't see why he got man of the match.
the way that your boy predicted it would with the tactical
I
breakdown.
mean, I guess Tyler Adams
Or
and
if you
what's
think it's
his
going to go
name,
different versus
Robinson,
Turkey,
both got
we're going to wait
subbed
on the
out.
Turkey result. I love reading you guys.
Balgun finished the game. I guess that does feel weird giving it to the guy who comes out in the 75th minute. You know, you would think player of the game would have to be somebody who goes the whole game.
As the saying goes, rockets are hard, and in the last week or so we've seen just how hard they can be with the Blue Origin New Glenn explosion
That's
during
such a big
routine
explosion.
static hotfire test, which caused substantial damage to the launch pad
Oh,
that was
man.
going to launch a lunar rover to the moon for the upcoming manned Artemis mission. This will delay that and many other missions for a long time. We are relearning all the things that we had sorted out with the Apollo missions, so you can imagine what it might have been like if the US Army had gotten their way when they proposed in 1959, 10 years before the landing of Apollo 11, that they were seriously thinking about placing a permanent military scientific outpost on the moon before NASA took over the US crewed space programs. And we're not talking about just keeping a couple of people on the moon for a few days at a time. We're talking about a permanent base for 12 personnel with living quarters, storage, laboratories, communications, construction vehicles, transport rovers, and regular cargo deliveries. Basically, a complete but small military base on the moon with all the logistics that go with it. Now, bearing in mind that they'd only just started the Mercury missions by 1958 and were struggling to catch up with the Soviets with most of the early US rockets blowing up on the launch pad or shortly afterwards. This was a huge leap of faith that the technology needed would be ready by what they planned to be 1966. That's 3 years before Apollo 11 landed on the moon with just 2 men. Horizon's purposes were effectively to claim the moon for the US, although it would have been very difficult or nigh impossible to actually stop the Soviets from trying to do the same. So it would be a race as to who could build a base there first for their country and make it strategically useful. The fear.
That's what I say about the Apkallu, like the Anunnaki, the people who helped Noah, right? People who helped Noah's all over the world, the Azudra, right? Like, perhaps those people were not aliens, but were like humans who had survived the last time there was a flood or a calamity. I don't know, I keep thinking about this Pioneer 10 thing. I gotta look into that. It's interesting. I mean, it would fit, right? Because that's the thing about the Anunnaki, like the Sumerian tablets and all. The story about Nibiru and all, Tiamat, it's a lot to swallow, right? Like, kind of looks like it fits, given like the asteroid belt and all, but it's still, and it's like this idea that there's like a planet that's that far in the outer solar system that somehow has life on it doesn't really fit, unless it is, like some sort of like, brown dwarf or whatever he called it, dark star. Oh. Seems like they had bunkers that they built at some point in the ancient world, right? Like they were prepared for something and were like resilient enough to wait it out. I don't know. I feel like if we had a calamity, the two groups of people who would survive would be billionaires in bunkers and like hunter-gatherers. We're probably fucked.
Was that if the Soviet Union were to get there first, it would damage the prestige of the United States as a global leader and might allow the Soviets to claim strategically useful lunar territory by first occupancy. This fear was well founded, as by the time of the Horizon Report in 1959, the Soviets had achieved the first escape of Earth's gravity with Luna 1. Although it was meant to hit the moon, it missed and entered solar orbit. But by September 1959, they had the first lunar impact with Luna 2, and the first photographs from the far side of the moon with Luna 3 in October 1959. This proved that they had solved the translunar launch problem. In that time, the US had had many more launches, 43 to the Soviets 11, but they'd had 25 failures to the Soviets 5. It wouldn't be until April 1962 before the first US mission actually hit the moon with Ranger 4. So assuming that the US could fix reliability issues, how did they plan to build a base and get the materials to the moon? The plan for the permanent base was to support up to 12 men, and they would live in structures which would be buried under the ground, to protect the inhabitants from the radiation on the surface and to act as insulation against the cold vacuum. The type of structure they looked at were cylindrical metal tanks approximately 10 feet or 3 meters in diameter by 20 feet or 6 meters long. These would have a special double wall construction, not dissimilar to a thermos bottle vacuum tank, using the moon's own vacuum to help maintain insulation. They believed that even though the temperature outside on the surface could be as low as minus 40 Celsius, the heat loss could be low enough that internal lighting alone might provide much of the heating required to keep the quarters at a comfortable temperature. As for power, the base will be powered not by one, but 2 small nuclear reactors, with them placed in holes near the preliminary quarters to power the early construction camp and equipment. Once the base was complete, 2 more nuclear power supplies would be added after the installation. Another thing that the army assumed was that it would be nuclear powered from the beginning, likely to cover the 14-day lunar night. And they didn't even think about using solar panels as the main source of base power like we would today, although at the time, panel and battery technology was considerably less efficient than it is now. So what about the breathable atmosphere, the life support, the food and the suits the lunar inhabitants would have to wear? The base atmosphere would be supplied from specially insulated tanks of liquid oxygen and nitrogen. Nitrogen would be mainly needed for the initial pressurization and leakage replacement.
That's what's different on For All Mankind, is they find water early. Like, we didn't find water until supposedly until the 2000s. Like, on that show, they find it right from the jump, so they immediately start harvesting ice as soon as they get there.
By the crew. Carbon dioxide and moisture would initially be handled by chemical absorbents and dehumidifiers, with a later carbon dioxide freeze-out
if we had
system
had that
planned.
kind of that would have been so huge. If we were going to take a step back with the shuttle and all, it would have been so sick if we could have gotten the first, in-space reactor shit. I mean, there was some, but nothing like that, right? If we could have ran 2 fucking reactors on the moon for 3 years or something, it would have given us such a leg up now.
Will be initially supplied pre-cooked. As water recovery improved, the report expected dehydrated and frozen foods to become practical. There were also mentions of interest in hydroponic salads and other closed-cycle production systems. As for the spacesuits or moon suits, these would be a body-conforming suit with a substantial metal outer surface. The army wanted this because they were worried about fabric or rubberized materials leaking, being damaged by micrometeorites, or being abraded by lunar dust and being hard to sterilize.
They were totally planning on
because
doing
the
moon
moon
battles.
has only 1/6 of the Earth's gravity, the weight of these heavy suits was less a concern. So how were they going to get all this material to the moon? Even today, we are struggling to develop enough large rockets. Both Blue Origin's New Glenn and SpaceX's Starship are having ongoing development issues and running late. Back then, the whole project depended upon the Saturn I and the proposed upgraded Saturn II, bearing in mind that these were in very early development at the time of the report. The report considered two different ways of reaching the moon. One would be a direct flight from the Earth to the moon, not dissimilar to how it was done in Apollo. But for that, you would really need the bigger Saturn II rocket, which they figured could soft land about 48,000 pounds on the lunar surface.
Wow.
The second was an Earth orbit rendezvous and refueling system. This was basically the same as the proposed Starship HLS, or Human Landing System, for the Artemis program, where
like
one large rocket would launch into
launches.
orbit and then be refueled by several other tanker missions before it would set off to the moon. For the initial manned missions, the Army considered that the orbital rendezvous and then relaunch from there would be the only way to do it, because a direct two-man lunar round trip with an immediate return would have required a booster with a 12 million pounds of takeoff thrust, and this was just not available at the time. Bearing in mind that this was before Apollo and the rendezvous methods, which greatly reduced the amount of mass that was delivered to the moon and in coming back. The earlier direct ascent method involved launching and carrying almost everything to the moon, landing and then bringing most of it back. That would have dramatically increased the load, which would have required a Nova-class rocket, basically a Super Saturn V with 8 F1 engines, for the 12 million pounds of takeoff thrust required, which only existed on the drawing board at the time. So, to get this up to the moon and reach a 12-man operational base by November 1966, it was estimated they would require 61 Saturn I launches and 88 Saturn II launches. Now we have to remember that the Saturn II was effectively the same as the Saturn V, but without the massive first stage. So it was limited to around about 2 million pounds of thrust compared to the 7.6 million pounds of thrust that was available for the Saturn V. But this was 1959, don't forget, and the Saturn V didn't take over from the Saturn II until 1962. So coming back to the original
Saturn... more about the Atlanteans were doing, like, you know, telepathic crimes. Like, the version that we have today is like some bastardization of that. It was like them developing like telepathy and psi powers and using that. That's what was like alarming the, you know, whoever, the gods.
Saturn I and Saturn II launch vehicles. It would have required approximately 5.3 launches per month.
I don't even necessarily think there had to have been, like, I don't know, like, that seems like that could be, like, man's wickedness caused the fall sort of thing. Like, that doesn't, because I am confident that, like, some sort of calamity happened doesn't necessarily, I don't need it to have been, you know, unnatural, right? Could have been natural, but they just treat it as if it was unnatural. No, but like the Anunnaki, I don't know, I'm talking about like the Anunnaki, like those people who all these stories are about. They're like 10 foot tall, like perfect. The people who were like carved into statues and the ancient shit in Egypt. Like those MFs, the 10 foot tall guys.
Month to lift the estimated 490,000 pounds or 222,000 kilos of equipment to the moon to get the 12-man base operational by 1966. During the first operational year from 66
they're described
to
the same way all over the world.
It scheduled another 64 launches, delivering another 266,000 pounds or 120 kilograms to the moon. By the end of 1967, the total would have been 756,000 pounds or 340,000 kilograms of useful cargo to the lunar surface. The schedule through 1967 showed 229 Saturn vehicle firings, with a launch table listing 69 Saturn I and 160 Saturn II launches. It also projected that by the end of 1967, 252 people would have been transported into
like,
Earth orbit.
I think when Giorgiani says it's like Yeah, like the people lost the ability to communicate telepathically, or they no longer understood how to use it or whatever. Something like that. I think that was the communication breakdown. I mean, I don't know, it seems like everybody did speak the same language at one point, right? The Proto-Indo-European or whatever. But that doesn't really make sense either, though, because that was on the steppe, right? Whereas you think Atlantis was in the water somewhere.
22 would have continued onto the moon, and 26 would have returned from the moon. So as a quick thought experiment, if a Saturn V had been available, how many launches of those would have been required instead of a Saturn I, Saturn IIs? Well, it works out that to get the initial base set up, if a Saturn V had been available from the beginning, it would have taken only...
I mean, there's stories that say that, like, they are somehow entombed, right? I think, I don't remember where, but it was, like, said to be places where they're, like, entombed various places around the world. I wouldn't doubt it. There's some of them somewhere. Like that Gilgamesh tomb thing. Like, that was in the BBC.
32 launches instead of roughly 149 to 154 for the Saturn I, Saturn II combination. So now we can see this is becoming a huge project, even here on Earth, but it had never been done before in space, and the issues didn't stop there. The report judged that the existing US launch sites, especially the Atlantic, now the Eastern Range in Florida, and the Pacific missile ranges, now the Western Range at the Vandenberg Missile Base in California, were not suitable for Horizon. They were basically not close enough to the equator, had limiting firing windows, would waste payload by requiring awkward trajectories, and were heavily used for weapons R&D. The Army wanted a new equatorial launch site with 8 launch pads. Brazil and Christmas Island were identified as the two standout possibilities, though diplomatic, political cost vulnerability and security factors would still have to have been considered. Then there's the fact that an orbital space station would be required as an essential part of the rendezvous, refueling and launch point. Again, this was something which had not been attempted, and the first space station, the Soviet Salyut 1,
like this was Werner von Braun trying to get his space station out of it.
1971, and the first US one, Skylab, until 1973. In fact, almost everything about it had never been done before, and there were no guarantees that it would be straightforward to develop the technologies or techniques required, such as translunar launch and return, soft landing on the lunar surface, in-orbit docking and refueling. And that's without actually attempting to live on the lunar surface for a sustained period of time. And all of this by 1966.
I mean, communicating online is not the same.
To beat the Soviets. One of the reasons put forward for this 1966 date was that if the Soviets got there first, they might want to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the October Revolution in 1967 on the lunar surface. 1959, the date of the Horizon proposal, was also on the trailing edge of the Red Scare, a period of intense paranoia in the US, roughly 1950 to 54, which saw the widespread fear of Soviet influence and communist subversion in American institutions driven by US Senator Joseph McCarthy. This would later lead President Kennedy in May 1961 to push for the Apollo missions to put a man on the moon by the end of the decade, and again to beat the Soviets. So considering all this new hardware and technology had to be created from scratch, how much was the budget expected to be? Well, in 1959, the Army estimated to be around about $6 billion, which, adjusted for inflation, is around about $75 billion now. But of course, this was just an estimate, and if we look at how much the budget for Apollo was when it was announced in 1962, it was $20 billion. But in 1963, NASA Director James Webb increased that to estimate to $35 billion. That's almost a four-fold increase in just 4 years after the Horizon project, and Horizon was a way, way bigger project. Horizon was remarkable because it
MIC.
tried to leap almost directly from early missiles and satellites to a permanent garrisoned moon base. Remember, when this was written in 1959, no human had yet flown into space. The report repeatedly insists that this approach is conservative and not science fiction. But in hindsight, the timetable and budget was wildly optimistic. But the biggest reason as to why this proposal remained a piece of paper and never actually got anywhere was the fact that in 1958 NASA had been formed shortly after the
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't they famously infiltrated? It's maybe they should have had a Red Scare. When was that different time period? That was the shit that they used to. That was what Angleton used to justify all of the shit, right? What's his name? Or maybe they both should have spent less time terrorizing civilians and more time policing their own shop. Because that was what Angleton used that for why he had Philby. That's it, right? Yeah, because Angleton used Philby as his rationale for why he had to run everything out of Mossad. Right? He did. Oh, undoubtedly, the CIA base Langley has moles, so we need to run everything out of Mossad because there's no moles there. We need to go run it in our casino, fucking, like, whatever the Meyer Lansky's, like, Imperial Holdings. Alright, I'm gonna raid the lawsuit before. This is over anyway. What? We didn't click on that. Alright, y'all. I'll be back tonight. Whatever time that is. Midnight Central Time. Total chatter. And we'll do something fun. I haven't figured it out yet. You know how it is. It'd be really fun.